Good morning, everyone. We welcome you to the 12th edition of Exchange for Media's India PR and Corporate Communications Conference and Awards, IPRCCA 2021. My name is Aditya Malik, and it's a pleasure to be a host for today. Well, today we will be celebrating, acknowledging, and felicitating the contributions, achievements, and successes of the industry. And to take you a little deeper into IPRCCA, I would request my team to please bring to you and show to you our introduction AV.
The 12th edition of Exchange for Media's India PR and Corporate Communications Conference and Awards, IPRCCA 2021, is all set to begin in its full glory. Today, we will be celebrating, acknowledging, and felicitating the contribution, achievements, and success of the industry. Our partners for this edition are presented by Adfactors PR, Knowledge-Driven Communications, powered by partners Value 360 Communications, Media Mantra, Hill & Knowlton Strategies, Kaizen, Gold Partners, Avian WE, PR Pundit, ATDB, Allison & Partners, RF Thunder, Candor, PepsiCo, Teamwork Communications Group, Media Value Works, Consortia Advisory, BCW, SPAG, Godrej, Archetype, Associate Partner, Commune, Wizpic, Mavericks, 6 Degrees BCW, Concept BIW, Social Change Partner, On Purpose, Lifestyle Media Partner, Actimedia PR and Digital. Partners, Comvisor, Simulations PR, Bottom Line. Distribution Partners, Business Wire India. Measurement Partner, Impact. News Partner, NewsX. The award ceremony is preceded by an all-day conference, India PR and Corporate Communications Conference 2021. Where brilliant minds belonging to the different fields from the communications industry will be deliberating on topics concerning the communication diaspora and economy revival. The theme of this edition's IPRCCC is the 5th generation of communication. Will hybrid world and AI pave the way for the next generation of communication? Our chief guests to grace the occasion are Dr. Vinay Sahasrabudhe, President, Indian Council for Cultural Relations. Eminent leaders from the public relations and corporate communications industry will mark their presence at the event, with keynote sessions being delivered by B. Tyagarajan, Managing Director, Blue Star; Aman Mittal, Vice President, Lovely Professional University; Vikram Chandra, Founder, Editorji; Ajay Kakkar, Chief Marketing Officer, Aditya Birla Capital. E4M IPRCCC 2021 is bringing together the stalwarts from the communication industry to discuss, deliberate, and debate what opportunity and challenges lie ahead for the communications industry. We welcome you to the 12th edition of the Exchange for Media India PR and Corporate Communication Conference 2021.
With that, ladies and gentlemen, we once again welcome you to the 12th edition of Exchange for Media India PR and Corporate Communication Conference 2021. Also, before we proceed, it's time to introduce to you our partners for this year's edition. May I please request our team to play the partners AV.
Exchange for Media, a name synonymous with the latest news about the advertising industry in India. The Exchange for Media Group, set up in 2000, has the most credible media platforms covering the entire advertising, media, and marketing domain, with its highly acclaimed digital, print, and on-ground assets. The group's flagship news portal, exchangeformedia.com, reaches over 6 lakh subscribers who are the first to receive breaking news in the industry. The buzzing website not only covers the news but goes beyond the obvious to bring in a fresh point of view. Impact, the weekly news magazine from the group, is the most widely read business magazine in the advertising trade, with in-depth analysis and news-based features providing perspective to key happenings in the industry. The monthly Pitch magazine provides a ringside view of events unfolding in the marketing landscape, along with media and advertising. Another monthly magazine, Realty Plus, is a market leader in reportage on the real estate industry. Today, Exchange for Media is not only a leading publisher in the domain, but owns the IP of more than 50 events spread across Mumbai, Delhi and Bangalore, making it a powerhouse of information and knowledge sharing. Exchange for Media has curated and launched some of the most successful IPs across marketing, digital, TV, print, radio, mobile, OOH and PR. The Impact Person of the Year, Exchange for Media Conclave, Indian Digital Marketing Awards, Tech Munch, Pitch CMO Summit, India Marketing Awards, Primetime Awards, Indian Content Marketing Awards, Golden Mics, NBAR are some of the group's top-notch events, in addition to niche, bespoke events and roundtables curated especially for discerning clients. Exchange for Media events attract stalwarts as speakers, along with a loyal audience comprising of leaders, trendsetters and opinion makers. They are the perfect networking platform for the entire media and advertising industry. No wonder Exchange for Media Group publications and events have high credibility and reach, and are the destination of choice for agency, brand and media professionals across the industry. Exchange for Media.
In the world of business, when you think BW Business World, spanning across platforms from print to the fast-growing digital space, from custom events to insightful industry books, BW Business World continues to capture a critical market space. Enjoying over 1.2 million engaged reader base, we have replicated this success in digital, with a six-fold growth in the past 1 year. So who is the BW audience? Our magazine readers are the cream of the crop business professionals spread across industries and niche communities. BW Digital engages with a much larger audience, hailing majorly from India and US. We also reach diverse markets including UK and Saudi Arabia. The BW Print universe comprises of BW Business World, BW Smart Cities, BW Hotelier, BW Applause, BW Education and BW People, each profiling industry leaders and niche sectoral stories. BW Digital communities target niche segments like startups, CIOs, smart cities, defense, amongst a range of other fields, with a following of millions of unique digital users. BW Business World is an industry leader in curating a plethora of IPRs. With multiple industry stakeholders under one roof, BW IPR events generate superlative content. BW Engage offers bespoke brand solutions across functions with inputs from the award-winning BW editorial team. We design and execute a 360-degree marketing model, resulting in top-of-mind recall and a large BW Engage client patronage. Why engage with us? We have an award-winning editorial team. We forecast new scoops and future trends before any of our competitors. We provide 360-degree brand solutions and our clients are always happy with the ROI. This is just a glimpse of our client endorsements. To subscribe to our print patronage, visit subscribe.businessworld.in. Follow us on Facebook and Twitter. You can also connect with us on WhatsApp on businessworld.in/WhatsApp.
we believe that every corporation and brand has a public, and today's public is more powerful than ever before. They have the power to topple CEOs, reshape strategy, influence government policy, kill products, and create unicorns. They demand truth, transparency, and the highest behavioral standards. We are embracing change, constantly innovating the way our clients and the public communicate, whatever the sector and whatever the challenge. Our client obsession means constantly evolving new products and services. We are innovating the future of public relations. Our belief is that brands with a clear, authentic purpose and performance strategies aligned to business objectives are most likely to succeed. We use strategy, creativity, and innovation, driven by data and analytics, to put your purpose and performance at the heart of all communications. Together, purpose and performance drive audience preference. We call this approach 3P Communications. Hill & Knowlton Strategies, always in beta.
And that were our partners, ladies and gentlemen. And now, to begin the morning on a high, it's my pleasure to invite on screen Dr. Anurag Batra, Chairman and Editor-in-Chief of PW Business World and Exchange for Media, to deliver the welcome address.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Aditya. Congratulations to the Exchange for Media team, especially Mr. Karan Bhatia and his team, for putting together another impactful, content-packed day, bringing the leaders from the PR and communication domain to be able to share their journey, especially of last 2 years, how PR became a primary tool for brand owners, for business owners, to be able to build their brands and to keep business continuity going when COVID took over. In the evening today, we have our awards, so I look forward to seeing you at 6 p.m. At the Hyatt Regency in Bikaji Kama Place, and celebrate the good work that you have done as individuals and organizations. PR is a fast-changing business. Business is itself changing. Looks like in the last 30 days, we can see that life is coming to some kind of normal, and hence economy is again started to roar. It has started to grow. And if there's no additional wave or a new wave, looks like that we will hit the numbers which will be much bigger than the numbers which were pre-COVID in most sectors, whether it's hospitality, where hotel rooms are going full, the average rates are becoming dream rates, or you look at you look at cinema halls, people are thronging to cinema halls to watch movies. And I'm particularly talking contact sectors because they suffered a lot in COVID. So the cinema halls are coming back, the hotels are coming back, the F&B places. You go to a restaurant today, it's jam-packed. People are wanting to get that experience back again. In most businesses which are contact, businesses back to 100% or more than 100%. This augurs well for the industry. This also means that the business promotion expenditure, of which PR is a part, of which advertising is a part, will also grow. And my hunch is that this time PR will get a disproportionate value of the brand budgets. That's the point I want to highlight. I believe as marketing budgets come to full or grow, the PR and communication domain will get disproportionate increased budgets. That's the only point I want to make. I only want to say that reputation has become even more important. We live in the metaverse. Online reputation management over the last decade has become a science and art by itself. So I wish all of you luck and look forward to celebrating the good work you've done. Kudos to Karan Bhatia and to the Exchange for Media team for putting this together. I'll see you in the evening at 6 p.m. and I look forward to celebrating your success with you. Thank you so much. Back to you, Aditya.
Thank you so much, Dr. Batra, for always giving us a start that we need. We're also honored to have with us our chief guest, Dr. Vinay Sahasrabuddhe, President, Indian Council for Cultural Relations. I would request Doctor to please say a few words.
Namaste and greetings to all who have gathered here for the 12th edition of Exchange for Media, PR and Corporate Communication Conference. While the award distribution is going to happen in the evening, let me in advance congratulate all the prize winners who are going to be decorated later today. This conference is an important initiative for many reasons. Because when we talk about exchange for media, these days, as everybody would realize, that media also has become a vehicle for culture. And then when you say exchange for media, it is also a kind of cultural exchange, because media communicates and communicates about the culture. And therefore, as President of the Indian Council for Cultural Relations, I believe that the role media has been playing in communicating about culture and making people understand various cultural diversities, not just in India but everywhere, and evolve a deeper and sound understanding about different cultures. I think this is something very, very critical and very close to the institutional mission of Indian Council for Cultural Relations. Friends, as we know that some 30 years before, the world started discussing about soft power. And soft power is not just about culture, but basically about how you communicate the culture, how you make people understand about the culture. And in that context, I sincerely believe that media plays an important role for multiple reasons. One reason is that India is considered as one of those countries who enjoy a tremendous amount of goodwill practically in every nook and corner of the world. While enjoying this particular goodwill in various parts of the globe, it's certainly very, very important, very, very critical. It is to the credit of we all Indians. But I'm afraid this is not enough. Because goodwill is important, but more important is understanding. People are attracted towards India, but unfortunately, the number of people who are able to understand India, who are able to grasp the idea of India, who can definitely reach up to the core of the idea of India, unfortunately, this number continues to be limited. Because India, in a way, is very difficult to understand. India is an experience. Those who visit India are naturally capable of understanding India. And therefore, while everybody certainly cannot come over here regardless of their desire to visit our country and see the beautiful culture over here. So, as an alternative, people who are into communication will have to work towards making the global community understand India in proper perspective. And when I say understanding India in proper perspective, it is about culture, it is about our language, about our traditional Indian knowledge system, it is about our way of handling several critical issues, including for that matter the climate change and related issues, our approach toward democracy, again something very, very important in today's context. So all these things, through communication, we have to ensure that the global community understands in a proper way. To that end, I truly believe that media has a very, very important role. Unfortunately, as we have been watching it, many journals abroad continue to portray India through their colored eyes because they fail to understand India, and they normally depend upon whosoever their representatives and whatever their understanding about India. But we have to overcome this challenge by ensuring that proper communication about the genuine idea of India happens, and by way of that we ensure that the global community understands India properly. India is a land of diversity, but this diversity is not something which is a congregation of several cultures and several varieties of lifestyles. It is in fact the diverse manifestation of the innate unity that we all have as people of India. We are together, we are one people, one nation, one culture, but the manifestations of our oneness come in different shapes and sizes, and therefore we talk about unity in diversity or diversity in unity. I believe we must understand that the diversity is also a part of our democratic approach, and therefore we never believed in any kind of a theocratic concept. We always said ekam sat vipra bahuda vadanti. This is the beauty of Indian culture, and it is upon us to make the global community understand this beauty and thereby try to appreciate what India has been doing, what India is doing, and what India will be doing in the future. I once again congratulate the organizers of this conference, welcome you all, extend all my best wishes not only to all the delegates but all the prize winners and participants as well. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, sir, for sharing your knowledge and wisdom with us. But before we begin, ladies and gentlemen, I would once again request my team to please play the Partners AV.
Find me an agency that's always thinking about what's next.
Searching. Here's what I found. See you next time.
अर्ज किया है तुम्हें, देख ये बात जुबां पे आई, बनाने वाले ने क्या चीज बनाई। चीज
अर्ज किया है ये सीन ऐसा हो क्लिक जैसे हर बंगाली।
अर्ज किया है चिप्स है बहाना, तुम्हें है एक दूसरे को पटाना।
लेस, चीज़ी लव और हर्बी क्रश फ्लेवर्स, ये वाला याद रहेगा।
Are you planning and looking for a PR partner who can execute your PR campaigns from start to finish? Media Value Works is an award-winning global PR and media relations solution provider. Our highly experienced media content experts conceptualize, design, and execute effective brand campaigns across the globe. First, our Media Value Works methodology. Our unique twofold PR approach ensures we communicate with the media who matter. Our PR campaigns are not driven by generating only online news feeds. We go a step further to add value and pitch for our unique journalist-published quality stories. Second, our 1-2-3 campaign management steps. We offer PR campaign planning and development, bespoke media targeting, and ROI reports, which include a media campaign summary. Our media relations team are in touch with the editors of mainstream media, business and technology media, bloggers, and more. We network and communicate with member journalists across 100 countries in over 25 languages, pitching for your global stories. With affiliates and associations across Asia Pacific, Europe, North America, Middle East, and Africa, Media Value Works develops value-based PR campaigns to maximize ROI. Our services include global press release campaigns, press conferences and media meetings, media planning and analytics, research and thought leadership content, and consulting services. We also work with clients across the globe, and our varied global customers include large organizations, enterprises, SMEs, and startups across industry verticals. Talk with us today to know more about our attractive PR packages. Write to us at editor@mediavalueworks.com. Visit us online at www.mediavalueworks.com or contact us by calling the numbers on your screen.
When in 1897 we started manufacturing locks, we weren't just making in India. We were envisioning a self-reliant India. When in 1920 we manufactured soap from vegetable oil, we weren't just making in India. We were showing the world a humane way to meet human needs. When in 1951 we built India's first ballot boxes, we weren't just making in India. We were partaking in India's journey towards becoming the world's largest democracy. When in 1955 we made Asia's first typewriters, we weren't just making in India. We were contributing to the nation's mission of propelling women into the workforce. When in 1958 we made refrigerators, we weren't just making in India. We were supporting the movement of freeing women from the kitchen. When in 1984 we introduced mosquito repellent mats, we weren't just making in India. We were contributing towards making India free from vector-borne diseases. When in 1991 we started making products that sustainably increased crop yields, we weren't just making in India. We were doing our bit to help farmers double their income. When in 2013 we made key components for India's first Mars mission, we weren't just making in India. We were participating in Free India's most glorious moment. For over 120 years, during the journey of our nation's independence, we haven't just been making in India. We have been passionately doing our bit towards making India.
Today's business leaders, investors, influencers, and consumers are more agile than ever. They are not sitting idly by. Fortunately, Business Wire is ready to meet the information needs of the changing landscape. We are committed to embracing new technologies. We have a wealth of talent with innovative new ideas. We're leveraging a pioneering 60-year legacy of immediacy, consistency, relevancy, reach, and reliability to drive progress and ready the world with the information it needs to take action. Business is good, but business is changing. The media landscape is changing. The competition is real. But make no mistake, no one shapes and shares complex media messages like Business Wire. We are wired to outperform and out-inform, to be more consultative, more credible stories, and keep our clientele up to date, at the ready, around the world. We are wired to shape the next generation of the information age. It's simply part of our DNA. Business Wire, wired for what's next.
And that was our partners, AV, ladies and gentlemen. But also before we begin, I would request all our audience members that if you have any learnings to share from this day or anything that you're going to be posting on your social media platforms, please use the hashtag IPRCCC or hashtag IPRCCC 2021. With that, you're ready to proceed with the first session of this day, and that will talk about the association, interdependence between marketing and communication. And the panelists for this session are, up first, I've had the pleasure of working with this gentleman in the recent past, Amit Nanchal, Associate Director, Corporate Communications, PepsiCo, Vandana Sandhir, Chief Client Strategy Officer, BCW, Vidisha Chakrabarti, Managing Consultant and VP Delhi Archetype, Tuhina Pandey, Communications Leader, IBM, India and South Asia, IBM, and the session will be moderated by Ruhail Amin, Editor, Exchange for Media. Welcome, ladies and gentlemen. Mr. Amin, sir.
Thank you. Thank you, Aditya, and thank you for introducing my esteemed panelists. I can see everyone here, Amit, Vidisha. Tuhina, I request you to switch on your camera. So great. We have a very important discussion to begin with, and increasingly what has happened is that the lines between, PR, communication and marketing have blurred, to an extent that a lot of people ask the questions that where do we stand in this? So I want to start with you, Vidisha. As different as they are in their functionality, of course, marketing and communication, there are a lot of interdependence, right? So give me a sense of how would you describe the relation between the two? How merged have they become, and how differentiated do they stay at the same time? Sorry, your audio. Yeah.
Yes, I've just switched on my audio.
Perfect. Yeah.
Thanks, Ruhail, for shooting that question my way. I think interesting that we still continue to talk about this in a world that's not one-to-one anymore, but one-to-many. And the most, I think, marked shift that we have seen around us today is how the fundamentals of communication have really changed. Previously, when you would have corporate really introducing the brand and then communicating to the customer, I think that's flipped on its head today, considering how social, digital, and technology is playing a role around us. So I'll talk about the changes before coming it back to what are the constants so far. The fundamental, therefore, is that it's no longer the company who's perhaps shaping the brand or perceptions around the brand, or the marketing team within the company that's doing it. It's pretty much like you're using communication to reach the customer, and they in turn are shaping what you think about the brand, etc. So to that extent, I think communications and marketing are symbiotic, absolutely hand in hand, where the traditional piece, etc., are still taken care of by them. But the voice for marketing team, the voice for the external audience is what communications is really playing. So fundamentally, absolutely symbiotic relationship. And in today's integrated sort of milieu, it's where they work hand in hand, complement each other. The most important part of it also is that communication today is not just restricted to one channel, it's across touch points. When you look at consumers, they're across touch points, your stakeholders across touch points. So communication needs to be consistent across those, and therefore work with marketing to ensure it is so. And that has, I think, outcomes and benefits across the value chain when you look at whether it's at an operational level, at a brand level, at a customer level, or even at an outcome level. So I would say that this is really two parts of the same point, where traditionally what you would see as the umbrella, broad piece around marketing and then communication really dovetailing into it, it's symbiotic today.
Right. Tuhina, I want to come to you. So, it's not a monolith, of course, the two are sometimes, they have a lot in common and a lot in differentiated as well. Can you figure out, and explain to me, that what are the commonalities, that we sometimes look at it, between marketing and communication that have happened over the period of recent years, in your view, which has blurred that line between communication and marketing in your view?
So Ruhail, as you said, right, it'll be simplistic to say that they are the same, very distinct and different in the way they manifest in, let's say, a corporate point of view. But I'll flip it from a stakeholders lens perspective. And it means the internal stakeholders, which is business, and let's say external stakeholders, clients, they don't look at marketing and communication differently. They look at a brand experience, they look at the experience that they have, interaction that they have with the brand. So at a foundational level, Rohail, there is a synergy, and Vidisha talk about the symbiotic relationship. Are they rooted in the same objective? Are they rooted in the same brand purpose? Are they delivering the same brand promise? And then they go different ways and sort of manifest it very distinctly and create a, a more blended, aligned experience for the stakeholders, both inside and outside. Because if they don't, then there is a cognitive dissonance. So I think it is important. It's not just symbiotic, but it is absolutely fundamental that at the core that they are aligned. But then again, it's important to understand that if they were the same, then they will be the same. And then they have to kind of stay unique in the way they render the messaging. For example, communication can worry more about being the voice, as Vidisha said, reputation management, purpose, point of view, messaging. Marketing is more about, it can be about demand generation, the brand health, and a more sort of direct relationship with sales. So there is a way to look at it, but I would say that it is uh, it's in self-interest for both the functions to flourish and thrive, to stay sort of on the same theme, alignment of objective and purpose.
Exactly. I think one backs the other. Of course, the interdependence of the two. I mean, the goal is the same. I think it's just that the two parts are working together. Amit, I will slightly flip this question for you. You've been, I mean, I'll come to you, Vidisha, also for that perspective. You know, you've seen the marketing and communication, you know, how it has evolved over a period of time and where it is now. Give me a sense of how this relationship has shaped up over the past few years.
Yeah, first of all, thank you very much. And I can share some interesting examples. And I've been part of industry bodies. I've worked in organizations where comms and marketing were pretty much different departments, and they used to hardly talk. And that was say 10 years back. Maybe in an industry where I used to work for an alcohol brand, and where communications, especially external, was quite limited because you could hardly talk. So the interlinkage and the symbiotic relationship between the comms and the marketing team was largely limited to, say, a purpose-driven campaign, and that too for an alcohol brand, it was quite limited. And then moving into an FMCG company, and at a time where social media is so mainstream, we have Gen Zs who are talking about brands and purpose communication. I personally believe that the importance and relevance of communication teams working very closely, and my fellow panelists talked about the symbiotic relationship, has enhanced manyfold. Just to give you an example, at PepsiCo India, right? So just completed 3.5 years, and when I started working at PepsiCo, I came with that mindset that, hey, maybe comms department would be once a while being approached by the marketing folks, and we might just be helping them with their crisis comms and so on and so forth. But I think the mindset was very different. What really has changed is that from marketeers' point of view, they want the comms team to be in the room from the first day when the campaign brief comes on. I think that is a welcome change, right? So they want you to be partner in the entire narrative which the brand wants to drive and deliver. I think second important thing is that brands are also becoming very, very conscious that social media plays a very intrinsic role in cascading that message. So while the advertising rules and regulations still remain same, but brands are now slowly moving into spending more and more on social media and influencer marketing. And how we were able to bring that change and make brands understand that social media and influencer marketing can also be a tool to do storytelling, to enhance the brand visibility, also came out very, very positively at PepsiCo. And I'm very happy to say that now all the influencer marketing campaigns are actually done by the comms team, right? You don't see that often in many organizations, but the comms team lead the entire social media strategy and the influencer marketing, and is part of the initial briefs, and everything is worked together to drive a narrative. Of course, there are differences. Marketing would be thinking in more a consumer and a customer out, whereas from a comms point of view, we would have other cohorts also which join in, right? Other stakeholders which are also important. So that, but the overall is that when we work together as a team, we are working on one project as one team, and that is showing in various projects which we have done over the last 3 years. and and the kind of work we have done over across the brands. And today I'm showing brand Lay's as one of the key brands, because if you ask me, the narrative of brand Lay's, what it was 5 years back in terms of communication, has totally shifted to what is now. And the marketing team actually come to us and say, hey guys, we're launching this project and we want you to be part of those meetings and help us further refine our narrative, which is such a welcome change, Ruhail, which was not there 10 years back. And I'm sure things are even getting better with social becoming mainstream.
I mean, I can see the backdrop. I'm trying to ask you, are you communicating or marketing, right? Vidisha, to you also, over your professional journey, what Amit also said, what the perception of marketing and communication teams, was of a certain, in a certain way, and now it's very different. How do you read that symbiotic relationship now?
I think some changes have just been a function of the fact that when you look at comms or marketing as a discipline, people tend to focus on the form, and the form has perhaps been the driving force. Okay, if it's an ad film, this is what marketing will look at. If it's not, then this is what comms looks at. If it's reputation management or earned, this is what comms looks at. But I think that change is slowly sweeping in, where we are seeing the function really coming to the fore, which is what is it that we are trying to achieve? The form really taking a second stage. Form is important. Yes, there are specialists, etc., and there are teams that work. But the most important thing here is that the identification of the issue, what is it that we are trying to say? The power of the idea that will help us solve that problem. And there, I don't think it gets restricted within either your marketing teams or your comms teams. So the fundamental is recognize the power of the idea and then work together to ensure, okay, how am I going to ensure that this gets communicated widely? And therefore, fit in the cogs beyond on. Look at social, look at other places where you can really drive, branded assets, platforms, beyond on media. What are some additional areas that you can look at? Advocacy, seeding, sensitization of new stakeholder groups. All of that, I think, has become a wide farm. And today, comms necessarily doesn't just entail on media or PR, so to say. It's a wider ecosystem that we are talking to, all towards getting the right conversations going, getting the right kind of visibility, getting the right kind of engagement and outcomes. I think even from a comms standpoint, the whole KPI piece, whether it's about, are we saying the right things? Is the story that we are trying to collectively get across, is that playing across uniformly across all touch points, is where I see comms role becoming even more important. Let me give you an example of what we have seen happen with one of our clients actually in the digital technology space. Something that we tend to talk a lot about simply because the germ of the idea came from the comms team. It was really about how do you ensure that the brand really stands true to its purpose beyond just the business of profits or beyond just the product that you're talking about. How do you ensure that you're inspiring emotional connect, taking storytelling centerfold? So what did we do about that? The idea was that create a contrarian campaign that talks about your digital well-being. And there you have completely channelized it to replicate perhaps a regular dining room conversation, which a video really talks about. That, there is this grandma who's trying to get everybody engaged in the dining room scenario. And what she does is subtly weave in the fact that everybody is busy on their digital gadgets. So how do you get off and recreate that scenario? That talked to every consumer out there, that talked to everybody out there. And the form therefore was that, yes, this was this video, but the idea came collectively from comms, and together they partnered to take this out. So, and that is where I think the power of storytelling, the power of messaging, the power of what you're trying to convey as a brand comes true. So that's the evolution that we have seen come around over the last many years.
Right.
So, sorry, can I just add to what Vidisha mentioned? I think what comms people are also slowly working on is the power of data and insight, right? And this is a live example which we helped crack along with our partners. was around the fact that we found that a lot of millennials were looking at brands who are solving problems and not selling their brands, right? And they're doing stuff for communities. And this became even more evident during COVID, where brands had to pivot and do purpose-driven communication. But typically, if you ask, brands were largely focused on glorified advertising campaigns where they can reach out to maximum consumers. And maybe this insight was something which was not very ingrained, and maybe a marketeer was not very comfortable at some point of time launching a purpose campaign, right? Because you need to also invest money. So I think those insights were brought in by the comms team. They showed what is happening in the entire ecosystem with examples both in India and abroad. And a very simple and a quick example was, we have one of the brands called Doritos, which launched a campaign called a Bold campaign, which was basically a bold expression manifested through the advertisement of millennials and Gen Z. So while it was a very nice campaign, everything was fine. And the comms team was, of course, required to do some PR around it, engage with stakeholders, which happened. But the team went one step ahead, right? And this is the power of collaboration and the kind of partnership we have. And they actually came with an idea of how the phone number in that TVC can be used to give wings to dreams to underserved communities, right? So how can those bold dreams of people who are not able to afford can come true? And the brand loved the idea. They invested, and it's going to be very soon made live. So I think that is the power of collaboration. That is the power of trust, and the power of also looking at insights, which of course the comms team brought to the table.
Right. Tuhina, the same question, that how do you see this relationship that has panned out over the past few years? And second, how do you ensure that the sensibilities of both the teams, you bring it on the same page? Because there's so much of common ground, and also a lot of things which they may not agree to. How do you ensure that you all are on the same page and working together? Both the things.
Ruhail, let me call the elephant in the room. It has been, sometimes an artistic tension between the teams traditionally. Whoever has worked in the industry, I'm sure that's an experience everyone has had. What is happening is the stakeholders, and I'm going back to saying that whether it's the business inside or your customer outside or the communities outside, are challenging both the teams to really start talking and collaborating. So some of the collaboration is because we want to collaborate and people want to see a seamless thing. But I think the market forces are also getting both the teams on the table together and saying, we don't want to hear different things coming at different directions, not orchestrated, because that kind of creates the cognitive dissonance that I talked about and discomfort for the consumer of that messaging, what comes in through the marketing and communication. So the broader theme, Rohil, is that for whatever reason, proactive reasons or the market forces of the stakeholder, the two teams are getting and sitting together more often now than they did in the past. And Amit talked about the influencer marketing and social media. When you get into the published content space, where it's not about earned media or it's paid media, but it's about owned media, publishing, the content is the king, queen, and everything else, where the communications comes with an inherent sort of a plus when it comes to storytelling, as Vidisha talked about. And marketing has a very solid understanding of the business because they work very closely with clients and the sales team. When the two come together, I think there is a power to be harnessed and people understand that. It's still an evolving relationship, Rohil, because and the overlay is sometimes just a 30%, but the stakeholders are often confused about about this. And they may call up the marketing team for something that they need from communication. And sometimes they may call the communication team for something that they need from marketing. And that we have to address that sort of, that we give a more concerted view to our stakeholders. And that's starting to happen much more than it happened before. But it's a long way to go and task cut out.
Right. Vidisha, how do you ensure that the two teams are on the same page, and whatever the differences are, they are addressed in a way that they appreciate and understand each other's sensibilities?
I don't think there are any good answers to that, to be honest.
The boardroom stories are very different, right?
No good answers to that. But let me attempt to say it this way, that what we've been hearing from our co-panelists, as well as changes that you're seeing play out, I think increasingly the teams are starting to work together, whether and willy-nilly, thanks to best practices that exist across today, whether it's in terms of net promoter scores that you're looking at, or a brand track study that you're looking at, or a reputation scores that you're looking at year on year. I think what's happening is the teams are coming together to say, how are we going to address this collectively? And as a part of that, the umbrella, like again, the landscape that's laid across out to you is to say that this is where we are and we need to shift from A to B. Now, how marketing and communications together work that track is something that that the teams are really coming together to solve for. And what we are seeing increasingly change also on the client side, given we are on the consulting side, is that we are part of these discussions where they're coming and saying, instead of coming and saying, okay, this is our plan and go and execute, which used to be pretty much the early days of media, where a launch plan is formed and then you're coming in and really executing it many years ago. That I think fundamentally has changed, and it's a lot to do with what's happening externally across us, a lot to do with the kind of voices that you're seeing. Many communications practitioners are influencers themselves. So even their opinion today matters, their understanding. It's a two-way dialogue today. They're getting you insight. They're getting you information, which is helping you distill that insight. And together, then you're going out and looking at creatively solving those problems. So again, it's a question of, as a team, I think it's starting to work together from get-go, instead of starting at a midpoint or maybe the 10th milestone or so. So it's more of a collaborative journey as we go forward. Having said that, it's not ideal. There are pockets where you would still have, I would say it's a lack of general appreciation of, okay, how do we ensure that there's a healthy sales funnel without going through the awareness or engagement awareness part or the consideration part, just go into straight demand generation and drive it. There are asks like that, but then it's a question of then going back to the drawing board and saying, hey, what's the problem that we're solving for? And then taking the steps forward to say, hey, this is how we need to come together. So what's changed is, I think it's far more collaborative, it's far more open, it's walking the journey together. And that's still, like Tuveena said, I think a task ahead yet. But the good part is that it's taken a strong start already.
Right.
So can I just add one point to this? Because I can.
It's also your turn to answer this. Yeah.
okay. But, because I can talk about what's happening inside the organization and how personally I've seen this change. And when I go and talk to a lot of my friends and colleagues, and this is what I say, that the change is pretty apparent, right? To give you an example, marketeers as people are very creative, right? So they would want to do a lot of stuff, which could be disruptive, which could be maybe what other competition is doing, something which is coming from global. So they are the first one to jump and say, hey, can we do this? Right. So I think what has helped us is that, of course, we are always there to help do the kind of old school PR. So those things are happening. I think how the relationship has strengthened and how collaboration has become so strong is that from a comms point of view, we're just not only guiding them, but also advising them. Right, that what is right, what is wrong, because at the end of the day, we are also the custodians of the corporate reputation. So brand lays might do a very interesting moment marketing, but hey, it might be culturally insensitive. So I need to tell them that this could be risky. So please make sure that you do X, Y, Z. Right. So many a times we have played that role. We've been very smartly. We've said that message to the team, and they've respected that. And they've also seen that how, if things go wrong, they can actually go wrong. I think that is what has built and enhanced your relationship, and they respect you for what you do, right? And I think that has worked, at least in my case and in my organization, that we collaborate so strongly that any new creative which goes out, any new campaign which happens, any new moment marketing which is done, the comms team plays a very, very key role. And that mutual respect is there. Another thing which is really important is many a times you need to say no to them. right? And initially they might say, hey, you are binding our creative freedom, but eventually they will also agree, because what you bring on the table is something very unique. And if the marketeers understand that, that is the start of a beautiful collaborative relationship. And this is what we have done over the last many years, and now it is manifested where we collaborate so strongly and we celebrate, which is also very important, right? What you have done, many a time marketers do wonderful campaigns and they actually move to a new campaign the next day. We as comm teams tell them, hey, there's a report which you need to share with your colleagues, with global teams, and then celebrate what you have done, because that inspires you to do a next journey. And we play a very key role in that. And in fact, we are celebrating an event today, this evening, celebrating an accomplishment. So that is also very important. And again, hand in glove, symbiotic relationship, these are keywords which are coming out, are actually happening on ground.
Right. So it seems, what I gather is that the complexity, which was there, or the two teams were not talking, it has come together and now they understand each other pretty well. But Tuhiina, my final question to all of you is, what has also happened with the coming of technology is that the touch point for marketeers have also increased. The complexity has now increased, So is it from here on, is it going to be tougher, easier? How would this symbiotic relationship pan out in this, matrix of complexity, in your view?
It is going to get tough, Ruhail, and therefore the need to reflect and not just respond or react to the next raging news cycle, but to say what works. In today's world, it seems counterintuitive, but as much as 140 characters are important, there is beauty of the long form, and there are consumers for the long form who are, there is power in one-on-one communication, all kinds of things that are kind of opening up. And therefore, stakeholders also at the end of it need direction from these two teams who are constantly working with them day in and day out. So if we have, we have to, both the teams have to then sit together and say, different horses for different courses, what are our bets? Where do we consistently want to build a voice and a point of view and all of it, and work in concert and not be taken up with the flavor of the season while be very sort of, futuristic about technology. We are talking about metaverse. We've talked about crypto, blockchain, AI driven data analytics. All of that is going to come to us. The data deluge is going to hit only at a multiple volume and velocity. But we need to kind of clear our heads and say, if this is the objective, if this is the purpose, where do we put our energies in and how do we be strategic? So that question we have to ask much harder. That question is getting harder than before. And finally, I did want to bring in the IBM perspective. We launched a brand initiation after 10 years, which is Let's Create, to Vidisha's point and Amit's point, that it isn't about just what I say or what we state, but how do you create it with the community, with the client, your brand purpose, and how it gets delivered and interpreted is going to get that much more interesting as well. So complex, and therefore the need to have clarity of thought is that much more important.
Complex and need to get that clarity. Vidisha, your thoughts, how does it pan out from here? We are in a complex setup now with all the technology around to enable us, making it at the same time, ironically, very complex.
It is complex, and yet it's an opportunity, really. As I see it, it's an opportunity to do much more. I think I go back to the same point of fundamentals. I mean, one way of complicating, the idea is really simple. Communication can be really simple. If you're able to deliver it simply and coherently, it doesn't need to get mired in the cobwebs of technology or what all. So every time you hear UGC, whether it's about, metaverse, SEO, etc., all of these things really talk about channels, mechanisms. But as consumers or as human beings, or as people talking to people, as brands reaching out to people, I think fundamentally the promise of what that brand stands for, the message, the content behind it, what is the story that we are telling, that needs to come through. What technology enables us with is arms and legs to be able to say it differently, creatively, new ways, new formats. Again, form before function. I think the function fundamentally is what we need to focus on. The form will manifest itself. Today you have the metaverse. Who knows 20 years down the line what you have today? I mean, how internet changed the way we talk to each other, we communicate, to what the internet or metaverse will do in the coming few years. So that's changing. But what it really portends is an opportunity, provided the fundamentals stay clear. And I think as practitioners of the trade, we all believe that it has to be about having your comms playbook, your campaign playbook in place, looking at the fundamentals of messaging, looking at the fundamentals of storytelling, humanizing your narrative, and then KPIs, etc., etc. So I look at it as an opportunity, really exciting times ahead.
Brilliant. Amit, final words from you.
No, I'm a born optimist. I'll say this is a fantastic opportunity for all of us, right? We're talking about the fact that we have more opportunities to do story mining, storytelling, in fact, story doing. So to me, it might be complex. Yes, there are a lot of things around. There's a lot of disruption happening. But like Isha mentioned, one thing we need to stay clear is make sure your fundamentals remain very strong and very clear. You're on the track. But given the fact that there are a lot of opportunities around, you can do so many new things. You don't have to, look at, say, from a one lens approach and say, hey, maybe this is what I can do. Now in a day, you can maybe crack a story with 5 options available. To me, that's a fantastic opportunity. All you need to do is make sure your fundamentals remain clear. You get the latest information, you're fed correctly, you stay ahead of the curve, which is really important. One thing I feel is that all these new things should come from the comms to the marketing, not the other way around. And I think if you do that, stay strong, and then I think wonders will happen. And talking about metaverse, I rightly agree. 5 years down the line, there could be something new. Brands are imbibing it very fast. There are news happening on things which we have never heard before. And as we can actually latch onto it and come up with some amazing narrative which will help the entire brand overall. So I think it's exciting days. Really looking forward and really excited as a communicator and looking forward to the future of communication and MarCom.
Absolutely. Yes.
10 seconds. Do we just get to see Lay's and not eat it, Amit?
Exactly. We need to, that need to translate into something real as well. Yes.
Coming your way in the evening, if you're coming for the evening event, you will have Lay's everywhere.
Lovely. So I made my pitch. I got it. But I mean, what lovely, key points that you raised. Of course, I think what I gather is that this relationship is set for another disruption and another kind of symbiotic, equation. Of course, we'll all see how it pans out. But thank you so much, Tuhina, Vidisha, and Amit for joining us on this quick panel discussion. But great insights. Lovely meeting you all here virtually. And hopefully see you soon. Yep.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thanks. Pleasure.
Thank you so much, ladies and gentlemen, for joining us. Thank you, Amit, Vidisha, Tuhina, and of course, Rohil. Thank you. With that, ladies and gentlemen, after the first panel discussion, it's now time to proceed with the first keynote session of this day. And it will be delivered by Aman Mittal, Vice President, Lovely Professional University. Good morning, sir. How are you?
Hi, Aditya. How are you? I'm glad to be here. How's everything?
Very good, sir. We've had a good session so far. The panel discussion, it's been an amazing one. And now, of course, we look forward for your session. So all the very best, please.
Thank you, Aditya. A very good morning to everyone. And I'm very glad to be part of this interesting conversation that's happening around brand, marketing, communication in general. And the opportunity given to me is to speak about how the hybrid world or AI would pave the way for the next generation of communication. And very interesting when the organizer said that we're going to speak something on how AI is going to be used in future for communication. I said, it's interesting, but we know the AI and ML is already being used for communication largely. I mean, if you look at all the social media tools that we're using, Instagram, Facebook, or even to an extent, Google search, everything is already artificial and machine learning driven data that we see all the time. When you look at the Instagram and you say that, okay, you have liked few pages, you've seen few content, and you still get the similar content on your feed, and it's a ghost scrolling that you'll be doing. And all it happens because of the AI and ML so widely used on those platforms already, not we realizing it. And I think artificial and machine learning is already part of all the marketing tools that we are presently using. But I think now there are very large organizations who are only using AI ML to enable the communication. But now what I see the new way would be where the marketer like us, I represent a university, a lively professional university, and we do a huge marketing and communication activity throughout the year. And I see that in times to come, it would be these tools available to us for doing various very interesting things. And we have already seen those use case studies coming into play. If you have, I'm sure many of you have seen that Shah Rukh Khan Cadbury campaign. And I think it was very interesting the way that Aapki Dukaan Cadbury campaign was launched, where through artificial intelligence, the fake you can call it, or synthetic video that you can call it, Shah Rukh Khan was in that campaign. By just putting few texts, he becomes the brand ambassador of that choti si dukaan or any local dukaan or the shop in the community. And I think that was one real mass level artificial intelligence case study which has come into play very recently, and we were really excited. I mean, when we saw that campaign execution, and I have many friends who are working in the marketing in the US or in the other countries, and when they saw that executed in India, I mean, there was a lot of buzzword. And then we see that, okay, this is very interesting that how the artificial intelligence is actually being played by the marketer to reach out to the consumer. And I think that opens up a new area of how the various brand endorsement would also take place. I mean, I will stick to for some time on the digital video or synthetic video creation. I mean, you look at this, the artificial intelligence, there is a video being created by Shah Rukh Khan. Tomorrow, as a brand, I want to take maybe Ranbir Kapoor or somebody, or Akshay Kumar or probably Neeraj Chopra as our brand ambassador. So there, instead of really going to him or her and shooting the video through this artificial intelligence, if I have a lot of communication already or a lot of shots of them already, I don't need to really shoot the video. The whole video could be shot right in a studio or a lab with a lot of artificial intelligence engine, and a whole new video could be created. So I think in times to come, the brand endorsement would be a very different ball game with respect to the with the usage of artificial intelligence becoming more prominent. And I see this going to happen very soon. We are also, as Brand NPU, we are trying to utilize few of the case studies of this artificial intelligence and deepfake video. And I think it's going to be, we see there would be a lot of more brands who would be using this as a case studies and would be taking it forward. And you know what interesting is happening is that that transition from that static HTML pages to the UGC content which the brand use to now moving on to this artificial intelligence created video or content would happen very, very quickly. And when this starts happening in the mainstream, then we're gonna see the impact of artificial intelligence in the real world. But that's gonna create a very interesting problem as well. When the quality of the video or the content that would be created using this artificial intelligence would become better and better with every passage of time or with every month or year, a lot of fake video creation would also happen. And that would be a very big pain area for the marketers or the brand custodians to handle, because when you have a fake video of a brand coming out in the social medias, or I don't know what the future communication platforms would be, but let's assume stick to the social media platforms at this moment, ensuring that the brand is able to first of all find it, negate it, and then put it off would be a very, very, very difficult task. And I see that's a new challenge that artificial intelligence or machine learning tools is going to bring to the marketer and the brand custodians. And we have seen that how this has already disturbed the political sector. I mean, there are a lot of videos which were generated during the, or content generated during the US elections, and it was quite a problem where the videos created by competitive candidates were circulated, and it was very difficult to really find out which were the fake ones and which are the real ones. So I see that there's already the usage has also started happening. The problems are also started to emerge, and now we need to see that how we're gonna find a solution that will make the usage of artificial intelligence towards the more positive side than to be on the negative side. And I think another thing which I want to touch upon, which is very important in today's world, and it's has given a new life to the brand and to people who are generating content on social media, is the influencer marketing. Gone are the days when the content creators used to make a lot of content and not able to monetize it. But now, now the influencers are really able to monetize the content that they're creating, and are becoming a big part of almost all our brand campaigns for all the brands. And to an extent, it is pretty good that they are being paid for the work, the hard work that they put in. But at the same time, it is very. I mean, we have seen few cases where it is told that probably influencers can say anything about a brand, probably which they will not believe in. So I think that's another route that though influencers have reached to an extent where there's a lot of monetization of the content happening. I'm not too sure, but I think it would be a very interesting scenario to see that how the influencer marketing would change with respect to the artificial intelligence being part of the being made part of this thing. But as the video creation through the brand ambassador, like a bigger brand ambassadors like Shah Rukh Khan or similar, would become more affordable with the creation of the videos through artificial intelligence. Probably we will have to see that how it's going to impact that a large community of people who have come into the mainstream of the brand marketing communication industry. So I know that it's too early to discuss and debate about it, but I think that's a very interesting part which we need to be talking about. And I think another thing is about how entertainment is going to be playing an important role. I mean, I see that with this artificial intelligence, people were previously just talking about the using of artificial intelligence in data analytics. That what are the right target audience? How the funnel going in, and all those data analytics work that used to happen through artificial intelligence. But now, when it becomes the mainstream, I also see that the video creation or the entertainment industry is also going to be hugely benefiting from this artificial intelligence taking a main foray. We have already seen that gaming, has become so realistic. When you're actually playing a game, you see that you're already inside the game, and I see that now with this metaverse and digital synthetic videos, and also the part of the gaming industry is evolving every year. I see the major video creation would also happen the way the gaming has happened. I mean, if they're able to create games which look so real with this data, synthetic data coming into play, probably we might be shooting the whole video itself without actually stepping into the studio and executing it so well. So, and that is going to extremely change the entertainment industry. I was speaking to, or even the advertising industry. I was listening to Amit and in the previous panel, and he mentioned about that the marketers are also sometimes spoiled by choices. But I think now, with so many options coming into play, but I think now with this artificial intelligence, digital video creations, we would be spoiled more because now you really don't know. I mean, you really don't have to wait for the actual shoot to happen to see the final product, how the final product is going to come out. Through this artificial intelligence, we would be able to see the whole script with actual our brand ambassadors being there in the video, probably in just a couple of hours or maybe a couple of days because of the computational power as a challenge. But otherwise, probably in a couple of hours, if the computational power becomes much stronger. And then, then you would be we guys would be on bigger trouble that what really to do, what really to choose from, because then there would be so many video iterations that you actually have it, and it would be very difficult to choose that which one you like. And probably it might make things easier because a lot of time there's a constant pain in amongst all of us that sometimes the idea is thought about, but when it comes to the practical implementation or execution part of it, sometimes we really miss the small issues, and it is very difficult to correct them. But if we have such platforms where the whole script of the brand communication video is already there, and you've actually seen the whole video before you go into the shoot, or probably it is as good as shoot, then it is much easier for us to move things forward and quickly. And I see that more of such cases would be coming in future as well. And I think so. I would also say is that it's going to be a very exciting time in times to come of using artificial intelligence, metaverse, or what are the various names you would be talking about. And as a brand, LPU, and I think with our fellow brands, custodians who are there, we are very excited to use that technology and and take this become the main pivot of taking the communication forward. So thank you all. I mean, I am very excited to be part of this whole session, and I look forward to be listening to more such interesting conversation that's going to happen throughout the day. Thank you, Aditya, for helping me put my thoughts into this platform. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mr. Mittal. Ladies and gentlemen, this was a keynote session being delivered by Mr. Aman Mittal, Vice President, Lovely Professional University. Thank you so much, sir, for giving us your time. Thank you.
Thank you, Aditya.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, it's now time to move towards a second panel discussion, and that is going to be on how should practitioners ensure that messages resonate in an era of fake news and post-truth. And joining us for the same, our panelists are Ajay Maharaj, Head Corporate Communications and PR, Fortis; Abhilasha Gupta, Head Global Corporate Communications and Public Affairs, Tech Mahindra; Subramaniam M, Practice Lead, Technology, Hill and Knowlton; Pooja Chaudhary, Executive Director, Concept PR, and the session will be moderated by Shrabasti Malik, Exchange for Media. Welcome, ladies and gentlemen. Shrabasti, please.
Thank you so much, Aditya. A very warm welcome and a very good afternoon to all my panelists.
Good afternoon. Thank you. Good afternoon, everyone.
Good. Hi, everyone.
Hi.
Good afternoon, everyone.
Ms. Gupta, can you please switch on the camera?
I'm trying. I just spoke to Karan. My video is disabled by the host.
Oh. Sagar, sir?
The team will just help you with that, ma'am. Shabasi, you can take it from here.
Yes, I am.
There we have, ma'am.
I got it. Hi.
Yes, hi. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
So the session we have today is how should practitioners ensure that messages resonate in an era of fake news and post-truth. So my first question to the panelists would be, what are the main reasons that you feel that the rate of fake news that are in circulation today is increasing by the day? I will start with Mr. Subramaniam. Sir, if you would like to...
Yeah, sure. Yeah, thanks for this. Thanks for the opportunity. I just want to take everyone back to something which happened nearly 20 years ago. In 2003, it was around this time, around April Fool's Day, when India, a little before that, the World Cup, India lost the World Cup to Australia. And there was, everybody was like obviously upset and very unhappy and stuff. And on 1st of April came this news that one of the Australian players was, detected with was positive, there was a drug issue. So therefore, because of that, Australia had to give up the World Cup. And India had won the World Cup. Now, obviously, it was April 1st. It was, in those days, what was called a rumor. I mean, in today's day and age, you would call it fake news. But why I'm using that as an example is that, that there are a lot of aspects about why something which is a rumor or which is fake is something which everyone thinks is true. The first thing is, is the topicality of it. Is that it was a time, it is something, there was a World Cup going on, India did lose. And, it's just that also the question of believability. I mean, everybody wanted to believe that India will now win. And obviously the relevance, the timeliness, and it was something which was universal. So the thing is, I think those are the aspects which have kind of come down the years, and have, those same things of believability, of relevance, of, something which is topical, something which everybody is passionate about, has come down the years and has now, got a terminology called fake news. Right. And, so it's just that, how does one counter it? That's something which we will all discuss. But I think it's something which has to be addressed, and a lot of it depends on, for example, if I receive fake news, I need to kind of first look at it and say, hey, listen, does this make sense? There is another example. I mean, I am a bit of a film buff, so I think a couple of years back, there was a message I got on WhatsApp that Clint Eastwood is dead. Okay, and the instant thing was, oh my God, please, how can this happen? I mean, he's 80 plus, but still, how can this happen? Then I had this doubt. I said, I just got one message. So I said, let me check on the net. Is there any other place, anywhere else where this news is being carried? And then I found it wasn't there anywhere else. And what was funny is that the news came to me from a very, very close friend of mine, whose credentials I will never doubt. Okay, but he himself was a recipient of something like this. So I think one of the things which one needs to do, and in times like this, is that you have to check on the believability. You have to check on whether it is something which can be true. Please, people need to check. And yeah, I mean, that's my opening shot at this.
Okay, so Mr. Maharaj, you are in the healthcare sector, and during the COVID crisis, and due to the unavailability of either oxygen or the proper vaccination, there were a lot of speculation and fake news happening around healthcare and medicines to combat the pandemic. So from your perspective, how do you feel that one can, or from the healthcare industry, that these fake news and misinformations can be abated or how have the healthcare industry come together to overcome these roadblocks?
I think first we have to understand why this fake news circulation is increasing day by day. And I think the main reason behind it is the digital penetration and people who have started using more and more digital platforms. And most of the links which are posted are not verified. It remains unverified. It's not authenticated. So the main source of fake news starts from the digital platform. That's what I feel, because so many digital platforms are there on which people, according to their interest, keeps on molding and sharing false information. Earlier it was messages, but now we have 10 different social media platforms where we get to see that so many fake news are traveling. Like he talked about, Mr. talked about Clint Eastwood. There was a news about Sylvester Stallone also, like he had passed away. So similar kind of news are there. And from the healthcare perspective, like it was the most challenging time for us, because if you remember, it was an infodemic related COVID-19. It was like everybody wanted to know what COVID was, because something which nobody had experienced, nobody was aware of the gravity of the situation, what this disease is all about. So there was a lot of misinformation on the public platforms. Initially, it was like a lot of people said Ayurveda is going to help you get treated, and like a lot of things what you do in yoga is going to get you cured. But nobody is aware what is the right solution. So it was from the very critical from the communicator's point of view, from the healthcare professional, to ensure that our doctors who are aware about the disease, aware about what the issues are, were put on the right platforms to counter the negative or the maybe misinformation which was there on the public domain. So this was the first thing which we had to achieve and ensure that people are aware what they have to do, how they have to do. About the home isolation, people are not aware how do we have to go for home isolation. Somebody who got COVID wanted an oxygen, but it was not required initially. I mean, like people were not aware of how to go about it and how to go about the treatment. And people were scared to get out of the homes and reach to the hospitals also, because they thought if I go to the hospital, if I don't have COVID, maybe I'll get COVID positive. So that was extremely critical and crucial for a communicator from the healthcare perspective to inform people about the various initiatives what the healthcare professionals have taken, how the hospitals are being managed, how the isolation of the COVID patient is done. So that took us some time, but slowly and steadily ensuring the doctors were present on all the platforms, from social media to the print to the electronic, and they made sure that all the myths were busted and I could.
I think I think Ajay's
video just paused for a while.
Technology issues.
Yes.
Perils of Zoom.
I will just try connecting with him just once. As we wait for Mr. Maharaj to join in, I will quickly jump on to the next question. Continuing from what he mentioned, that the first thing we need to do is to understand how these misinformation is spreading, and that is due to the influx and the increase of digital media. So during these crises, it is on the onus of public relation professionals and corporate communicators, to combat these news. So what is the imperative role that you feel that public relations and corporate communication professionals play in abating fake news and misinformation, and ensure that the accurate messaging is being conveyed to the end user or to the audience? I would like to start with Ms. Gupta, if that's okay.
Yeah. So Shabasti, so first taking from where Mr. Maharaj dropped, he was talking about the infodemic. He talked about how during the pandemic, there was actually so much flow of data because of social media, because of digital penetration, that it was so difficult to filter content, because we're in a age of data deluge today, where there is just so much data being dumped on all of us, on all the stakeholders from across sources, that I think the key is to filter what is right, what is fake, what is authentic. So I think as PR professionals, as communications professionals, it is there are two things. One is to check the source. It is very important to see where the news is coming from, which is also what Subramaniam spoke about, that the news about the game, the sports news, where it came from. Second is, I think it's onus on not just communication professionals, but on every individual when they are circulating that news. So one is to check the source. The other is that every time I'm forwarding a link or I am sending that news to another person, the onus is on me as an individual, whether I'm a communication professional, whether I'm in any other profession, to see the authenticity of that source. And I think those two things are the most key.
Okay, Ms. Chaudhary, if you would like to share your opinion on this.
Yeah, I think it's important to understand and to be able to distinguish between disinformation and misinformation. We talk about the source of the news, but I think it's also, and I think Abhilasha rightly said, the onus is on each one of us as individuals who are receiving this kind of information to realize and to, for a moment, step back, pause and think, why is this coming to me? What is the motivation behind it? What is the purpose behind it? And, because disinformation could be intentional. It could be, of course, targeted and focused at an individual or corporate entity, but it can also be malicious. And, things like fabrication, manipulated content, imposter source, misleading content, all sort of broadly fall into this bracket. And the very basis in truth is that in disinformation is that it's highly manipulated to present something that's entirely different. Misinformation, I feel, on the other hand, may or may not be intentional. And it is basically misusing the available information to project something else. So it's important to understand what is the reason for fake news? Why is it coming to me? Is it fake or is it incorrect? And what is my responsibility before I click that forward button, to further spread it? I think that's important to understand.
Okay, drawing from a statement that he just made of differentiating fake news from a misleading news, how important is it for a PR or a communication practitioner, as well as for individual, as Ms. Gupta mentioned, to identify the difference between, misleading content, false information, imposter sources, as well as manipulated content, and as compared to full fabrication of any piece of information that is being put out? I would like to pass it on to Ms. Chaudhary, if you would like to continue.
Yeah, I think as PR agencies or as corporate communication professionals, first and foremost, we are custodians of the reputation of our brands, individuals, or corporate identities that we represent. We are at the very forefront of the battle with fake news. And whilst we tend to react to fake news after it happens, time, I feel, is most crucial in stemming the spread of this fake news. So the faster we are able to respond, the better it is for the reputation of our clients and brands. And I think in responding to it lies the very first basic function, is to be able to identify whether it's fake news or whether it's misinformation. Like I said, pausing to step back and think, what is the motivation behind it? What is its purpose? Why is this piece of information coming to me? And we need to have a very robust tracking mechanism, almost in real time, to be able to have tracking tools across social and traditional media platforms. I mean, technology today is able to do wonders, and we need to use that technology to our benefit. We need to understand the intent behind the fake news, and therefore, like I said, differentiate whether it's disinformation or misinformation. What are the possible scenarios that can be played out? How can we have in place an appropriate narrative that are being talked about, whether it's fake or whether it's misinformation? And the narrative needs to have the relevant impact that we want to make. And I think lastly, we really need to utilize all our resources, our network, to disseminate eventually the correct news, so we are able to refute that falsehood.
Okay. Mr. Maharaj, welcome back. We lost you for a while there.
A technology error, I think.
Yes, sir.
Yeah.
If you would like to share your opinion on this subject.
We're talking about what was the subject? I missed the point.
No. It's the importance to differentiate between misinformation, disinformation, manipulated content, as well as a full fabrication of any piece of news or any piece of information that is put out on the public domain.
I think Pooja gave some very relevant point, but I'd like to give some examples. Basically, being in healthcare, and so what I mean, because I think the tools and everything what we talked about, we have to ensure they are in place and because this can be very impactful. So being in healthcare, so I'd like to give a few. I mean, like I'll just share some examples with you how it can happen and how it can go wrong and what all can happen. So basically, when we are touching human lives as a healthcare professional, so the outcomes can't always be positive, right? So if you are sometimes bound to happen that the outcomes are not going to be good, and maybe it's like if it's not that money can save lives always. I mean, the people do spend money after, like what happens, people are spending money and they expect the outcome to be perfect. In case it does not happen, this is misinformation, misleading information, everything starts. And that's the way the narrative is, and that's what about the brand reputation, everything really matters over there. And how fast in this digital age we are able to control it or counter it with the right narrative is extremely critical. And that's why our job becomes 24/7, because a hospital at night, if somebody is going to pass away, if we lose their life and they start a Twitter or whatever, the complaint starts and they file an FIR or something, it becomes extremely damaging for the brand till the time you wake up in the morning, you see that 1 lakh people are already there who have seen the post and they are reacting to it. Because the public is always going to be somebody who's lost their life or somebody. I mean, that's bound to happen. If I see something goes wrong or something has happened, obviously the sentiment is going to be with the person who has lost their life and not with the hospital chain or maybe the healthcare professional who is like the doctor just committed suicide a few days back. So it's bound to happen. So that's where the communicator's role becomes extremely important, how quick we are there to react, and information sharing, how quick we are able to share the information to make sure that whatever misinformation is shared is taken care of. That's going to be very critical in the current scenario. And that's what I think we have to be on our toes 24/7 and adopt all possible means of communication tools. I'll get algorithms to counter and to see where it has come up from and the best possible way to tackle it. That's my only say on this.
Okay, Mr. Subramaniam, coming back to a point that you mentioned is, it more than the spread of misinformation and fake news, it is more important and imperative for us to understand the ways to combat the same. So, sir, if you would like to throw some light.
Sure. So fake news is something I think all us communications professionals, we have what is called a crisis communication model as such, which we have in place. I think this needs to be, kind of put in the same sort of a thing as crisis communications, and where I think one should, as much as possible, try and preempt what are the possible scenarios. I know in fake news, it is very impulsive. It is something which happens very quickly, but as much as one can preempt that these are particular scenarios that we can look at, and therefore look at if these are the scenarios, what are the steps that we can take? What is in typical crisis communication, level 1, level 2, level 3, level 4, who do we escalate it to, who do we talk to? But then I would also like to put, a further thing is that we guys who are in PR and in corporate communications are far more aware of what could be fake news and what could not be fake news. We are in the industry, we are in the business. There is a very, very leading, news, a leading daily in India. I would not like to take names, who have a supplement, which is an advertising supplement. And everybody reads it for gossip, for all sorts of things, and that is very clearly paid for. But that is something we know as professionals, as corporate communications and PR professionals. But the average reader does not know it. there's a very fine line between advertorial and actual editorial. So just to come back, it is up to us to identify, we are able to tell, we can tell, hey, listen, this doesn't sound right. I'm just going back to Clint Eastwood. It just, something didn't sound right, and it's just that once you identify it, then you can go, I'm saying this is after you find that this particular news is fake, then you start acting on it. But the way I would say it is to try and preempt it as much as possible, have scenarios, have possible ways of handling it, and what are the steps you would take to, to ensure it doesn't go on. I would say in today's, the Twitter age and stuff, very difficult. Because once someone just starts it, it just like Ajay said, in a matter of minutes it's gone to lakhs. So it's just that as much as possible, try and preempt it. That is something which I would think would be the best way. And again, monitoring. I mean, we use tools. I mean, at HNK we use a tool called Brandwatch, where you can actually get information on a a live kind of, almost live kind of basis, which is for both social media as well as online media. So it's something, you type in a keyword and stuff, and you can keep getting updates. So I think those are the three things. First is look at scenarios, look at clear monitoring, and then the third part is, once it's already happened, to understand, hey, listen, this is fake news, or I think this is fake news, let's check it out. That would be my recommendation.
Okay, Ms. Gupta, if I can have your views, please.
Absolutely. So I think I will take one step back, Shabasti. I think as communication professionals, we have to be extremely cognizant of the fact and of the sheer power of communication. So just to take like 30 seconds and give a brief example, there was a deadliest a disaster that happened in the aviation industry. And it was called the deadliest disaster in the aviation industry, which happened.
Yeah, you're back. Yeah, I think you're back.
I can hear you now, Abhilasha.
Abhilasha, you're back.
You're back, Abhilasha. Go ahead.
Hi, sorry, am I back?
Yeah.
Yes, you are.
Okay, super. So I was just talking about one of the incidents that happened in the aviation industry, and it was termed as one of the deadliest disasters in the industry, wherein there were two Boeing jets, and the captain crew, he told at the tower that we're ready to take off, and the connection got cut, and he was just following it up with another sentence, which was, I will call you. And at the station, they thought that the jet was ready to take off, and that led to collision between the two Boeings, and 583 lives were lost. So the point is that, of course, like you said, there are times when there is malice in the way people are communicating, but there's also that communication in itself has a lot of power. And as professionals, we have to be really cognizant and understand that sheer power of communication. It's really important for us to know that anything that you're telling to another stakeholder, you may have the right intentions, but unless it is received in the right manner, it is not complete. So the thread and the loop has to be completely controlled, and until the recipient has got the information in which it is intended, it's not done. So I think with fake news also, it's really important that we understand that what we're saying we may be saying in a different perspective, we may be saying it in a different tonality, but our recipient may not be receiving it in the same manner. So I think that's really important.
Okay, Ms. Chaudhary, if you can share your opinion on how it is.
Yeah, I think kind of agree on fake news and the reasons it's spreading and things like that. I think if there's one takeaway, it's that fake news is here to stay, and I don't think there's really any quick fix or easy fix to stem it. I think what we need instead is to inculcate a cultural change in how we conduct ourselves. And for me personally, I strongly believe that for our message to resonate in an era of fake news, or we really need to adhere to the page principles. And three things in there stand out to me in these times especially. One is, I think, to tell the truth. And second, we need to prove it with action. And thirdly, I'll agree to conduct a PR exercise as if, the entire enterprise depends on it. So I think those for me would be ways in which we can make our messages resonate in times today.
Okay, Mr. Maharaj, looking at this from the Medcare point of view, information, the correct information to be put out to on the public domain is critical because lives depend on it. So from the healthcare perspective, how important do you think is to differentiate first differentiate between a fake news or misinformation or a piece of information that has been totally fabricated? How does one go about identifying it and then addressing it and then creating a solution for the same?
Basically, as we are treating the patient, we have the information available at the hospital or wherever the patient is getting treated. What is the line of treatment? What actually happened? So the information is there. So how I tackle a fake or maybe the kind of news I have few like what Subramaniam was also talking about. It's important to have a very clear response plan. We should have a real response plan. Like if the news is regarding this, what is the response? How are we going to respond to it? And second most important is monitor the news and see what is the chatter around it, how many people are participating. So that has to be monitored totally around it. And thirdly, depends on the trust your brand has with the connect and the connect it has with the people also. So that's another very critical point of how is the trust of the people who have used your brand or maybe who are associated with your brand, how trustworthy they are. And these people can be leveraged and basically they can be used to file testimonials, give their case study, whatever information is relevant to counter the case study. So that we have to ensure that we have a good connect with the people who have a good experience with the brand and who are able to stand by it in the times of crisis. And it's very important to be very transparent also. Science sometimes is going to be an issue, but if you're transparent and if you come out and say that this was an issue, it could not be solved, it's fine. People are going to talk about it, but they know that at least the transparency and truth is there. And it's bound to happen in such kind of a profession. I think the 4 or 5 different kind of tools or maybe different tools can be adopted also to counter this, to tackle and ensure that how best it can be done. But I think these are my key points to tackle the fake news and come out with a good response to it.
Okay, so drawing on one key aspect that Ms. Gupta mentioned is that more than abating, along with abating fake news and making sure that misinformation is not put out, it is also very important on how the recipient is receiving the news, be it fake or be it correct or be it misinformation. So how important do you think, how can one create something that the receiver can receive in the way it is meant to be put out? So if yes sir.
No, I think authenticity of your brand and the connect you have people, that's the most important thing. How the people trust your brand and what's the kind of connect you have with your stakeholders. I think this was somebody. Sorry to barge in. Please pass.
No, definitely, Mr. Maharaj. If you can elaborate a little bit.
That's what I said. How people, that's what's in the testimonials, how people connect, what kind of connect you have with your stakeholders. That's going to be key. If something is fake and if you're able to counter it, and people who are aware that your brand is not going to support it, or maybe this kind of information is false, they're going to stand by you. And on a social media platform, if you have 10 different people talking, if 100 people are talking about the brand which is negative, and if 10 people comes and joins that and say that this is not right and this is the way it is supposed to be, if your brand is going to justify, it's going to get a backlash for sure. That mostly happens. If you have third-party source, a credible source, somebody who's an authentic user, if you can come forward and fire it out for you, that's nothing like it. That's what the trust and authenticity for the brand is required, and people have to work on that.
Okay, Ms. Gupta, if you can take over and elaborate on the point you mentioned about the receiver taking the information in the way it was meant to be taken.
Right. So like Mr. Maharaj said, trust, I think, is the most important thing. But I will also elaborate on the second most important thing, which I think is empathy. I think in times of crisis, it's extremely important that you're empathetic towards your stakeholder. So personally, what really works for me is that even if I'm working as part of an organization, for instance, right now, Tech Mahindra, it is very important to think of Tech Mahindra not as an organization, but a person itself. So once you think of the organization as a human being and you connecting with another human being, I think empathy comes naturally, because it's not just about sending one-liner holding statement in times of crisis. That doesn't work. I mean, it is good for holding, but at the end of the day, your stakeholder is not satisfied by that. So it's important to connect with your stakeholder, to empathize with your stakeholder. And when you do these two things, then you absolutely can ensure that your message is received in the way it was intended.
Okay, Ms. Chaudhary, if we could have your take on the same.
I mean, I think, the points made by Ajay and Abhilasha really hit the nail on the head in terms of thinking of your brand as a human personality and therefore bringing that element of empathy. And I think, whilst we do always make attempts to speak the truth, we really need to back it up with positive action. And that's where brand reputation and, that your brand or your entity has with your stakeholders comes into play.
Okay. Mr. Subramaniam, if we could have your...
Yeah. I mean, let me put it in a personal way. Yes, I believe in the truth, as much as possible. Shouldn't say it really, but I started my career in advertising and then moved to PR because I thought, things are much more truthful. It's very difficult to not be truthful in PR because it's not just a question of, it's not just about reputation. It's about across the industry. You cannot afford to kind of, I know we are called spin doctors, but yeah, sure. But, that's fine. But we will, at least personally, I would say that the truth is always what kind of prevails, to quote a line. But then in terms of the recipient, every message you send really, it matters on who the recipient is. So again, going back to being very, very strategic about it, is that if you know your stakeholders, you know your target audience, they trust you, like Ajay said, it's difficult for things to go wrong. Yes, there is hate. There is a way when there might be a disgruntled employee or, somebody who just wants to, sully your image for the sake of sullying it because he's pissed off. Okay, now that is something, again, it helps what your relationship with your stakeholders are, and how much your brand resonates, and that really goes a long way to in ensuring that as much as possible peace is maintained. But then again, when it comes to something like hate or if it's something like a business rivalry or a political rivalry, people will do anything in order to this. Just one more point I have is, while I'm not against it, but there is what is called the woke generation. Okay, where things you say can be interpreted in a different way, because what you have said is not necessarily, you don't mean a certain thing. But because it is, in my days, I would call it politically correct. But then it's something which is not acceptable. It's not something which certain section of people don't accept. So that gets into a fake news and then into a crisis. So I would just say that yes, I mean, understanding the audience is based on data, based on your relationship, based on your brand, is what is most important.
Okay, I think I have had a very insightful session. Thank you so much for joining me at the 12th edition of the IPR CCC. Thank you, and I think that would be it.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Shubhati, and thanks for giving us the opportunity.
Thank you very much.
Thanks.
Thank you.
Thank you so much, ladies and gentlemen, for joining us, and of course, Shrabasti for moderating this session. Thank you.
Welcome, Aditya.
Thank you. Okay, with that, up next we have a very special session on impact and research measurement. Please join me in welcoming on screen Mr. Aseem Sood, CEO, Impact and Research Measurement. Good afternoon, sir. How are you?
Very well, thank you. Good afternoon to everybody.
All the very best, sir. Please. We can start, sir, whenever you are ready.
All right. There's a short video that I shared. Is somebody going to play it or should I play
Yes,
it?
sir. Yes, sir. I'll request my team to please play the video.
All right. So welcome, everybody. Thank you for joining this session. Hello, everyone, and welcome to the session of India PR and Corporate Communication Summit. Thanks to Exchange4Media for inviting me to talk about a subject which is very close to my heart, communications measurement. My name is Aseem Sood, and I'm the Chief Executive Officer of Impact Research and Measurement in India. I'm also a director on the International Board and a fellow at the Association for Measurement and Evaluation of Communication, AMEC. In today's session, I plan to share ideas on how can PR professionals raise their measurement game. And there are 4 ideas that I wish to share today. The first idea is about following some principles. I'm sure all of you have heard of Barcelona principles. It was actually in 2010 when we had our AMEC summit in Barcelona. At this summit, we had over 100 professionals from public relations world, from measurement world, from business intelligence world, who got together and worked on Barcelona principles. Our belief at that time was that if you look at professions like cost accountancy, chartered accountancy, management consulting, all professions have certain principles that they follow. And we believed that measurement world also needed principles that all measurement practitioners should follow around the world. Over a period of 3 days at this annual summit, we deliberated on different ideas and came up with 7 principles, which later on started being called Barcelona principles. Now Barcelona principles are in their 3rd iteration. We have modified stuff basis learnings that we've had in the last 10 years or so. And these principles set the floor for guidelines that every measurement professional should follow around the world. I encourage you to test if your communication program is compliant with all these 7 principles listed in the Barcelona principles. The second idea that I wish to share is about an online tool. This tool is called Measurement Maturity Mapper and is available on the AMEC website. This tool helps you assess where do you stand if you were to compare your measurement campaign with that of the others in the industry. So we work with a lot of clients. We help them monitor and measure the impact of their communication programs. And many of these clients ask us, Aseem, tell us, how good is our measurement program? How does it compare to that of the best in the industry? Is there something that we can learn from what others are doing? What can we do better? And to answer this question, at AMEC, we created this tool called Measurement Maturity Mapper. As I said, this tool is an online tool. So all you have to do is go to this website, www.amecorg.com/m3. You register yourself as a new user, sign in, and then this tool will serve a questionnaire to you. It'll start with very basic questions to understand what kind of an organization you are. And then it'll start asking you questions about how do you report? How do you plan? And your responses to these questions will help this tool benchmark the maturity of your communication program with that of the others in the industry. At the end, you will not only get a report which will tell you what your scores are and how do they compare with the others, it will also tell you some immediate next steps. What can you do to move to the next level if you want to raise the maturity level of your communication measurement program? The third idea that I wish to share with you is to start using integrated evaluation framework for planning your campaigns. IF has been developed by AMEC, but it's not just a measurement framework, it's actually a planning framework. This framework, similar to the M3 tool, is available as an interactive framework on the AMEC website. It has 7 steps. And this framework forces you to think, articulate, and then prioritize various aspects of your communication program. It starts with box number 1, wherein it invites you to write down the business objectives that you're supporting your firm on, and forces you to convert those business objectives into communication objectives. In box number 2, it asks you to write down other details that are available for your campaign, like the target audience, any existing research and results available for benchmarking, and budgets. In box number 3, it invites you to write down all the activities that you'll be conducting in your campaign. These could be paid, earned, social, or owned activities. In box number 4, 5, and 6, the blue section, this is where it invites you to write down the contents and materials for outtakes. What do you want your audience to take away from your campaign, and outcomes, which is evidence of the effects on your target audience. And finally, in box number 7, it invites you to list how has the organization been impacted thanks to the campaign that you've run. To give you a short demo of how this tool can be used, I'm going to quickly bring up a short demo video that I created earlier. The IEF is available as an interactive tool on the AMEC website. It is free to use. You don't need AMEC's permission. You don't need to inform AMEC. All you have to do is go to the amecorg.com website, click on the framework, and start using it. It's available in over 20 languages currently. Once you click on the framework, it'll request you for a login. You need to register and create an account for yourself before you can start using the framework. And this is required because when you're working on your own campaign, there could be a lot of confidential information that you will add to the campaign. And we wanted to make sure that only you as an account owner have access to your data. Nobody at AMEC or its members or anybody else can access your data, which is there inside this account. Once you log in, you are greeted by a page which tells you which all frameworks you have already created for different clients. In this case, I'm going to click on client C in India in green color here. Starting with box number 1, objectives, and right up till box number 7, which is organizational impact. So when I click on box number 1, it asks me 2 questions. It says, first, can you please tell me what are the overall objectives of your organization? And this is where communication professionals typically write down those objectives which are shared by their CEOs. If your CEO comes and asks you, this is what I need communications teams help in, you write that objective here in this box. In the second box, you convert the objective, which is a business organizational objective, you convert that into your own communication objective. In the example here, I've taken a very simple example wherein the CEO says, I need your help in building our client C, the company, as preferred employer in India. And how we have converted that into a comms objective is by writing, help establish client C as a preferred employer in India in 18 months by creating and placing content which resonates with professionals in the logistics segment in the 4 southern states. Initially, it may look very simple, but I can promise you that basis our experience, articulating your objectives smartly is the most difficult part of the integrated evaluation framework. And that's a reason that Deb is going to talk about objectives in more detail very soon. Once you've written these objectives, you move on to the second box, which is inputs, where you list the target audience that you have and any other strategic inputs that you have basis past research or the knowledge that you have. Next, you move to the green box, box number 3 on activities. And this allows you to list down all the activities that you have planned. And these activities may not just be earned activities, they could be paid, shared, or owned as well. Next, we move to the outputs box. And this is where we start getting into new territory, identifying measures. And for each of the activities that we have listed in the green box, we now get an opportunity to list output measures for each of those activities. Now, this is where you may need some help. And if you notice this eye in a circle, if you click on this eye, it will start giving you suggestions on what kind of outputs you can include. You can click on, for further information, click here and it'll take you to a larger guide which gives you a list of all the measures which are possible for different kinds of activities. So this is how you use the interactive tool on the AMEC website. Login. To log in, you need to create an account. Once you've created the account and logged in, you start writing the objectives, inputs, activities, outputs, and so on. And once you've completed the entire exercise, you are able to see a page that looks like this, which lists all the inputs that you've added on one page. And this brings us to the fourth idea. We encourage you to use latest tools and features that are available in the monitoring and analysis platforms. I say this because they're now offering integrated options. So you have an integrated portal, integrated charts, integrated insights, digests, app, WhatsApp deliveries, and dashboards. Here's an example. This view is showing charts which are combining data from print, online news sources, as well as Twitter. You can see what is your share of voice in print, what is your share of voice in the online space, and what is your share of voice on Twitter. You can also see other metrics like rank on the basis of number of sources touched, rank on the basis of total impressions generated, and the rank on the basis of total reach generated by the exposures. And all this is available in an integrated view. Same is the case for dashboards. Dashboards today are able to integrate data across platforms and bring those to you for easy consumption. Also, mobile apps are also offering an integrated view now, as you can see on the screen, wherein online news stories are there as well as tweets are available. So these are the 4 ideas which we believe will help you take your measurement campaign to the next level. First, test compliance with Barcelona principles. Second, assess your measurement maturity with the M3 tool, which is available online on the AMEC website. Third, start using the IEF for campaign planning purposes. Again, this is available on the Amec website and it's free to use. And fourth, start adopting latest tools which offer an integrated approach to all things monitoring and measurement. Thank you for listening to my session. I'll be happy to answer any questions that you may have.
Thank you so much, Mr. Sood. Thank you for your session, sir, for your time. Looking at the time that we have in hand, sir, we are not taking questions from the audience, but if the audience members have any question, they will send it to our team. And of course, we will then send them to you. And if you have the time, you can reply to that, sir.
Thank you very much. All the best for your event. And your viewers can also send me questions on my Twitter handle @AseemSood.
Lovely. For all the audience members, please note Mr. Sood's Twitter handle @AseemSood is open for you to send in your views, your questions, anything that makes your life better or sir's. Thank you so much for your time, sir. Thank you.
Thank you.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, after a few keynote discussions and a few panel sessions, it's now time for a quick lunch break. It's 1 o'clock. We meet back at 1:30 sharp for a next panel discussion. And believe me, you would not want to miss any of the upcoming sessions or delivery speeches. Please be here sharp 1:30. We'll see you after lunch. Thank you.
A name synonymous with the latest news about the advertising industry in India. The Exchange for Media Group, set up in 2000, has the most credible media platforms covering the entire advertising, media and marketing domain with its highly acclaimed digital, print and on-ground assets. The group's flagship news portal, exchangeformedia.com, reaches over 6 lakh subscribers who are the first to receive breaking news in the industry. The buzzing website not only covers the news but goes beyond the obvious to bring in a fresh point of view. Impact, the weekly news magazine from the group, is the most widely read business magazine in the advertising trade, with in-depth analysis and news-based features providing perspective to key happenings in the industry. The monthly Pitch magazine provides a ringside view of events unfolding in the marketing landscape, along with media and advertising. Another monthly magazine, Realty Plus, is a market leader in reportage on the real estate industry. Today, Exchange for Media is not only a leading publisher in the domain, but owns the IP of more than 50 events spread across Mumbai, Delhi and Bangalore, making it a powerhouse of information and knowledge sharing. Exchange for Media has curated and launched some of the most successful IPs across marketing, digital, TV, print, radio, mobile, OOH and PR. The Impact Person of the Year, Exchange for Media Conclave, Indian Digital Marketing Awards, Tech Munch, Pitch CMO Summit, India Marketing Awards, Primetime Awards, Indian Content Marketing Awards, Golden Mics, NBAR are some of the group's top-notch events, in addition to niche, bespoke events and roundtables curated especially for discerning clients. Exchange for Media events attract stalwarts as speakers, along with a loyal audience comprising of leaders, trendsetters and opinion makers. They are the perfect networking platform for the entire media and advertising industry. No wonder Exchange for Media Group publications and events have high credibility and reach and are the destination of choice for agency, brand and media professionals across the industry. Exchange for Media.
In the world of business, when you think BW Business World. Spanning across platforms from print to the fast-growing digital space, from custom events to insightful industry books, BW Business World continues to capture a critical market space. Enjoying over 1.2 million engaged reader base, we have replicated this success in digital. with a six-fold growth in the past 1 year. So who is the BW audience? Our magazine readers are the cream of the crop business professionals spread across industries and niche communities. BW Digital engages with a much larger audience, hailing majorly from India and US. We also reach diverse markets including UK and Saudi Arabia. The BW Print universe comprises of BW Business World, BW Smart Cities, BW Hotelier, BW Applause, BW Education, and BW People, each profiling industry leaders and niche sectoral stories. BW Digital communities target niche segments like startups, CIOs, smart cities, defense, amongst a range of other fields, with a following of millions of unique digital users. BW Business World is an industry leader in curating a plethora of IPRs. With multiple industry stakeholders under one roof, BW IPR events generate superlative content. BW Engage offers bespoke brand solutions across functions with inputs from the award-winning BW editorial team. We design and execute a 360-degree marketing model, resulting in top-of-mind recall and a large BW Engage client patronage. Why engage with us? We have an award-winning editorial team. We forecast new scoops and future trends before any of our competitors. We provide 360-degree brand solutions, and our clients are always happy with the ROI. This is just a glimpse of our client endorsements. To subscribe to our print patronage, visit subscribe.businessworld.in. Follow us on Facebook and Twitter. You can also connect with us on WhatsApp on businessworld.in/WhatsApp.
We believe that every corporation and brand has a public, and today's public is more powerful than ever before. they have the power to topple CEOs, reshape strategy, influence government policy, kill products, and create unicorns. They demand truth, transparency, and the highest behavioral standards. We are embracing change, constantly innovating the way our clients and the public communicate, whatever the sector and whatever the challenge. Our client obsession means constantly evolving new products and services. We are innovating the future of public relations. Our belief is that brands with a clear, authentic purpose and performance strategies aligned to business objectives are most likely to succeed. We use strategy, creativity, and innovation, driven by data and analytics, to put your purpose and performance at the heart of all communications. Together, purpose and performance drive audience preference. We call this approach 3P Communications. Hill & Knowlton Strategies, always in beta.
Hey, find me an agency that's always thinking about what's next.
Searching. Here's what I found. See you next time.
अर्ज किया है तुम्हें देख ये बात सुबह पे आई बनाने वाली ने क्या चीज बनाई चीज
अर्ज किया है ये सीन ऐसा हो क्लिक जैसे हर बंगाली अर्ज किया है चिप्स है बहाना तुम्हें है एक दूसरे को पटाना
Lay's, cheesy love और Herbie Crush flavors ये वाला याद रहेगा
Are you planning and looking for a PR partner who can execute your PR campaigns from start to finish? Media Value Works is an award-winning global PR and media relations solution provider. Our highly experienced media content experts conceptualize, design, and execute effective brand campaigns across the globe. First, our Media Value Works methodology. Our unique twofold PR approach ensures we communicate with the media who matter. Our PR campaigns are not driven by generating only online news feeds. We go a step further to add value and pitch for our unique journalist-published quality stories. Second, our 1-2-3 campaign management steps. We offer PR campaign planning and development, bespoke media targeting, and ROI reports, which include a media campaign summary. Our media relations team are in touch with the editors of mainstream media, business and technology media, bloggers, and more. We network and communicate with member journalists across 100 countries in over 25 languages, pitching for your global stories. With affiliates and associations across Asia Pacific, Europe, North America, Middle East, and Africa, Media Value Works develops value-based PR campaigns to maximize ROI. Our services include global press release campaigns, press conferences and media meetings, media planning and analytics, research and thought leadership content, and consulting services. We also work with clients across the globe, and our varied global customers include large organizations, enterprises, SMEs, and startups across industry verticals. Talk with us today to know more about our attractive PR packages. Write to us at editor@mediavalueworks.com. Visit us online at www.mediavalueworks.com or contact us by calling the numbers on your screen.
When in 1897 we started manufacturing locks, we weren't just making in India. We were envisioning a self-reliant India. When in 1920 we manufactured soap from vegetable oil, we weren't just making in India. We were showing the world a humane way to meet human needs. When in 1951 we built India's first ballot boxes, we weren't just making in India. We were partaking in India's journey towards becoming the world's largest democracy. When in 1955, we made Asia's first typewriters, we weren't just making in India. We were contributing to the nation's mission of propelling women into the workforce. When in 1958, we made refrigerators, we weren't just making in India. We were supporting the movement of freeing women from the kitchen. When in 1984, we introduced mosquito repellent mats, we weren't just making in India. We were contributing towards making India free from vector-borne diseases. When in 1991 we started making products that sustainably increased crop yields, we weren't just making in India. We were doing our bit to help farmers double their income. when in 2013, we made key components for India's first Mars mission. We weren't just making in India. We were participating in Free India's most glorious moment. For over 120 years, during the journey of our nation's independence, we haven't just been making in India. We have been passionately doing our bit towards making India.
Today's business leaders, investors, influencers, and consumers are more agile than ever. They are not sitting idly by. Fortunately, Business Wire is ready to meet the information needs of the changing landscape. We are committed to embracing new technologies. We have a wealth of talent with innovative new ideas. We're leveraging a pioneering 60-year legacy of immediacy, consistency, relevancy, reach, and reliability to drive progress and ready the world with the information it needs to take action. Business is good, but business is changing. The media landscape is changing. The competition is real. But make no mistake, no one shapes and shares complex media messages like Business Wire. We are wired to outperform and out-inform, to be more consultative, tell more credible stories, and keep our clientele up to date, at the ready, around the world. We are wired to shape the next generation of the information age. It's simply part of our DNA. Business Wire, wired for what's next.
Exchange for Media, a name synonymous with the latest news about the advertising industry in India. The Exchange for Media Group, set up in 2000, has the most credible media platforms covering the entire advertising, media, and marketing domain with its highly acclaimed digital, print, and on-ground assets. The group's flagship news portal, exchangeformedia.com, reaches over 6 lakh subscribers who are the first to receive breaking news in the industry. The buzzing website not only covers the news but goes beyond the obvious to bring in a fresh point of view. Impact, the weekly news magazine from the group, is the most widely read business magazine in the advertising trade, with in-depth analysis and news-based features providing perspective to key happenings in the industry. The monthly Pitch magazine provides a ringside view of events unfolding in the marketing landscape, along with media and advertising. Another monthly magazine, Realty Plus, is a market leader in reportage on the real estate industry. Today, Exchange for Media is not only a leading publisher in the domain, but owns the IP of more than 50 events spread across Mumbai, Delhi, and Bangalore, making it a powerhouse of information and knowledge sharing. Exchange for Media has curated and launched some of the most successful IPs across marketing, digital, TV, print, radio, mobile, OOH, and PR. The Impact Person of the Year, Exchange for Media Conclave, Indian Digital Marketing Awards, Tech Munch, Pitch CMO Summit, India Marketing Awards, Primetime Awards, Indian Content Marketing Awards, Golden Mics, NBAR are some of the group's top-notch events, in addition to niche, bespoke events and roundtables curated especially for discerning clients. Exchange for Media events attract stalwarts as speakers, along with a loyal audience comprising of leaders, trendsetters and opinion makers. They are the perfect networking platform for the entire media and advertising industry. No wonder Exchange for Media Group publications and events have high credibility and reach and are the destination of choice for agency, brand and media professionals across the industry. Exchange for Media.
In the world of business, when you think BW Business World, spanning across platforms from print to the fast-growing digital space, from custom events to insightful industry books, BW Business World continues to capture a critical market space. Enjoying over 1.2 million engaged reader base, we have replicated this success in digital, with a six-fold growth in the past 1 year. So who is the BW audience? Our magazine readers are the cream of the crop business professionals spread across industries and niche communities. BW Digital engages with a much larger audience, hailing majorly from India and US. We also reach diverse markets including UK and Saudi Arabia. The BW Print universe comprises of BW Business World, BW Smart Cities, BW Hotelier, BW Applause, BW Education, and BW People, each profiling industry leaders and niche sectoral stories. BW Digital communities target niche segments like startups, CIOs, smart cities, defense, amongst a range of other fields, with a following of millions of unique digital users. BW Business World is an industry leader in curating a plethora of IPRs. With multiple industry stakeholders under one roof, BW IPR events generate superlative content. BW Engage offers bespoke brand solutions across functions with inputs from the award-winning BW editorial team. We design and execute a 360-degree marketing model, resulting in top-of-mind recall and a large BW Engage client patronage. Why engage with us? We have an award-winning editorial team. We forecast new scoops and future trends before any of our competitors. We provide 360-degree brand solutions and our clients are always happy with the ROI. This is just a glimpse of our client endorsements. To subscribe to our print patronage, visit subscribe.businessworld.in. Follow us on Facebook and Twitter. You can also connect with us on WhatsApp on businessworld.in/WhatsApp.
We believe that every corporation and brand has a public, and today's public is more powerful than ever before. They have the power to topple CEOs, reshape strategy, influence government policy, kill products, and create unicorns. They demand truth, transparency, and the highest behavioral standards. We are embracing change, constantly innovating the way our clients and the public communicate, whatever the sector and whatever the challenge. Our client obsession means constantly evolving new products and services. We are innovating the future of public relations. Our belief is that brands with a clear, authentic purpose and performance strategies aligned to business objectives are most likely to succeed. We use strategy, creativity, and innovation, driven by data and analytics, to put your purpose and performance at the heart of all communications. Together, purpose and performance drive audience preference. We call this approach 3P communications. Hill and Knowles is always in beta.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, we are back after the lunch break. We hope everybody's had their lunch. Those all virtual, I'm sure somebody might be having their lunch. Nandita,
I haven't.
You haven't, ma'am?
No.
I also haven't. My mom has made me keep a fast today.
Oh, yes.
It's Ashtami today, yeah. So lots of people are keeping fast today. Yeah. Hello, ma'am.
Hi. How are you?
I'm fine, ma'am. What about you?
Good.
Okay, with that, ladies and gentlemen, we are back with our next session. For all of you who've just joined us, welcome. And if you have any learnings to share from the day or any opinions to share with us on your social media, please use the hashtag IPRCCC or hashtag IPRCCC2021. That's 2021. Okay, and as you can see the lovely faces, our next session is with renowned celebrities, and we are going to be discussing on how celebrities are brand custodians. And the panelists for the same are Nandita Puri, author and chair, Om Puri Foundation; Paula McGlynn, CEO, Bharatiya Digital Party; Dr. Rahul Sethi, practicing doctor, academician, researcher, and an actor. And the session will be moderated by Rohail Amin. editor, Exchange for Media. Rohil ji, all the very best, sir. Please.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much. And thank you, Aditya, for calling us lovely. I mean, you made our day. Great. So with that, we have a very interesting subject, and a lot happens, when you have a celebrity as a brand ambassador. I mean, your Twitter trends, so many things happen. It's not easy, even for the brands and the endorsers, to be in that space. I want to come to you first, Nandita.
Hi, Rohil, how are you?
Good. Finally, we
Yeah,
connect,
finally
and
we
virtually, we always
yes.
miss meeting in town, but definitely next time is
Yes,
going to happen
absolutely.
for sure. Being a celebrity comes with a lot of responsibility, towards the audience. Give me a sense of how can celebrities leverage their popularity to influence and inspire the masses, and yet stand true to the brand image, what the brand stands for, in thick and thin.
So the first simplest thing is, if you are a celebrity, and I've seen a whole lot of them, including my husband, and if you're in that position to endorse a brand, you endorse a brand which you think, you believe in, not just endorse anything. Like just for the money, you don't. And in case you are endorsing the brand, because it's not just a model showing a product, you are a known person and people are going to follow you. So you have to know about the brand. For example, my husband Om Puri never, on principle, endorsed pan, gutkas and pan parag and cigarettes.
Right.
And so there was a time, when some huge gutka company came to him with a very, very attractive offer. Like he could have given up 2 films to do that one advertisement, but he said, no, I will not. Not because he didn't have gutka, because he didn't believe in it. Now, he was a chain smoker, but he said, I will never endorse a cigarette brand because I know it's not a right thing to do. I may be smoking, but that does not, make this thing, me endorse it. Then there is, I don't want to name it. I remember there's one actress who's very, very popular today, not one generation behind the current heroines, and very well married and settled and all. So in her, a few years back, she was endorsing a watch company, a particular brand watch. And I quite like the way, and so I remember I bought a watch, seeing it when it's all in your face. And then when I met her at a shoot, I said, I just got this watch. She said, what? I said, this particular brand. She said, oh. I said, you've been modeling for it? She said, oh, I don't remember. Now that I felt I really wanted to throw the watch on her face, because at least it's a decent, it's not one of the higher ends. It is a middle level brand. You're endorsing it because you have a certain image. So please, at least know the product, and don't be so clueless that I'm only doing it for money and I have no interest in the product. That is not a very nice thing to do.
Right. Of course, Paula, it has to be more than transactional. What we have, often seen is, of course, I'm not broad brushing this, but a lot of examples where, the person who endorses a brand, there's more of a transaction. It seems like transactional. When the brand is in crisis, they really don't write about it, How can, what is the ideal way a celebrity should look at this endorsement and not just the transaction? How can it become more than that for him?
That's something that hello.
I want to go to Paula first and then come to you.
Yeah. So that's something that we're really happy to do here at Bharipa. Bharipa is a regional language entertainment company
We have our strength in digital. We have a YouTube channel in Marathi, which has over 1 million subscribers. And one of the main things we do is we do something called content marketing, which is when you use your brand value to market through content. So because Bhadipa doesn't have any one face behind it, we're not like a Prajakta Kohli, who is like one face, one YouTube channel. We've gone for a little bit more difficult approach in which we are a company making content and hoping that that content is enough to get subscribers without necessarily having a personal connection. So what we do, rather than just endorsing brands, we have this sort of a three-way triangle of balance between value. How does it bring value to all three sides of the triangle? One is, for us as a company, does the client give us value as a brand? Are we getting enough money for the content which we're going to produce? And is that content going to be valuable to the brand and to the audience? So, for us, brand endorsements is a way to sponsor the content that we want to make. Because it's YouTube and the advertising on YouTube is not enough to pay our costs. Then the second is the client. They want to know, they're coming to us as a brand because they want our audience, but they have to make sure that their product is going to match in with the content that we're making. And is our audience the audience that they want to reach out to? And the main one is the audience. They have to have some understanding that, okay, there is an advertisement in my face. We're not doing subliminal messaging or anything. They have to understand that, okay, this is the business model of the content we're watching. We have to just make sure that we are not being in your face with the advertising to the audience, and that the audience also understands that we are endorsing products which, as Nandita said, products which we believe in. So we have some standards. We don't do fairness creams. We don't do tobacco. We don't do gambling apps or anything like that. And that list continues to expand as more people approach us for advertising. And so for us, whenever we do brand endorsements, we're looking at this three-way balance. Is the brand and us a good fit? And is that going to work with our audience? And is everybody going to be happy at the end of the association?
Right. Rahul, so the same question to you. One is the current state of affairs of how celebrities and endorsements are concerned. Of course, some of them stand very passionately with the brand, but in some cases, like how Nandita pointed out, the endorser didn't even know that it is the same brand. So casual and transactional. Give me a sense of how can this equation between brands and celebrities become more of kind of a relationship that stays through thick and thin, moves beyond just the transaction part of it.
Rohel, what I feel is that today, this brand endorsement industry is a multi-million-dollar industry. Today, we, brand value celebrities. So we have, associated them with the profits, with their values in terms of money. So when you talk about multi-million dollars and the brand values and everything, even the pressure on the celebrities is high from the brands they are endorsing, And the thing is, because money is so much involved into it, sometimes, there are events when, the celebrity is just endorsing for the money and not looking all the aspects of what is the product he is endorsing or she is endorsing, just for sake of money. But as of now, when we have so much of, information available, when we have these YouTubers, also reviewing the products which the brand ambassadors are endorsing and giving the real-time experience with those products, the consumer has become more vigilant and attentive. If in past time it would be like that, if let's say some big personalities endorsing a brand, the fans, the stardom, what you call hit people would just go and buy that product because their star is endorsing it. So they will just go and they'll buy it on his name. Now things are not like that. Now the consumer is more attentive and vigilant. He goes on to, for example, I give you my example. When I have to buy a product, I just not only go on the advertisements which are going on and who's gonna, endorse it. Rather, I go and see the experience which people have, in real time shared on YouTube channels and, on social platforms. So what I think is, anyways, I am very well agreeing with both the panelists here that, there should be a balance. Like Paula said, they have made a triangle, it is all about balance. The consumer has his own responsibilities towards the product which they are buying, because they need to be aware as well that what they are buying. Then the brand ambassador should also have the responsibility of what they are endorsing. For example, Om Puri ji has never, endorsed pan masala and gutka the way Nandita ma'am was telling. And for example, Amitabh Bachchan also disassociated himself with such kind of endorsements like Pepsi and all that. You know about this, whole world know about it. So that is surely.
Okay, I think there's some tech glitch. Sorry. Yeah, I think Rahul, your network is maybe there's some issue with the network. Yeah, no worries. I'll come to you. Yeah, there's some issue with the network.
It's like that. People have become aware of
Right.
what they are endorsing, and consumers as well. They know what they are
Absolutely.
buying. So it is
Absolutely.
like this equation nowadays.
Absolutely.
Both have
Yeah,
equal
Nandita,
roles to play.
right. Nandita, I mean, I will call you someone who understands Bollywood from within. I mean, if I had to go the film world, entertainment, I would say, the ins and out of it. If I have to ask you, and you have closely written it while being inside from an outside perspective, you have that advantage. If I ask you, in today's world of Instagram, Facebook, Twitter, multimedia in every aspect compared to where it was, say, a couple of decades back, are you seeing any shift in the way brands and celebrities operate?
Yes, certainly. See, I mean, what I see, my other two panelists would be in a better position to answer that. I'll take it from a layman's point of view. I do see it is, as Rahul also said, it's not that people just go by the celeb tag. Earlier,
right,
Shah Rukh is, this thing standing up for, say, tag, or Hrithik for Rado. People go because of Shah Rukh Khan or Hrithik Roshan, and then they buy the product, whether they like it or not. Now, because of Instagram and all, people are actually, they go by the viewers, the
Right.
regular Aam Janta's, reviews, rather than the celeb. And the big time of the celeb big thing has actually gone down. It's very sad. Bollywood is no longer the large, with the lockdown, with post-COVID, with the OTT platforms, taking over. It is no larger than life thing. It's all on your, Insta,
Yeah.
Facebook, YouTube, kind of stuff. So that whole legend has come down. And yes, I do see that huge change. And I think it's for a positive.
Right. So the legend has come down. Is no
The legend
longer
has
the
definitely
kind
come
of
down.
larger than life, which it is still, but not the
It
way
is
it
still
used
there,
to
but
be,
not
because
much.
not much. So
You
Paula,
see,
since you are in that,
earlier people paid, disrespectful amounts of money for some very, shabby products also, and which celebrities, big celebrity stars, legends did it for that, insane amount of money. And probably
Right.
they were not even tuned to that product at all, or didn't have that
Right.
slightest feeling. Like I was talking about this particular thing, about a Citizen eco-friendly watch, which a certain actor was endorsing. And I didn't pick it up because of that actor, because I wasn't a fan of hers or anything, but I picked it up because it was a Citizen eco-friendly. And the actor had no idea. Whereas Shah Rukh, while he was endorsing tag, I remember during the filming of Dawn, he believed in the product so much, he believed in the brand so much, he gave the entire unit, I mean, not the cast rather, he gave us all a special edition of the tag, and which we all value, and he valued it. So he gave us, and it was a Monaco 57 or something, and this is what I mean.
Right.
At least he may not
Exactly.
be living with tag, but he had a certain amount of empathy for that. Whereas you don't have any empathy or for a tail malish or a, some kind of chumpy tail malish, which you're never going to use, or some vague jewelers you're not going to endorse, but then you do it. You have to do it sometimes for the money, but you can't be so apathetic towards it, because you are a celebrity and your endorsement matters.
Right. So Paula, since you have very close association with digital side, what Nandita raised a very critical point, that the aura of celebrities, it has of course reduced, because I think a lot of new brands, they're saying, if I pay him say an X amount, I can get these many influencers instead and go into direct kind of targeting. Is that actually happening? I want to understand you first. What is happening on that front as far as big celebs are concerned for endorsements? Has it shifted? That landscape has shifted. In what way has it?
I think it's definitely shifting. I think it's going into a space where, depending on the brand and what do they represent, they can choose to spend the money. And going with a big celebrity or an A-lister is something which definitely still has value for brands and for audiences. But it's a certain kind of a value which comes with that image. It's an image awareness. It's grandiosity, whatever that celebrity represents. You are associating your brand with, the glamour or the ruggedness or the beauty, however it is. When it comes though to getting the best bang for your marketing buck, that is an intangible value which you can't put on it. And with content, we also have an intangible value. You say, oh, but you're associating with a series which is about the love of a mother for her children, has its own value, rather than, oh, you're going to sponsor this comedy sketch show, for example. So each thing has its own intangible value. But the benefit, of course, with digital is that you can measure almost everything, which is something which, regardless of if it's a celebrity or not, an OOH campaign is not going to give you that kind of measurability. You're not going to see the conversions. But that's something that is also sometimes a bit of a problem for us digital people, because a lot of times brands, if they are not aware of the intangible element, and they've just been, say, like digital natives, and they've come up to this world of what's the conversion rate, they also cause a lot of issues for people, because they feel like, I am only going to pay for the amount of hits I get on my website. And that's something which, as a creator, you can never guarantee that people are going to click on your link unless you're directly like scamming them or something and promising them something like, I'll pay you money if you click on this link. These kinds of things you can never predict exactly. And it does come onto the marketer's shoulders. There's always going to be some element of risk and some cost which you're going to have to waste in marketing. But now there's definitely more options. And obviously with Web3 coming in, there's going to be a lot more power in the hands of the consumers to choose, even as an audience, if that brand is giving them value. So it's now not just up to the celebrity or the content, but the audience is also going to have a vote as to whether, this is worth the money that they've spent reaching my eyeballs.
Right. Rahul?
Yeah, Rohil.
So,
actually, what
yes.
I want to share is an incident. Actually, Shekhar Kapoor ji was with me here in Yerevan. He was here to make a movie on Armenian genocide. Then that project was not, it didn't took off. So we were in a restaurant, and they bought this cold drink in the glass, which was endorsing an X brand. And we were taking pictures and everything, and he immediately covered that, and he said, please don't take the pictures, because I will be getting associated with the brand no matter I am endorsing it or not. So he was so conscious about it that I really liked it, that he was so conscious. But so see, celebrities, some kind of celebrities, they also have these principles where they are so conscious that they are even they are taking care with what they are being clicked with. Do you understand this? And at the end of the day, the most important thing is, as everybody is saying over here, that it should be a balanced approach. What you are endorsing, that needs to be understood first, that what you are endorsing, right? And then you need to take the responsibility, because now you have marketing firms like you guys, there are a lot of market research being done, okay, and that is published. Everything is available on net, and consumer, as I said, is vigilant enough, so he's reading everything. And at the end of my time, I would like to say, I've read this very beautiful quote in your advertisement where Henry Ford quoted that you all have to move together, and when you all move together, success, you should not worry about it, it will come to you. So right. I guess that's the manufacturer, that's the brand, the celebrity, and the consumer. The triangle which Paula was telling is very important to be equated well, so that you can have that all kind of equilibrium maintained. So right. Everybody in this triangle, every corner has the responsibility of what they are doing: consumer, brand ambassador, and the manufacturers which they are making. Yeah.
Right. Nandita, traditionally when we say the word celebrity, instantly Bollywood comes. And now, thankfully, since IPL, sports comes to mind, Now, to some extent, Instagrammers come to mind, and all of that. But largely, do you think celebrities are still seen very narrowly as Bollywood? And now, sorry, your audio is, yeah.
I had muted myself. Okay. So yes, absolutely, I agree with you, because cricket, Bollywood has been the strongest ever for the longest time. Then, of course, cricket gave it serious competition. And now the YouTubers, Instagrammers, the social media stars. But for, unfortunately, whatever it is, the social media stars, they are not stars in that sense. They're just numbers. For me, I feel they're numbers. I mean, everyone comes and yesterday
Paula is smiling. I'm going to ask her. Yeah.
I was at a TED talk yesterday, and then they said, this one, he's a social media star with so many millions of followers. I like, we've never heard his name. Okay, now when you introduce a cricketer, we'll say, okay, kind of heard his name. Yes, the main ones, the main leaguers, of course, they are superstars. But Bollywood, even the smallest one, even if it's a television star, if I like to put television part of Bollywood, even them, you've heard their names, you've seen their faces. So at the end of the day, Bollywood does matter. It's always mattered. And let me tell you, during this entire lockdown period, when things were so stressful, all these silly media, news channels, the social, the WhatsApp universities and all, it was actually Bollywood which kept your sanity, because they kept you entertained. So
absolutely.
Whatever it is, you have to agree that they are the stars, no doubt.
Paula, is it still with brands that they consider, Bollywood celebrities as the celebrities, and Instagram, the ones on Instagram, YouTube as different? Or, I mean, how do the brands look at them, the ones you interact with?
Definitely, there's no doubt that like a Bollywood celebrity has a mass exposure, which gives them that recognition, and that's definitely valuable. And there's no argument in my hand that there is no separate value which makes like a Bollywood celebrity a star. I think you can consider digital to be different only into the type of audience and how deeply they connect with that audience. So it's just a simple trade-off that, you may have a Bhuvan Bam or somebody who has like 10 million subscribers on YouTube or 100 million on Instagram. And these are people who have chosen digital as a medium. Maybe they want to try out films, they want to try out other mediums, but the digital medium is very much unique in that it's extremely niche. Everybody is going to see what they want to see when they want to see it. Whereas when it comes to films and television, it's very much about real estate. How many spaces do you have on the channel? How many hoardings do you have? How many theaters are you in? Whereas digital is not about real estate. It's about the algorithms. How are the algorithms putting these people in front of in your phone? How are they popping up on your screen? And the main benefit of going into a digital space for brands is that there is an instant connection with the audience. And I think that over the years, definitely Bollywood has also been bringing down that, velvet curtain of mystery and prestige and all of that stuff in a way of competing with this and exposing more of their personal lives using the digital space. But definitely the digital leaders are the ones who have mastered the art of, live streaming while they make breakfast and, individually connecting with their fans on a day-to-day basis, replying to every comment and listening to every voice message and replying on DMs. So there's like a certain penetration which is there, which is, it could even be said of regional language compared to a Bollywood. So you have your Marathi celebrities, which have maybe a stronger connect with a Marathi person than a Hindi celebrity would, just because they've been doing content and they've been acting in films which are in their mother tongue, which has maybe a deeper connection on a heart level. So with digital, whether it be spoken language, whether it be the medium through which you're interacting, there's always going to be benefits, and they're all unique and valuable for sure.
Rahul, your quick thoughts on, do brands also see the definition of celebrity just as Bollywood and now sports? And should they move beyond it?
Of course not, Rohil, because there are already examples where, brands are going to YouTubers and they are telling them to, endorse their brands in their videos. And we all see those videos where somehow in their storytelling, they bring up that brand and, even they crack jokes that, I'm not endorsing, but they are endorsing and stuff like that. So that's all common nowadays, when they have been using this social media platforms as their endorsement platforms and taking YouTubers as their brand ambassadors. So I guess now it's not that Bollywood the only place where, brands are going and letting, and hiring the Bollywood stars to, just hire the brands. Now, I think because YouTubers, they are the people who come from the society, they are common people, and the viewer feels more connect to them, because see, Bollywood has always been a, shiny, coated, that place where only stars and these big names are there and they're not reachable, and that stardom which comes with those names. But these YouTubers, they can be just next door guy. They are from the common people who have just opened their YouTube channel. They're talking everyday life, and the people feel more connect to them. They are more easy to understand. They're not using those heavy taglines of the brands which they are endorsing. They're talking in the language which we use every day. So, it's not that now the Bollywood is the niche place where you will just go and you can brand your product. And they are, branding through Bollywood is more costly. Rather, these YouTubers, they are easy to reach, they are in budget, and they have the same reach to the audience as a big star would be. I was just having this I'll wrap up my talk with this small, news I was reading, that there was some YouTuber who had to come. It was Bhuvan Bam, I guess. I'm not very sure, but I guess he was him. That, when he was going to to an event in Rajasthan, people, they organized it. They said, oh yeah, he's a YouTuber, guys. So no need to, have this security problems. There will be just 2-3 guys who will manage. But then when he came, there were around about like some 100,000 people, and then they had to bring more, security guys and stuff. So I guess their penetration into the society is also.
All right. I think, okay. Rahul, I guess there is again some network issue. We can't hear you clearly. Which brings me, yeah, sorry, no worries. Nandita, this is going to be my final question for this panel. What happens with the social media around? Also, brands are also exposed to risks, and of course, if a celebrity is part of it, all the more, a single tweet can undo a lot of brand work that they do. Sometimes celebrities don't take a stand, if the brand is in crisis. Now, should they take a stand? Should they not take a stand? We hear people saying, but as someone who knows the celebrity culture very closely, what do you say? What do you have to say on this?
Okay. First, I think it actually depends on the situation. A celebrity is endorsing a certain product, but depending on the company, the brand, and if there's something very, illegal or some major scams happening, then it is always better for the celebrity to take a step backwards and not say anything, than say something stupid and ruin the whole scenario. And also, secondly, we have to realize endorsements are not endorsements from the heart. It is endorsements because of a paycheck. So, like, I remember my husband did a lot of films which he was not very proud of, and some of them were not released, and some of them were released and people would say, "Arey, kya kaam kiya?" But he said, see, that's not, I just can't sit on some fancy project which is hardly going to pay me and wait for a national award. That's not going to, fill my stomach. I have to run my home. So celebrities also, sometimes they take, they do endorse products which may not be up to their liking. It may be mainly for the commercial value. But as I said, there should be some heart in it, or it should not be just all commerce. And secondly, I just wanted to go back to what Rahul said about YouTubers being big celebrities. No, I don't agree. I mean, okay, the YouTubers are there, you feel more common. But at the end of the day, tell me, if your next door neighbor is advertising for Pepsi or an unknown drink, would you go and have it? You'd rather see.
I'm really sorry. I know you are a bit partial towards Bollywood. I can understand.
No, I'm not. No, I'm not. I'm not at all. In fact, I said from the beginning, it's a wonderful shift that all that big glam is going down. But much as I see that, I still feel there's a long way to go. Whether Bollywood, whether in the West, it's a long way to go. And certain products need a certain persona.
Respecting your experience, I would not contraindicate you. I would just say that, these YouTubers are also, slowly and steadily, they are coming up to the level where even big brands are approaching them.
Yeah,
like, for example, top 5-6 YouTubers.
This shift is very good, because it should not be only, these stars, half of them don't even know what they're advertising. Yes. So I really just think that it's not that it's gone completely.
Right.
Because all of us love the glamour. All of us love the glamour. We love to see a commercial film as opposed to a art film. So we like to see a glamorous guy as opposed to...
I agree with you. One thing, that these YouTubers even want to come to Bollywood and they want to have a debut in one of the films. I do agree with that.
I think the fact remains that, I talk some of the music genres, if I talk about some of the music genres which we listen to, these days have become mainstream. They had to come to Bollywood to become mainstream.
Absolutely.
I think even YouTubers eventually land up, finally,
Absolutely.
This is the platform they land up. they get discovered from other platforms. So that is how it is right now. But Paula, coming to this question of taking a stand, no matter which platform, no matter the following, if a person is endorsing a brand, do you think they should stand for it in crisis, or they should play it safe? I mean, what is your take on that?
I definitely think that a celebrity should take a stand if there is a situation which is demanding, the attention of the public. It's maybe a contentious issue. Whether that stand is on the side of the brand or not will depend on the situation. What is the issue? And, genuinely, what did that celebrity do for that brand that they have to be associated with it? So, it will depend so much on the situation. But I do feel like some kind of a acknowledgement is required. If you want to continue to maintain the trust of your audience, some kind of acknowledgement is required nowadays.
All right. Rahul, final thoughts on this stand?
You have to take the responsibility somehow for what you are endorsing. I totally agree with that, and I believe in that. And at the end of the day, Ruhel, the thing is that what you are doing, you should also, be satisfied with that. I'm like, I can't just close my eyes when I know that something which I'm endorsing will cause disease to someone, and just because I'll get some money, I'll do that. So that is inner conscious, which is also required while you're doing something, because that will affect masses, because God has given you that power of leaving an impression on masses, and you can't be responsible for that. Your inner conscious will never allow you to do something wrong which will have an effect on health of someone, or will affect someone financially. So I believe that yes, celebrities need to have that inner conscious alive. They need to take the responsibility of what they're endorsing, no matter they have to keep their families, no matter what they have to do, because, at the end of the day, they have been given that power. They are those special people of society which have this ability to impressionate people. So when you have some special thing with you, they say when you have rights, you have responsibilities, right? So when you have this power, then it comes with a lot of responsibility, which you have to bear. So that's what my final thought.
Absolutely. Great. I think what we also gather is that this dynamic between celebrities and brands is not as simple. Of course, very complex. A celebrity is also caught in a tight spot, because it's also his own brand that would get affected. So it's not as easy as it seems to be. Like a common person on a Twitter would like to like that celebrity take a stand. It's not so easy. So of course it's a complex subject, but nevertheless, thank you so much, Nandita, Paula, and Rahul, for taking our time and sharing. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you so much for having us.
Thank you.
Thank you so much to all our panelists, and of course Rohel for moderating the session. Thank you.
Lovely.
Okay, and now from celebrities as brand custodians to now changing the narrative. Our next panel discussion, it's on confluence of media is shaping and changing the narrative. And for that, ladies and gentlemen, please join me in welcoming our panelist, Minari Shah, Director of Public Relations, Amazon, Vibhu Ranjan Mishra, Director of Public Relations, InMobi, Dr. Navneet Anand, Founder, Director, Grey Matters Communications, Nimisha Iyer, Director, Marketing, Middle East, Africa, and South Asia, Frost & Sullivan. And the session will be moderated by Jyotsna Sharma, Editor, PW Business World. Well, also, I have just been informed that the session will now be moderated by Hoshi Ghaswala, PW Business World, and Jyotsna and Minari are not going to be joining us for this session due to some personal emergencies. So, a very warm welcome to all the panelists. Okay, as of now, I have been told that the panelists have not been able to join due to some personal reasons. So we'll take a quick, short 10 minutes break. It is 2:12 right now, and we begin sharp at 2:20. We have a 8 minutes break. We would request you to please refill your glasses of water, etc., your tea, coffee mugs, and we'll meet here at 2:20 sharp. Till then, may I please request my team to play our partners AV.
For Media, a name synonymous with the latest news about the advertising industry in India. The Exchange for Media Group, set up in 2000, has the most credible media platforms covering the entire advertising, media and marketing domain with its highly acclaimed digital, print and on-ground assets. The group's flagship news portal, exchangeformedia.com, reaches over 6 lakh subscribers who are the first to receive breaking news in the industry. The buzzing website not only covers the news but goes beyond the obvious to bring in a fresh point of view. Impact, the weekly news magazine from the group, is the most widely read business magazine in the advertising trade, with in-depth analysis and news-based features providing perspective to key happenings in the industry. The monthly Pitch magazine provides a ringside view of events unfolding in the marketing landscape, along with media and advertising. Another monthly magazine, Realty Plus, is a market leader in reportage on the real estate industry. Exchange for Media is not only a leading publisher in the domain, but owns the IP of more than 50 events spread across Mumbai, Delhi and Bangalore, making it a powerhouse of information and knowledge sharing. Exchange for Media has curated and launched some of the most successful IPs across marketing, digital, TV, print, radio, mobile, OOH and PR. The Impact Person of the Year, Exchange for Media Conclave, Indian Digital Marketing Awards, Tech Munch, Pitch CMO Summit, India Marketing Awards, Primetime Awards, Indian Content Marketing Awards, Golden Mics, NBAR are some of the group's top-notch events, in addition to niche, bespoke events and roundtables curated especially for discerning clients. Exchange for Media events attract stalwarts as speakers, along with a loyal audience comprising of leaders, trendsetters and opinion makers. They are the perfect networking platform for the entire media and advertising industry. No wonder Exchange for Media Group publications and events have high credibility and reach and are the destination of choice for agency, brand and media professionals across the industry. Exchange for Media.
Today's business leaders, investors, influencers, and consumers are more agile than ever. They are not sitting idly by. Fortunately, Business Wire is ready to meet the information needs of the changing landscape. We are committed to embracing new technologies. We have a wealth of talent with innovative new ideas. We're leveraging a pioneering 60-year legacy of immediacy, consistency, relevancy, reach, and reliability to drive progress and ready the world with the information it needs to take action. Business is good, but business is changing. The media landscape is changing. The competition is real. But make no mistake, no one shapes and shares complex media messages like Business Wire. We are wired to outperform and out-inform, to be more consultative, tell more credible stories, and keep our clientele up to date, at the ready, around the world. We are wired to shape the next generation of the information age. It's simply part of our DNA. Business Wire, wired for what's next.
Okay, we are back now, and I will take this moment to reintroduce our next session. It's on confluence of media is shaping and changing the narrative. Joining us for the same, please welcome our panelist, Minari Shah, Director of Public Relations, Amazon, Bibu Ranjan Mishra, Director of Public Relations in Mobi, Dr. Navneet Anand, Founder, Director, Grey Matters Communications, Nimisha Iyer, Director, Marketing, Middle East, Africa, and South Asia, Frost & Sullivan, and the session moderator will be Jyotsna Sharma, Editor, BW Business World. Well, I have also been told that Jyotsna and Minari had to take leave from the session due to some family emergencies. So the session will now be moderated by Hoshi Ghaswala, BW Business World. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen.
Hi, good afternoon. Shall I take over?
Good afternoon. Please, absolutely.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon. So sorry, I'm not Jyotsna. Sorry to disappoint you. No pretty face here. Okay, but I shall try and do my best. Jyotsna has had a serious personal medical emergency at home. So I've stepped in, and I'm delighted to be moderating this panel. Aditya, how much time do we have? We have about 35 minutes, right?
Yes, sir. The rest I will just check and message.
Okay. Thanks. Now, welcome to all the panelists. My pleasure to have all of you here. Let's jump into, the discussion right away. The topic, as he mentioned, is confluence of media is shaping and changing the narrative. And, we'll start with ladies first. And, I have a few questions. I'm sure you all have seen them. I don't know whether we'll be able to go into all of them given the time. The first question is, how has PR and how has the PR and communication landscape changed over the last 2 years? And can we start with you, Nimisha?
Sure. Firstly, thank you for having me on board. To answer your questions, speaking specifically from the brand's perspective, we've seen a huge shift over the last 2 years. Today, brands are focusing more on their digital footprint. They're trying to connect with their consumers online in a much more meaningful way. There's no boundaries. It is more about storytelling. It's more of thoughtful positioning. It's more of, solving your customers' problems and their pain points in real time. And in a way, I would say the last 2 years with COVID, it has humanized a lot of brands. And PR industry has evolved to be far more, agile. It's learned to be far more innovative to keep up with the changing industry dynamics, and a simple example being like how virtual agencies are now a norm. So moving online was inevitable, and a lot of disruptions, I believe, that has been caused in these 2 years are here to stay.
Thank you. Dr. Anand, would you like to add anything to this?
Yeah, hello, Mr. Ghasiwala, and happy to be here, and thank you for having me here.
My greetings on behalf of Grey Matters Communications. Very nicely put by Nimisha. Just to add to a few points, during Corona, what happened that the public sphere was largely clogged with, Corona and COVID information. And one saw nothing beyond Corona. 90% of the communication was around Corona, be it digital or the print. Now, but there was a silver lining, for us in the PR industry, because it also exposed us to multiple new opportunities, First and foremost being that, among others, I think what was important, what went down very well along to all the, those who matter, that communication was the only thing that was going to be constant. While offices closed, old economy, businesses suffered, I think our hands were full. We were working overtime to ensure, because we had, things like WhatsApp and digital media and Zoom came in. So that was, I think, very, very important shift in last 2 years that I see. The other major shift that I see, that dominance of the digital became more predominant. As Nimisha was telling, there are innumerable data about the rise of the digital. But to me, as a student of communication and as a professional, what was important to note was that digital witnessed gate crashing of a large number of new entrants. So there were people in the rural and urban both areas who had hitherto not known or not interfaced with something like a Twitter or an Insta or Facebook. It became curious to search for information around Corona, around COVID, and how to sustain their lives. So I think that was another major change that I see, gate crashing of a large number of new entrants into the digital sphere, who had used perhaps these social media platforms largely for entertainment, started to look at the digital also for serious information. And the last important point, I take the liberty of referring to a piece I wrote way back in, I think, 2016 or 17 in the Pioneer, where I wrote about there is a debate on death of the print. So I said death of the print, and the headline was not yet. I'm compelled to revisit. So there's this gentleman called Philip Meyer who wrote, and I had written this in that article, in the Vanishing newspaper, that by 2043, he had some idea about, so he said by 2043, the last reader on an American street will throw back the crumpled newspaper, and that will be the end of the newspaper, the print. Another gentleman who was the editor at large of the time, he wrote, Daniel Okrent, he wrote that 2030, at the most 40 years, he said in Columbia School of Journalism, one of his lectures in about 7 years ago, that 2030, at the most 40 years down the line, we shall look back at the print much like we are looking at horse carriages today. Now, but I said that, no, I think that may be a little far-fetched, because especially in India and China, the print rate has been growing up, the reading rate of print has been going up. And then there is this, it will not. I am compelled to now revisit that because the way things have changed, especially during the COVID time, I think print may be under severe threat today. Mr. Ghasiwala.
Thank you, sir. So, my next question is going to be to Mr. Bibhu Ranjan Mishra. And sir, before, I give you the question, I just wanted to set a little context based on the experience that I saw. Being in the media, we were at the other end of it. We were getting a lot of communication, PR and Corpcom related. Lots means, the scale was at least double, if not more. So the pace did pick up, and a lot of companies did, I spoke to friends in the PR and they said industry, and they said, no, we are doing extremely well. there's a need for a lot more communication, and we're doing it. Now, whilst all of this was happening, it was work from home. Okay, at least the first year was work from home. Now, to manage that scale in work from home, did the work from home have an impact? If yes, how? And what were the specific challenges that you all faced?
Thank you so much. I'm really sorry for coming late. I did not anticipate something will, our previous meeting will go so long.
No worries, sir.
And this is one of the things, working from home or working remotely, which happens, which probably in a physical environment we can address more. So I'll just tell you the, how it happens. I was in the media side. I am in the communication side. So I'll tell you the experience from two sides. As communication professionals, we create the news. We are the maker of the news. Media is the consumer. Media doesn't make the news on their own, right? They rely largely on the PR folks and communication professionals. Besides that, media also has their own channel of sources where they reach out to. In a physical environment, when people are talking, if the media is talking to me and they're seeing me a couple of times, at least in the past, so that intimacy is what matters. We are in the business of communication. We are in the business of a relationship. In a virtual environment, it kind of curtails you, right? The trustability, the believability of something doesn't come that much. So as a communication professional, it puts a lot of pressure on us, or it's a me, to build that out, right? How to, for example, when the first phase of the pandemic happened and a lot of people were suffering, right? Even including the folks in the media. I know many of my colleagues in the industry, in the PR, in the corporate communication PR, we were all concerned about what sort of messaging will go out to the market, right? We should be empathetic with them, right? We should not, all the good things we are doing launches, making profits, etc. That messaging narrowed down. So in that kind of environment, what happened? It put a lot of pressure on the communication professionals or PR professionals like us, as well as media, for them to get access to the credible information. So they relied more on social media. Probably social media was not, always their first preference. They knew a lot of, false news, maybe coming out of that. But still they had to rely on that. And for us also, we realized the power of social media, the power of digital media, the power of media outside of print, which Ms. Navneet was just talking about, right? So this is one of the biggest lesson I must say you, because during this time also I was part of media, then I was part of communication, so I can tell you both sides of the story. It is extremely difficult being a media professional to work remotely without seeing your sources, without and when you are talking on using a digital medium, there is always a chance that the whatever you are doing will be recorded. So there is nothing called off sources. So these are the few things I can highlight.
Thank you. Ma'am, Nimisha, would you like to add to this?
So, Mr. Kansal, thank you. I'd just like to add, I agree with the points that Mr. Mishra made. And just an example of what happened within Frost. We're a business consulting company. We obviously have our production plans, the reports that we're going to release planned well in advance. The research is already underway. The projections for like 5 years down the line, 2 years down the line are already made in those reports. All of a sudden, with the world disrupting, everything coming to a halt, we really had to go back and relook at what is it that we're going to do from our production standpoint. We would had to go back and revisit a lot of our content. And I think and we also had to adapt quickly to what was the need of the hour of the companies. And, it was all of a sudden, we were all like, what next? What is going to happen to us? And, that's where we started from a messaging standpoint. We started the theme called Respond, Reset, and Rebound. All of a sudden, the entire Frost team got into the mode of, going back to the drawing board, seeing what needs to be done currently, and we held our clients, and we did a lot of webinars, a lot of initiatives to overcome this particular challenge and, to connect with our clients from that perspective. Having said that, PR and communications is all about, building relationships, right? It's all about interpersonal relationships, and of course, not having those face-to-face meetings, not having those physical team meetings had its negative. Virtual was the only way to connect. And, again, the events industry also did rise up. We did see platforms quickly come up like your Swapcard, your Hubilo, your AirMeet, your Zoom. These were all the platforms that came up to manage events and, experience and make it like a superior digital experience. So yeah, I mean, it was challenging. I would agree to what Mr. Mishra said, on personal front, working around the clock. It's like there's no end, right? We started in the morning, we ended in the night, Zoom exhaustion, brain fog, finding that quiet space to work. I mean, how many of us have had those meetings where we are bombarded by our family from behind, So those were all the challenges I think we all completely relate to.
Thank you. Sounds similar to all the industries at that point of time. Dr. Anand, moving a little from COVID, I don't know whether we can really move from COVID because there are some cases now again being reported. There's a bit of anxiousness out there in the air, but notwithstanding that, what are brands focusing on these days in their conversations with, consumers and other stakeholders?
Thank you, Mr. Ghaswala, for that very nice question. I think as a student of communication, I would try and put it simply, and we have two other veterans to, I'm sure, supplement to that. To me, in simple terms, the brands today are doing three fundamental things. They are selling, they are telling, and they are yelling. So selling, I think, is perfect. Minari is not here. I had thought of giving a example from Amazon. Bibuji is here. So I think most of the communication, I think it's very straight that this is what I stand for. These are the services. This is the brand value. This is my product, and you buy it, which is perfect. So that's one. It has got much more smarter than in the past. Also because we have the luxury and the advantage of having supplemented our armory of communication platforms, So in addition to the previous mode where advertising perhaps was the only method of directly communicating or articulating a brand persona and value, today we have, the rise of the digital and the, likes of Twitter, Facebook, etc. And why not? So they are selling all right. They are also telling. And they're telling in much smarter way than in the past, telling about the brand persona, what we stand for, the value that we stand for, what are my proposition, how the evolution of the company. And that is to arouse curiosity among consumers, among your stakeholders, which is again. And by yelling, I mean that many of the brands today, and that's a very, very happy development, are taking up a lot of social issues. So there are, other than the CSR, we see a lot of brand picking up very relevant, compelling social and, other issues which concern us, So there is going to be Earth Day, for instance, very soon. There was, be it Earth Day, Health Day, Mother's Day, Father Day. We see that on many occasions, brands are coming forward. And that's a new kind of development. So Amul, which used to be the icon of social consciousness in many ways, so to say, as we grew up, today we see many brands stepping into that space. Sir,
thank you. Mishra sir, are you also selling, telling, and yelling, or at InMobi, or what exactly? How is your communication focused? What are your brands focusing on these days?
It's a beautiful topic to discuss on. In fact, I'll tell you, I briefly mentioned about empathy, right? The pandemic actually really taught the brands to be much more empathetic. It's not. I found a lot of these self-promotion kind of stories kind of mellowed down to an extent where they talk about the actual real user benefits. So in that sense, the stories were more spun around the value to the end consumers than self-promotion. How the importance of sensitivity and empathy, these are the traits we found all over again during the conversation. So in the sense that what are the, while it's definitely white for the brands, while it is important to talk about what the value we bring to the table, it is also they also realize the importance of CSR, like Mr. Dr. Navneet spoke about, right? The social angle came to a great extent. The user story, telling the stories through a third party, which will have a much more people will believe it, that became more prominent than we directly coming out and telling that story, right? So so people, I must say that people hone the skill of telling the story very creatively, and the most of the brands leveraged it to an extent during this time.
Thank you, sir. Nimisha, ma'am, we are coming to you. I'm going to skip 2 questions that you have, but I just thought this was way, and if we have time, we'll take those 2 questions later, because I've been told only 20 minutes more. That's sufficient, but we'll see. So Nimisha, ma'am, from where you sit in Frost & Sullivan, what are you all seeing in terms of how is it that consumers are consuming, data, news, that, whatever media is putting out these days? What are the trends that you are seeing? You are on mute, ma'am.
Sorry. Yeah. Speaking from brands, the trends that we're seeing right now, one of the trend is what was just covered in the previous question. It's more about brands being more empathetic. It's more about brands, not focusing that much on ROI and sales, but driving deeper engagements. It's more of community building and community communication. Very targeted group communication is. So the top trends would be like, one is online reputation management is becoming critical. Pitching, pitching to be part of the FB groups and the LinkedIn groups or the Clubhouse chats is one of the important trends that we are seeing. Customization, as I've just explained some time back, customization, messaging for those community, the targeted community is the way forward. Again, in the world where we're living in the era of WhatsApp news, Instagram, if you notice, it's the content and the headline that is being consumed. It is as to how it connects to your consumers. So I think that level, it's just not like you have one headline which relates to everybody. It's actual, targeting that content or that news to a group on social media for whom it could be relevant to. So the specialized news targeting is the trend. Influencer marketing is here to stay. It will continue to gain momentum. It's no longer about celebrity engagement. It's more peer-to-peer connect. And lastly, I would say, as far as businesses are concerned, I think businesses that identify their larger purpose or a way in, identify and speak of the larger good they do to the society at large will continue to gain attention, versus those who are very closed and, only looking at, this is my product, this is what I sell, and at the end I need to sell it, but not relating it to the end users.
Thank you. Dr. Anand, same question for you. What are the consumption patterns that, you are seeing at Grey Matters?
Yes, I think the consumer has become far more discerning, so to say. And unlike in the past, when we were growing up or we were students, today there is what I'm fond of calling an explosion of information, and therefore there is fragmentation of attention. And I'm speaking from purely consumers' viewpoint. Now, so I'm again fond of giving this example that there is a breakfast, lunch, dinner model of data consumption by consumers. Now, B stands here for brisk, just to know data. What is Shah Rukh Khan saying on the latest games? What is Ajay Devgan take on RRR? These are, people just, early in the morning, you scroll through your tweet or other news clips, etc., just to know what is happening. And there is merit in factoring in this. When we do our planning, we factor this in very much for our communication strategy, for our PR strategy. And we do tell our partners that this is an important aspect, even though it's fleetingly fragile and short-lived, yet there is merit in considering this pattern of consumption. The second is learning, lunch learning, BLD. It's that important to know data. Now, media that can affect my life, if I'm going out today, if I have an air flight to catch, if there is a jam on Ashram, or if my flight is delayed, if there is a police advisory, and so on and so forth. Now, how are brands adapting to this need? Is there, or can you pull out some information from the public domain which will help your consumers to negotiate his or her life better? And the digest, the D stands for digest, important to know, critical to know data. Now, what is the geopolitical, international, and social, cultural reasons for Russian invasion of Ukraine? And that is going to shape my opinion. What is it about Kashmir Files that is that has made the film such a rocking success? Or what are the arguments against it, and so on and so forth? Now, that's the broad pattern of consumption for me as a student of communication. And whenever at Grey Matters, we are designing strategies, PR strategies, public affairs strategies, corporate communication strategies, from a consumer's viewpoint, we are factoring these in, Mr. Ghaswala.
Thank you. My next question is going to be to all, next two questions to, all the panelists. Let's start with Mishra sir. What are some of the new trends in communication that, you envisage we will see over this financial year?
Sorry, I'm going to mute.
Do you want me to repeat the question, sir?
Yeah, it will be better if you can.
Okay, so, I'm saying, what are some of the new trends in communication we will see over the next, this current financial year?
Right. So I'll say not that the trends that I'll be talking about are something completely new, but you will see a lot of those will make huge inroads in coming months and years. So one of the trends I'll tell you, probably the influencer and creator-led content. And for we have PR professionals, influence management will become much more critical aspect in that sense. You will see short videos and live content are making huge inroad into the overall communication of things. Data and analytics probably will increasingly play a bigger role. And brands have always been unsure about how to measure the impact of PR or communications. While this has changed a lot in advertising, PR, for PR, especially most companies still struggle with that. So teams will need to start using PR analytics more and more to understand and justify their efforts. I think these are some of the broad things, we'll see, in coming days.
Thank you, sir. Nimisha, I'm sure at Frost & Sullivan, you'll have a lot of these trends already that you're predicting. So for the audience.
So I think what we're going to see, as it was covered by Dr. Anand and Mr. Mishra, it's the real-time content. It's more user-generated content, as they mentioned, and it's going to be the age of news aggregators. It's going to be that's what the Gen X is focusing on, right? That's how you relate to them. It's more of in-short summaries. It's more of news aggregators. It's more of interest-based news. So that is one thing that's definitely, that's going to be the trend that we're going to be seeing. And as communicators, I think the more content we may, I think the content strategy or your storytelling is going to play a very critical role within in the year to come.
Thank you. Dr. Anand?
Yes, absolutely. Very nicely put by Nimisha ji and Vibhu ji. Storytelling, news aggregators, short videos. To me, just to add to these, I think the Twitter and the InShots, I think are going to be the alphabet of new communications, which means that short format text, short format videos, short format news clips, that is going to be, so that's one according to me, because as I said, there is massive fragmentation of attention, unlike, olden days when you had only newspapers to consume your news and info from, or radio perhaps. Today we are bombarded with so many platforms, so we have to have our WhatsApp, radio, TV, newspapers, InShots and whatnot, so many apps we are using. So that's number one. And number two, I think what is going to happen, radio is going to regain its old value. It's going to become important again. It has become important again. And voice is also going to get more prominent. Voice is going to get louder, by which I mean to say an exchange for media again has taken a lead. The podcast, platforms like podcasts are going to hold sway in the near and long future. Mr. Daswala.
Thank you. You all are the panelists, but I just wanted to add, because, this is what here we keep telling our writers, that, you spoke from a single point of information consumption of a newspaper to multiple apps and, multiple options. What I keep telling my colleagues here is that you're not competing with your competitor any longer. Okay, you are competing for time and attention, and it could be with a gaming app, it could be with a shopping app, it could be with a banking app, it could be anything at all. So one understands what all of you are saying. My last question is, as communication and PR professionals, what advice would you'll give to the younger people who are entering this particular profession? If it's okay, we'll start with the lady, Nimisha ma'am.
Thank you, Mr. Daswala. I think my advice to the young professionals is to be original. One size fits all does not work. Channels, yes, more or less remain the same. They're the same channels, same online that we would all go after. But each brand is unique. And, we as communicators need to find that connection, need to find as to why that brand is in existence. And I think we need to be honest. It's not about, every brand cannot be on top. So, every brand from where it is has to move a step forward. And as long as you're doing that, it's fantastic. So it's about, the more honest we are, the better will be our messaging, the better will be our channel, prioritization, what channels we would like to go for, and, the connect, and thereby, of course, engagement just follows. So yeah, that would be my advice to host.
Thank you. Bishra sir.
Yeah, no, I largely agree with what Nimisha said. In addition to that, I must say that, having seen both the sides, I must say a lot of times people, when a young professional get into PR or comms, it's very, very important to become, to learn the nuances of that, right? What we study in classroom may not be enough. PR is not just about good written or spoken communication skill. It's more about strategy. It's more about stakeholder management, and the more you are, because it's about practicing. It's not theory. So one has to learn it really on the ground, going through various scenarios, working with different clients, whether it's in the PR environment or in corporate environment or even in media. So there is no shortcut. So one has to learn it really in hard way. One also has to be aware of the various scenarios. That's why I said strategy plays a major role. While planning about the PR campaign, one has to take into consideration various factors. do enough of scenarios planning, and be always open to failures also. And a lot of, I must say in 50% cases, the things may not yield the way result. So one should not be disheartened. Instead, pursue the same thing with double the force. And like Nimisha said, one has to very original, right? Many times I have seen young professionals who just jump into profession, and they come to you next day. They talk about a brand about whom they are not sure about. Many times they don't know about even the their own company, or if they are representing PR agency, the brand or the company they are representing, where it is headquartered out of, how many employees they have, who is the CEO. These are the basic level of information. So it's very important to learn about the brand and then go out to the market, and which is very, very important. And every student of communication has to go through it.
Thank you. Dr. Anand.
Yes, very nicely put by both my esteemed panelists. I will just add that I'll request and advise and urge them to be, one, patient, like Bibuji was saying. Secondly, thoda padho, do a bit of research. I think everybody is in a hurry to just, scale up the ladder. It doesn't happen. Please understand, not many understand that PR is a very, very knowledge intensive industry, especially the kind of PR that is happening now. And you just cannot blabber out anything to your partners. So research is very important. The ability and the habit of reading is very important. Scanning your environment, I think, is very, very important. And being patient is also very important. So I share a pain of the PR industry, where people just come and, a few thousands higher salary, and you go to the next, and then you go to the next, and then you go to the next. Doesn't help you in the longer run. So, padho, do some research, and thoda sa sthir raho.
Yeah, this is a very impatient generation. So,
right.
Okay. Thank you to all three of you for joining us. I had to omit two questions in the interest of time. I think Karan would have just blanked me out. So I said, I'd rather do. My learnings here have been that one is empathy communication, which even we saw hugely. Even from marketeers, not from the PR side, we saw that, and I think that's here to stay. The other thing that one is hearing is personalization and hyper personalization. And third, what's picking up, we've always known of the short attention spans. So, shorter formats, crisp, communication is what is working. Lots other said, which I'm not able to capture in my closing remarks, but I'd like to thank you all. I've learned some bit today. Some stuff gets validated with what all of you said, and some new things get learned. So thank you for joining us. It's been a pleasure moderating this panel. Hope to catch up with you all soon. Over to you, Aditya.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, everyone.
Thank you. Thank you so much to all our panelists and Mr. Ghaswala for moderating the session. Thank you. It's been a pleasure listening to you. Thank you for your valuable time.
Thank you so much. Thank you very much, and
Bye-bye.
congratulations to Exchange for Media for doing all these fascinating things.
With that, ladies and gentlemen, we come to an end of our session on Confluence of Media is shaping and changing the narrative. Well, before we proceed with the next session, I would request our team to please showcase the partners AV to let our audience members know of our partners for today's conclave and conference. Can you please have the AV?
Exchange for Media, a name synonymous with the latest news about the advertising industry in India. The Exchange for Media Group, set up in 2000, has the most credible media platforms covering the entire advertising, media and marketing domain with its highly acclaimed digital, print and on-ground assets. The group's flagship news portal, exchangeformedia.com, reaches over 6 lakh subscribers who are the first to receive breaking news in the industry. The buzzing website not only covers the news but goes beyond the obvious to bring in a fresh point of view. Impact, the weekly news magazine from the group, is the most widely read business magazine in the advertising trade, with in-depth analysis and news-based features providing perspective to key happenings in the industry. The monthly Pitch magazine provides a ringside view of events unfolding in the marketing landscape, along with media and advertising. Another monthly magazine, Realty Plus, is a market leader in reportage on the real estate industry. Today, Exchange for Media is not only a leading publisher in the domain, but owns the IP of more than 50 events spread across Mumbai, Delhi and Bangalore, making it a powerhouse of information and knowledge sharing. Exchange for Media has curated and launched some of the most successful IPs across marketing, digital, TV, print, radio, mobile, OOH and PR. The Impact Person of the Year, Exchange for Media Conclave, Indian Digital Marketing Awards, Tech Munch, Pitch CMO Summit, India Marketing Awards, Primetime Awards, Indian Content Marketing Awards, Golden Mics, NBAR are some of the group's top-notch events, in addition to niche, bespoke events and roundtables curated especially for discerning clients. Exchange for Media events attract stalwarts as speakers, along with a loyal audience comprising of leaders, trendsetters and opinion makers. They are the perfect networking platform for the entire media and advertising industry. No wonder Exchange for Media Group publications and events have high credibility and reach and are the destination of choice for agency, brand and media professionals across the industry. Exchange for Media.
अर्ज किया है। तुम्हें देख ये बात जुबां पे आई, बनाने वाले ने क्या चीज बनाई। चीज
अर्ज किया है, ये सीन ऐसा हो क्लिक जैसे हर बंगाली।
अर्ज किया है, चिप्स है बहाना, तुम्हें है एक दूसरे को पटाना।
Lay's, cheesy love और herby crush flavors, ये वाला याद रहेगा।
Hey, find me an agency that's always thinking about what's next.
Searching. Here's what I found. See you next time.
In the world of business, when you think BW Business World, spanning across platforms from print to the fast-growing digital space, from custom events to insightful industry books, BW Business World continues to capture a critical market space. Enjoying over 1.2 million engaged reader base, we have replicated this success in digital, with a six-fold growth in the past 1 year. So who is the BW audience? Our magazine readers are the cream of the crop business professionals spread across industries and niche communities. BW Digital engages with a much larger audience, hailing majorly from India and US. We also reach diverse markets including UK and Saudi Arabia. The BW Print universe comprises of BW Business World, BW Smart Cities, BW Hotelier, BW Applause, BW Education, and BW People, each profiling industry leaders and niche sectoral stories. BW Digital communities target niche segments like startups, CIOs, smart cities, defense, amongst a range of other fields, with a following of millions of unique digital users. BW Business World is an industry leader in curating a plethora of IPRs. With multiple industry stakeholders under one roof, BW IPR events generate superlative content. BW Engage offers bespoke brand solutions across functions with inputs from the award-winning BW editorial team. We design and execute a 360-degree marketing model, resulting in top-of-mind recall and a large BW Engage client patronage. Why engage with us? We have an award-winning editorial team. We forecast new scoops and future trends before any of our competitors. We provide 360-degree brand solutions, and our clients are always happy with the ROI. This is just a glimpse of our client endorsements. To subscribe to our print patronage, visit subscribe.businessworld.in. Follow us on Facebook and Twitter. You can also connect with us on WhatsApp on businessworld.in/WhatsApp.
Okay, and after showcasing the partners, it's time to proceed with the next session. It's on leadership communication, and joining us for the same is Ms. Rachna Chaudhary, Founder, Director, Media Value Works. Good afternoon, ma'am. Can you hear me?
Hello, hi. Yes, I am. Thank you,
How are you?
Aditya. I'm very good. Thank you. I believe we are all settled.
Yes,
Thank
ma'am.
you.
All the way.
Super. Thanks. Am I audible?
Yes, ma'am. Loud and clear.
Cool. Cool. All right. Thanks a ton. Thank you, E4M team. I'm delighted to be the speaker here today. A pleasure meeting all the participants of IPRCCA. Over the next few minutes, I plan to take you into a journey of kind of thinking new, thinking fresh, and thinking on what our strengths are. So leadership communications is the theme. I'll share my screen, and do let me know in case there is any difficulty in okay, is this visible?
Yes, ma'am, this is.
Cool. Right, I'll just start from here. All right, friends, pleasure here. Thank you so much. My name is Rachna Chaudhary. I'm the founder of Media Value Works. I started Media Value Works about 10 years ago after having worked at many organizations. And I'll come into the brief description about all of that a little later. Let's deep dive into our thoughts of the session today. I start off with the line which says, a challenge is an opportunity inside out. So this should set us to think, why are we saying this? And what is the challenge we are talking about? And what is the opportunity that underlies this statement? I take you into the next slide, which says, are you influenced by a few leaders and not by all the leaders? I'm sure we all are. Hi, someone is talking to me?
No.
Someone would want to talk to me because I heard someone saying, no?
No, ma'am, that was not a problem. We just
All
had
right.
a join in, please.
Sure. So I continue. So I'm wanting to express here, are we influenced by only a few leaders and not by all the leaders? We all are. The political leaders, the business leaders, the corporate leaders, or the leaders in our lives, the celebrities, or leaders in any role today. A leader is a person who is appealing to their stakeholders or is influencing their community. More or less, that's what a leader is doing outright today. This brings me to the next statement, which is, do you believe your digital communication skills, and you're all experts in digital communication skills, the community we are talking to or the audience we are all sitting here today are probably the be-all of the digital content, creative minds? We are a huge gathering here today in the IPRCCA session who are all experts in content design, strategy, narrative building. We know it all, you know, it's just in our DNA. We thrive on it. We make a living out of it. How much is that? How well we do it? For whom we are doing it? All that is operational issue. It's a journey. But our bottom line is, this is the DNA we thrive on, is our strategies on communicating, our strategies on building narratives, our strategies on telling our stories outside today. What brings this to the next conversation is, would you like to ride on your full opportunity, full potential? Yes. We are heading into an age of digital communications. and opportunity is at our doorstep. I'd like to actually pause here for a minute to understand if we are moving in a direction and our audiences are able to think on the lines that we are heading into. Why leadership communications? What is digital strategy? And are we in sync with these thoughts that we are really the leaders at the bottom of our heart because we are writing content and we think like a leader? So, welcome to the Leadership Communications session. My name is Rachna Chaudhary, and I introduced myself a while ago. What are we trying to do today? We are living in a complex world. Organizations are undergoing deep complexities. We are changing processes. The digital transformation takes place. Most of the traditional run organizations are moving into being a new age organization. The new age organization is moving into the Web 3.0 and blah, blah, blah. And we are scaling up. Our technology is scaling up. We are scaling up with the technology and the journey is onwards. What brings in here at the back end is complexities, an increased level of complexities. To understand this, let's understand in a very nutshell manner, what are the top 4 or 5 key organizational challenges that a CEO or a leader is facing today. A leader today has multiple levels of challenges, but our perspective still remains communication challenges. We are here to understand, and we are here to understand their needs and to understand our skills, both together. I'm trying to hint on how we can calibrate very smartly in that core niche sweet spot that we in the business should all garner going forward. The key challenges an organization is facing today is, number one, there's an increasing gap between the youngest in the organization and probably the senior most in the organization. The gap is increasing because we are taking more and more youngsters. Organizations need freshers and starters and engineers or digital marketeers, and people are getting onboarded, whereas the so-called matured or the people who are 45 or 50 plus are really not able to scale themselves up so much. There's an increasing age gap within the organizational structure. That's one area that is impacting a CEO's life today. There is a declining role in middle management. Whatever be the size of the organization, we are not referring to a 500 crore or 5,000 crore or a 50 crores company. There is a decline in the real aspect that a middle management used to play or a manager used to play, because it's almost becoming like a flatter structure, whether by design or by the operational facts. It's digital and it's flat. So the digital and the flatness brings about to the next big agenda that's happening in a daily routine, in everyday businesses that we deal with clients and we talk to CEOs or we talk to marketing heads, and we are in touch with so many of them. We have observed, and this is basis a lot of discussions and over a period of time conversations, which says this: sales, marketing, top leaders, and probably one or two more, most of the business heads are spending a lot of their hours and substantial amount of their meeting hours is going in doing what? In designing strategic communications, how to post on LinkedIn, what to post on LinkedIn, what to share, what not to share. That wasn't the role of a CEO maybe 5 years ago, but it's become very, very critical now. A CEO I've seen, or probably you all must be seeing, a CEO or a chief director or a chief marketing officer or really senior directors spend their lot of business hours in trying to figure out what is going up on social media. What does that bring that to? It brings back to our discussions about we being skilled enough and we being masters in creating communication strategies. That's our craft. We specialize in it. What brings this to? This widening gap between an organizational goal. A CEO probably has some huge vision and mission in his mind, but he's finding it increasingly difficult to break it down into everyday goals that can be achieved. So we say it's breaking down into achievable goals is becoming a challenge. Why do we say that? We'll come to those stages of understanding. This is really the 4 or the 5 key facts that organizations are thriving with the challenges. And it's very silent. It's a silent action happening. It's actually boiling inside. Probably somebody is noticing, somebody is not noticing, somebody is making corrective measures, or somebody is not making corrective measures. There are calls, we receive calls about facts being, we probably want to put out a new LinkedIn strategy for our staff because we don't want people putting out a message which says I'm available, and he's still working in an organization which could have had a great brand appeal, but suddenly the staff started putting, I'm looking out for a job. And you see people are changing jobs and they say, I'm from this organization, and he's actually negotiating a job on LinkedIn, as open as that. So there are multiple levels at which organization's reputation is getting impacted. A leader today is actually fiddling how and where can he curtail that, or how and where can he bring about cognizance to that storyline. I come to the next slide, which says, so those were the strategic challenges, and let's look at the operational challenges that an organization is facing today. And when we say organization, we are actually referring to a leader today. A leader is having some experienced staff, which I mentioned, about 40 plus guys, but they're not digitally inclined. They are not digital natives. So probably they have the viewpoints in their mind, but they are not able to operationally put it out. That's again a sweet spot for us to play on. That's a spot that we are specialists in playing that, right? There's disjointed thoughts happening because of this gap between an experienced person not able to drill down his conversations into being a digital first, and his conversations are not being digital native conversations. Hence, there are thoughts which are getting disjointed. Somebody wanted to say that, but finally it actually landed up being a different kind of a story. This disjointed thought is a key area of concern. Where do we go next? Resources who understand digital are the ones who are probably the younger lot, but this younger lot is probably not able to understand the business. So there's a set of audience who understand business, but there are a set of people who understand the operational part of the digital platforms. This gap is a huge gap because he knows what he wants to say, but he's not able to put it. And he can put it, but he doesn't know how to put it or what to put it, because he's not having the technology, he's not having the business acumen. But the seniors have the business acumen, but they don't have the digital acumen. So there, this vice versa gap is becoming a big issue in solving some things which are very simple today is taking 3x, 4x, 5x kind of timelines. What does this lead to? There is a lack of devising seamless digital transformation stories or seamless digital transformation communication strategies. How do we tackle it? I think there's one more point. Sorry. What is this? Finding the right skill is huge challenge. Finding the right skill who understands business, who understands the nuances, and who's able to operationally put it and digitally think about it. That's the blend is a missing link, and that blend has great opportunity. I'm trying to hit the nail here for all of us who can imagine that you're blessed with that blend. Go out and take up. You will be at the best place thereafter, and huge challenges to pursue forward. So what's in it for us? Why are we discussing this? The organizational challenge, the operational challenge, mapping of the communication strategies, and what's in it for us is where I'm hinting upon. You are a leader. Within you, you are a future leader. You are a digital native leader. We are all communication experts. We know to communicate, and we are digital natives. We think digital right now. That's the skill, and that's the hidden talent we want to talk about. Leadership today is about communications. Leadership always was about communications. right from the days of probably Mahatma Gandhi, or maybe we have examples of Nelson Mandela, or maybe examples of Steve Jobs, or, leadership has always been about communications. Even today, we are talking of communications, but the means of communicating has changed, and probably it has changed for good. It has changed for ease. Leadership communications was not so simple probably 10 years ago, when only the publishers were the newspaper editors. But today we know how things have become. We have the right to publish information in our fingertips today. Hence, this becomes a key edge for us to play on. So what are the 5 things a leader needs to do in today's day and life? I'm still referring to his communication skills. I'm not getting into his business or his growth strategy or his investor pitch or his deck about getting investors. We are not getting all that. All of that finally still boils down to his communication strategies. Even if he's to make a pitch and he wants to get listed on NASDAQ, he still needs to work on his communication strategies, right? So we are referring to some of the key areas where what is it that a leader needs to do? He needs to communicate his goals with the digital marketing team. This is very, very important. And this is a missing link at various organizations today, which leads to a lot of gaps in their digital marketing strategies performance. So here is what we want to say: to bring in seamless strategy alignment between the leader and at the person who's running the campaign, he needs to share his goal so that the person at the operational level or the digital marketing executive is able to visualize the goal that the leader has in mind. This stitching this gap is very important for a communication, for a campaign to run successfully. We want to understand how to design campaign. If we work on the platforms, the digital platforms that we refer, whether it's LinkedIn or Facebook or social media or even blogs, or going into digital PR, or whenever we are putting out content or videos or doing podcasts, or we need to design a campaign and we need to design a strategy. This invariably is best when it is coming straight from the horse's mouth, which is the CEO himself, because he knows what he wants to speak out, but he probably is needing the skill of a person who can put it all together in maybe those 10 words or 50 words or 40 words, or as per the layout, or as per the ad, or as per the content marketing campaign that is being designed. So that's again his skill. He needs to be an active social media user. That's again his acumen that we are going to be riding on. He needs to follow different business experts so that his thought leadership or his storylines is getting cultivated. That again is what we are doing. So we do it all, right? He needs to keep refreshing his ideas and thoughts, because if he's a leader today, he needs to be an agile leader. Gone are the days of those rudimentary thought process leaders who had some strategies in their minds and they only translated back to the vice president, and the vice president translated back to the manager, and then there will be 5 teams who will sit together and do it. It doesn't happen like that anymore. Across levels of organization, it's a seamless flow. And when it is seamless, the people right at the executive level have enough or direct access to the CEO, and the information needs to flow down. So we are moving to a flatter structure. We covered that in the beginning. That's really happening. Keep refreshing thoughts. And when we refresh thoughts, we have observed that youngsters are able to refresh thoughts faster than people who've been experienced, or people who've had like a legacy mindset of 20, 30 years of working. Changing them is difficult. So the flexibility is in people who are young, people who are agile, and people who know to communicate. So we refresh our thoughts here. This is what typically a leader needs to do. All of these, if you put together and you take a deep breath and you think twice, you will know that this is all something that is your cup of tea. And it's not really a difficult cup of tea. I hope you all are with me on this. Here is something that I'll again put out. Being our traditional agency mindset, and we know we are handling clients. I'm trying to put together things. What do we do if we're managing leaders? We manage many leaders. I manage leaders of India, of US. We keep talking to them. We keep guiding them. We keep transferring our knowledge so they start thinking little more in a communicative manner. Typically, if he's a CEO of a technology company who knows to only who probably understands his technology, but he is not able to translate the technology back into his teams, or he's not able to translate the technology back into his other stakeholders. So communication is key, and we move into, in an agency life, what have we been doing? We've been doing all of these. We manage the LinkedIn profiles, we manage their posts, we manage their codes, we manage their social media strategy, we design, we step into the shoes of a CEO and we write those codes, and then it is sent to the CEO for approval. We have been thinking alike for leaders for several years. Today at IPRCCA, thanks Karan and Dr. Batra, I like to present to each one of us, let us think fresh, let us think aloud, and let us work in growing the leader within us. We understand communications better than others. What can we do? We need to change. The yesterday's success formulas need to change. Let's draw a new parlance today. Let's drive the change. Be the change, grow the leader within you. And we could all be all together in a new framework very soon. Good luck and best wishes to all of you. I'm here, and I also like to summarize. This is Media Tech Resource, the US agency started by me as a spin-off of Media Valley Works of India. We currently, in fact, this was a story we put out in 2019 on PR Newswire, that we are embracing business leaders and cultivating thought leadership skills. And this is an agency working out of Silicon Valley. So we are looking for growth, looking for partners. I'm excited to partner with all of you. Interested people may please write to me. I'm available on this email. Do write to me if you want to design new strategies, you want to grow your business, you're looking for new ideas. Let's collaborate. That's the order of the day. Collaboration is key. Thank you all. I hope that was good. And thank you. Any questions? I'm here. I'm switching off my share screen button. 1 second.
Yes, thank you. Thank you so much, Rachna ji. This was not good. It was amazing. We loved your energy and, of course, all the material that you had to share. Also, if I think the audience has totally shared any questions with us.
I'm open. Yeah. I wanted to keep it short so we could actually do discussion, because this is more of one of that annual days when we all meet, or now that's only Zoom meetings. We are still connected. So excited to be any questions from all our colleagues here. We are all a team, and we are all here for growing this sector, this business to an altogether new height.
Well, I think that, so I don't really see any, I think our platform does not allow questions from the audience. I'll ask you one as an artist, because I'm sure the audience is a lot of individual artist members and of course teams as well.
Sure.
So when it comes to, let's say, I won't say promoting yourself, when it comes to projecting yourself to the outside world, how different do you have to walk the path as an artist, let's say as an individual identity, could be a singer, actor, anybody, or as an entire team or as a product? How different are those two parts when you walk out into the world or are trying to set your or place your mark?
So Aditya, what happens is there's a clear demarcation between are you a celebrity? You are a guiding force for your own, you're a professional, and you are a creative professional. Your storylines are limited to yourself. You define your own self. Whereas it's an organizational story, then the whole team comes into play. And these are very clearly two different lines of communications. So if I want to say, anybody, we take Virat Kohli. I'm just saying an example, no reference. I'm just saying, or anybody. his stories or his achievements or his goals or his aspirations are well defined as his own self. In case if a professional or a creative artist or a celebrity is wanting to do it for his team, then the storylines change automatically. So I don't think so there should be any confusion. This is very clearly two different goals about taking the team story or taking the organizational story or taking an individual story. And these are very clearly kept differently.
Okay, sir, I'll keep that in mind now for myself.
Yeah.
With that, audience members, if they have any question, they can always reach out to you, ma'am. Rachna Chaudhary ji, but thank you so much, ma'am, for giving us your time and of course, speaking.
Pleasure. Thanks, Atan. Lovely. Pleasure. I'll leave. Thank you all. Take care.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, that was a leadership communication session by Rachna Chaudhary ji, founder, director, Media Value Works. And now for our next panel discussion, it's on impact of influencer marketing and social media on the public relations. I'm sure many of you would love to hear this as we're in the era of social media. Joining us for the same are Gagan Talwar, National Head Business Wire India, Anshu Khanna, owner, Goodword Media Services, Nikki Gupta, Director, Media Operations Teamwork, Tarundeep Singh, Chief Growth Officer, 23 Watts, and the session will be moderated by Ruchika Jha, Exchange for Media. Ruchika, all the very best.
Thank you so much, Aditya, for the lovely introduction. So, very good afternoon to all the panelists. I'm Ruchika Jha, and the topic for this session is impact of influencer marketing and social media on the public relations. I would really love to know more how what is the relationship between the influencer marketing and how it affects the PR industry. So starting with my first question is that as your agencies have clients from different sectors, so what according to you, I mean, which industry according to you is heavily leverages influencer marketing? I'll start with Ms. Khanna.
So you mean to say, hi everyone. I know Tarundeep really well, but I'm like a little recluse who lives in my own world. So I have to thank you all for pulling me out. So you said, which are the industries which work with influencer
which heavily leverages influencer marketing?
Obviously fashion and beauty and cinema and anything to do with glamour. And I think that is where it's restricted as of now, unfortunately. And food, yes. So that's where it is. And I don't see too many people leveraging it for serious discussion on health or politics. Politics is very subliminal. You have a lot of people working under covers. It doesn't come out so easily. But as of now, it's totally, it's controlling the glamour world.
Ms. Gupta, I have seen your agency has clients from healthcare sector. So what is your take on this?
So thanks, Ruchika. Thank you. Hi, everyone. I would little differ in this. I think influencer marketing is a very lucrative, very upcoming, and it's already very penetrated right now amongst the brand. So be it any brand, be it any sector, I would say that all of them are doing influencer marketing, be it auto, travel, lifestyle, fashion, food, hospitality, gaming, healthcare, you just name it. You just name the sector. I think all the sectors are exploring it. Nobody's leaving this influencer marketing thing unturned, and they want to take the leverage, because I think influencer marketing is moreover, it's quite easier way to connect with the audience. And be it healthcare, fitness, I think we are doing big time. We have got even Economic Times Award also for one of the brand campaign. And last year also we got multiple awards, even IPPRCC awards also for influencer marketing for healthcare brands. So be it disease awareness, be it fitness, lifestyle. So yeah, I would say that across the sectors it's happening, and which is quite lucrative for and impressive for all the brands.
Mr. Singh, which industry according to you heavily leverages the influencer marketing?
So I think, I'm sorry, and obviously fantastic inputs from everywhere. I would maybe take a little more time and go deep down into it, right? For me, influencer marketing is not a tool, right, today. When I look at myself or I look at my dad or my granddad and people beyond it, right, they used to listen to sons and sadhus and, you know, the religion books, right? Because that's what would get them what they want in life, right? Some of the answers you don't find yourself, you look outside to do it, right? Maybe my generation was more into films, music, sports stars. So what the sports star or the music or what Eminem would say, I would resonate with it, right? Today we have a generation whose umbilical cord is basically the phone, right? They breathe, eat, drink, do everything online. So influencer today is the Sant Sadhu, the sports star, Eminem, whatever else you may be, right? The music sells more on Instagram than otherwise today on any other platform. So I think influencer is everything that today I want in life. But having said that, and these are everyday things, therefore it could start from a health and beauty, it could start from food, it could start from fitness. You look at the kind of fitness influencers that did so well during the COVID times. Look at mental health coaches and influencers who've taken up. Look at tech. I mean, I've handled tech, and I'm sure everybody has handled tech here. And I think you cannot sell a tech product without having a crore in your dummy for selling out a mobile phone. So I think influencer marketing today is part and parcel of our life. It's no longer that we think that we want to catch this bus or not. If you not catch this bus, it's gone for you. But the point is that today it's a part of us. It's a part of every one of us. We like it or not, or we sometimes don't even believe it. But it is today driving us to be where we are, and somewhere we are also being influencers and talking about it. So, absolutely,
Mr. Talwar, what is your...
Well said, Tarun.
Yeah. Well said, and it's opened my mind also to it, because I'm on the fence when it comes to influencers. So
I'm never on the fence. It really hurts me at the back. So
yeah, I know.
So I totally agree with Tarun, like on this point, all the points. I think this is the new normal for all the brands. This influencer marketing is the new normal. Like the recent ones, the controversial one, crypto is also using the influencer marketing. I think we every one of us are into this deeply. I would say that, and like this is further growing up. I think this marketing is further growing up. So brands, especially the PR brands, PR agencies, are using this as a tool for their clients.
Okay, so everybody knows that social media is one of the primary mediums where we promote and drive the campaigns. So if there is any fallout of a campaign, so what are your crisis mitigation strategies if this happens? I'll start with Mr. Singh.
Sorry, on crisis on social?
For social media, yes. If any campaign is launched and it actually gets promoted on social media, and if it falls out, if it's not, it doesn't get good reach, and it doesn't get impacted to the viewers. So, what are your crisis mitigation strategies?
See, I think social is all about chatter, right? Good, bad, ugly is maybe a tertiary line to it, but I think it's initially everything about chatter. For example, I just say there was a advertisement on Karwa Chauth about one of the brands, and there was a lot of chatter, and they pulled out the ad after one day. But I'm very sure that by that chatter today, you and I can talk about the brand. I don't know if we are allowed to name the brands on this, so I'm keeping mum at it. But the point is that today, when we sit down and we have a coffee table chat, I'm talking about that brand. So even if, gone are the days when you used to categorize PR value as negative, positive, informative, right? It's no longer there. I think it's absolutely about conversations. So the more conversations today that I can have, irrespective of what it's bringing to, obviously it should not damage the brand that I'm building, but even if it's a little bit bending towards controversy, it's pretty okay, right? I've worked with Anshu, and we've handled designers and people with lifestyle, and even I've worked with some of the film stars. In films, they used to say that all publicity, any negative publicity is also publicity. So I think that has become a norm. Now, coming back to a point of how do we control it, we recently had, and I'm again not going to name a client, we have a client which is into ambulances, and they were questioned by one of the leading business publications on if the model is successful or not. The client has just started operations 1.5 years back. but I think he's solving a problem that today people want solved, right? I want ambulances much faster and quicker than I would want my candy or my Maggie or my whatever else the 10-minute reply is all about. I mean, totally negative article, we tried to stop it, unfortunately we couldn't. But what I realized after that is a lot of people, when the article was taken online, wrote good things about the brand because they feel connected with the fact that today I don't know if they will do good business now, but I need ambulance more than I need a packet of chips. I need ambulance more than I need a food packet delivered to me. So because everybody understands that. So I think it's also about the kind of line of business that you are in and the sentiment that you are able to create with the business. And that's where we every time that we go to a client and we try to look at a client, we always look at what is that positive impact. You don't have to tell the story from your USP or your business point of view. You have to tell the story from the impact point of view. If today I'm doing a positive impact in your life, tomorrow my campaign may fail, but people will still stand for it because they understand the impact it's going to bring in. So I think we look at it in a different way. But having said that, there are clients like, for example, I can't go wrong with a phone client, a social media campaign for that. So we definitely have strategies to have influencers or chatter to bring that back to what our messaging is. And we have different tools. For example, we use trends, Twitter trends, Facebook trends, Insta trends, quasi or smaller nano influencers that we can use to drive that back. Sorry, I'm taking a lot of time, so I'll leave it out to the rest of them. But again, it's all about creating that sentiment and chatter online.
Ms. Gupta, how do you think the crisis mitigation strategies would work on if there's a fallout of any campaign?
So I would say when it comes to the social media, the crisis blades moves quite faster when it comes to the social media. When it comes to the PR, we used to do it, okay, something is coming in a newspaper, we are coordinating with the journalists. But here it's not just about the journalist. It's about your coordinating and dealing with the audience. You are dealing with the public. So that's definitely a little difficult crisis that we used to handle earlier. We in the today's scenario, I believe most of us are handling mixed set of clients where we are doing PR and digital both. When it comes to digital, it is a little difficult to handle crisis, but yes, it is very essential to have the proper guidelines with you and with your team. If you have those kind of guidelines with you, if you have a policy, if you are very, very articulative, if you are checking your content, what you are posting, if your hashtags are correct, you are thinking 50 times before posting the content, I think that will help you to land up in a soup. I would say that it is very important at the same time to take approval from the client, because the moment you are not taking approval, you are not consulting with the client, and so that also can be a big crisis, because in the today's scenario, the Twitter has become the biggest issue. It has become the 24/7 thing, and for the government also, and for many brands also, they want to connect on Twitter with their audience. So yeah, it is very important to comply with the copyright things. It is very important to be proactive, but at the same time, you need to be mindful what you are commenting on. And if there is a crisis, one has to take a step back, think, discuss with their team, and then take action. It is not like everybody running in a different direction. So these are some of the suggestions which I can give it to our viewers. But I believe all of us are from the PR and the digital industry. We all must be following the same.
Sorry, I'm just adding in. Looking at what happened with Bharat Pay yesterday,
yes,
LinkedIn has also become that.
Yeah, Bharat Pay, and even we can take the Ronaldo wala issue, that he just moved the Coca-Cola bottle, but for Coca-Cola it became the big huge crisis, which was the unexpected crisis. Even if you remember that Ashin, when she went for a press conference I think for a brand, I would not take the brand name, and she said that I don't consume soft drinks. So for communication team and for the digital team, it becomes the big crisis. But yes, we need to dealt with it. We handle a lot of government clients also, and government is majorly active on Twitter. We follow the same things. I don't know about others. I would love to hear others' views also.
So, Ms. Khanna, what are your thoughts on this?
See, so I'd agree with both of you. The good point about, once something is out in print, it's there. It's black and white. Whereas here you can kind of lobby and get it changed, tweaked, if you have good relationship with whoever's tweeted. However, having said that, social media is like a tsunami. If the person who's written something and has used the right hashtags, you are actually going to be cleaning up a full beach, not just one. With the newspaper, a person's read it, thrown it into the dustbin and moved on. But someone who's done it on Twitter, it will keep, appearing on your screen, and it's so long drawn out, and I think it's a very scary process. And at the same time, I see a lot of youngsters using it as a big tool to get their views. If they're unhappy, so many times on Twitter, you'll say so and so sucks, and then you see that immediately things have been put to correction. So I'd like to say it from a perspective of someone who belongs to a generation that did typewriter writing for news. I was working as a journalist for 10 years. So I want to say one thing, that today, I don't even know if media is required, because if I'm in a good mood, I am my Vogue. If I'm in a bad mood, I am my Twitter. I'm on Facebook if I want to talk to older people. So it's so well defined. My only thing that I have a problem with, well, not with healthcare. I really like the kind of content, healthcare or music or, mental health care. But, with our zone of lifestyle, I really get into trouble because I keep calling them the pout brigade, and they just pout, so I think they need to. And secondly, they are mercenary soldiers. Today they'll be talking about A, the next day they'll be talking about B. Even Aamir Khan is a little more careful, so I don't understand. So I use them very frugally in my campaigns, and I only use them if they are able to create content for me, So I'll tell you, I'm a little critical about that. And I think that is where influencers need to get their act together, and blindly following influencers as part of your strategy, because they are easy to control, because you're paying them, should change. You should not. Where is the challenge? Let's get challenged and get good press on the basis of good news, So that's my only thing. So.
And lastly, Mr. Talwar, I would like to hear your point as well on this.
Yeah, so I would put this very simple. Like the reason influencers are effective, it's because they have an influence. So they are very honest to their followers. They take a lot of time in building that audience. So I would say that the communication is very clear with the influencers. So if there is a crisis, they can really take you out of that. And they fill a gap. They fill a gap between the broadcast media and the social media. So I think the influencer, marketing is, I think, is a boom for us, and this can really help us.
So moving on, my question is that what are the prerequisites that one should keep in mind for a successful PR campaign along with influencer marketing? I would like to start with Mr. Talwar.
Yeah, so every 2 years, Nielsen takes out a study which says that consumers place their high trust on any editorial content, and when the content is shared by a friend or somebody known, that goes to a level of 83%. So I think the influencer part is playing a game for this media as of now. So I would say that the prerequisites for any influencer marketing is that you have to build your own audience. You have to create a friendly relationship with the readers. The goal is to create content pieces that audience not only will read or watch, but will activate the readers to take an action on. So I would say that the connect is really, really strong. The relationship plays a game for the influencers.
Mr. Singh, what do you think are the prerequisites that one should keep in mind for?
Obviously everything that Gagan said, but I'm going to take a step more beyond that. So we look at influence in three ways. One is absolutely reach, guys, right? Who will basically put my message out there and send it out to their audience, because they're high reach guys, their engagement is fantastic and all of that, right? Second, I look at who kind of connects with my brand. Like they have the brand personality that I want. For example, if I want to launch a cool brand, I go to Ranveer Singh. I want to launch a little serious brand, I go to Amir Khan, and there are influencers as well. So reach, and then we look at brand personality. And the third one we look at is content creation, because see, if I could have somebody who's creating fantastic content but has great reach, but I today know that if I take that content and I put it on WhatsApp or I put it on my own handle, it goes off, right? It goes off and goes viral. So we look at getting influencers, and whenever we do campaigns for our clients, we look at these three buckets. That if you want reach, you go to somebody who's absolutely great engagement. If you want somebody who fits your personality, want people to get affinity, you go with somebody like that. And then the third one is absolutely content. We normally try to work with, and we work with some of these lifestyle brands, we try to work with content creators, because I think now content is taking more stream over a personality. So if I'm able to create a cool content with somebody, it just kind of goes out. So that's what we basically will look at.
Ms. Gupta, what are your thoughts on this, on the same?
So I agree what Tarun said. It is very important to focus on the content. I think the objective needs to be clear. What do you want to do in the campaign? What kind of influencers we want to target? So once the objective is clear, the content is the key. If your content is correct, if your content is designed in a strategic manner, which can give a powerful message via right influencer, that matters a lot. So yes, that's the key thing. And along with that, you are connecting with the right influencers, and at the same time, which has right audience, reach. If you are doing a regional campaign or a national campaign or international campaign, a campaign which needs a nano influencers or micro influencer or mega influencers, what kind of a thing that you want to do? But the whole thing is depend on your content and the strategy. If your content is correct, if your strategy is correct, if the selection and the designing of the right hashtag, you are quite bang on. So one has to be ready with these things, I believe.
Yes. And lastly, Ms. Khanna, what are your thoughts on the points which we should keep in mind?
See, I just want to ask one thing. Content should be some most given thing, because if you don't have content, then why are you wasting anyone's time? And I always feel that the other thing is that movement. Reels are working really well in various ways, whether you're giving demos or talking, because I equate it to when you have a little baby, you put this little thing on top of their, even they can look at it carefully. You have a little merry-go-round on the head and the child keeps focusing on it. I equate reels to that. It catches your attention, it keeps you captivated. But having said that, my question is, isn't content given? If you don't have content, then what are you wasting anyone's time for? So that's, of course, very important. Hashtags are important. Everything is important. But I think, you have to get to the soul of your product. You have to really leave someone thinking, and that is where we are still lacking. We really have to, as communications people, it's our job to make that happen. And till that doesn't happen, we'll just be doing fringe. Sorry, I think that's my opinion.
No, I totally agree. But Anju, you'll be surprised with some of the reels doing fantastically well in the kind of content they have. So
don't worry, whenever I can't go off to sleep in the night, I see them and I enjoy them thoroughly. But
it's addictive. It's addictive.
Totally, I'm telling you, it's like that merry-go-round we would put on our child's spot. So we are like looking up like that. But I don't know whether it's convincing me to buy anything or endorse anything or believe in anything. That's what I'm saying. Yeah. We're just catching people's attention. We are like just saying, hey, look at me, talk to me. But what are we saying is the question. In our generation, content, if you didn't have content, you were sent home. So I find it very funny when people say content. I mean, fine, content, but what content? What relevance? How is it going to impact you? So you have a cynical person on your board, I'm sorry.
So as we come to the end of our session, I have a last question. So it is that social media and influencer marketing have made public relations more friendly to all stakeholders of a business, resulting in a new era called relationship marketing. So, what are your opinions on this statement? I would like to start with Ms. Gupta.
So, according to me, when we talk about public relation, so public relation used to be a long-term goal. Many companies used to quit and they still quit. They look for the quicker results. So if I talk about influencer marketing, they get faster results. They don't just get the faster results, even they connect with their audience, with their consumer. So I would say, yes, at some extent, it has a relationship kind of a marketing thing. But yes, PR is also a relationship marketing, pure relationship. There you are not paying someone even. But when it comes to the influencer marketing, I think brands in the today's scenario, brands are connecting more with that. That's my take here.
Ms. Talwar, what is your opinion on this statement?
So as I said earlier, also, influencers have their own, community. They build relationships, and like the followers are unique for them. Every influencer has a unique followership. So I think that the relationship model for influencer marketing is the key, and this plays a game changer for them. And this is the difference between the broadcast and the influencer marketing game. I would recommend that.
Mr. Singh,
it's a game changer for all the agencies also.
So, at Business Park also, I think the online business simulation space also, we use this as a tool for us.
Right. Yeah.
I'll let Anshu go first.
Okay.
Is that okay? Yeah.
So, Ms. Khanna, what is your take on the relationship marketing between influencer marketing and public relations?
Yeah, it's good. It's at least human. You're at least talking to a human being. They're connecting. And I must compliment the influencers for the network they're able to create. I mean, it just foxes me that today, if I spend the same amount of money that I would spend on a 2-page in Vogue, I can reach out to 50 times the people, because the numbers, lakh, 1 lakh, 2 lakhs. I don't even know so many people. And I don't know where they get these, so they are beating it in when it comes to reaching out, and it's a human kind of a connect, which is really good. And so I have to say that it's much more humane when you, so much more person to person driven. And I don't even know, maybe 5 years from now, media as a wire media, the middle thing might just get eroded. People will just talk directly now. I mean, person to person will take over print. And via medias, maybe.
Yeah.
Sorry. My only thing is, you cut me, I'll bleed PR. So I've been in PR for 22 years, and whenever I hear these terms, content marketing, relationship marketing, we've been doing this for years. We're doing this for ages. As Anshu said, if you did not have your content right, you will be sent home. So I believe content marketing is PR. PR did not do PR for itself to suddenly content marketing to come in our face. We were always doing content marketing, right? It was been done with journalists or advocacy somewhere else, but PR firms were doing it. And even in relationship marketing, I'll be goddamn right. Nobody can have a better relationship than a PR person. We go asking for freebies day in, day out, right? We get tweeted about it, we get Facebooked about it, we get, Flana called me, Dhimka called me, but we still go and call that person up. We are the kings of relationship marketing. And now when I go and pitch in front of a larger client about influencer marketing, that's what I tell them. That listen, we are the kings of freebie. Today, an ex-digital agency may get you an influencer with so much money. I will get a tweet free. I will get a Facebook post free. I will get 2 videos free. So whatever point is that today, I think nobody else can drive. It is definitely an age of relationship marketing, but nobody else can drive this better than PR person. And I have kinds of them from Anshu, Nikki. I have Aman and Samir also here. So they would agree, I think.
Hi, everyone.
Thank you so much to all the panelists for joining us here. And I'm sure our viewers on the social media who all were watching this session might have definitely gained deeper insight about the PR industry, influencer marketing, and the relationship between these two. Thank you so much, everyone.
Thank you.
Thanks a lot. I'm sure they're ready to kill me, but anyway.
Thank you so much to all our panelists for giving us your time and of course sharing with us your experiences and your knowledge. Also, thank you so much, Ruchika, for being such a lovely moderator. Thank you.
Pleasure.
Thank you, everyone.
Thank you. Okay, after impact of influencer marketing and social media on the public relations, it's now time to move towards the session number 6. It's on the contribution function of communication in safeguarding public policies. Ladies and gentlemen, please join me in welcoming a panelist for the same. Suvir Paul, Executive Vice President, RF Thunder; Aman Gupta, Managing Partner, SPAG Asia; Nikhil Baswan, VP, Corporate Affairs and Policy, CIPLA, and the session will be moderated by Dr. Samir Kapoor, Director, Adfactors. A very warm welcome, gentlemen.
Thank you, Aditya. Thank you so much. And guys, after a great session on influencer marketing and something which is very, very topical, I'm happy to host 3 of my friends on session or topic that has been in the vogue of communication, but for many, many years. Some of you may not be even born when this entire policy piece, advocacy piece, and the use of communication that started. While Aditya has introduced the audience and the panelists to the audience, I would like to welcome all of you again, Aman, Suvir, and Nikhil. Of course, we know each other for long. And without further ado, I would just like to start off with a set of questions. Nikhil, we can go first to you, then we'll follow it up with Aman and finally with Suvir. Of course, I just want to give gentlemen with ponytail a little more time to think through. But just a first question that I wanted all of you to start off. What are your views, Nikhil, on how imperative is the role of communication in all aspects of development and the use of public policy?
Am I audible clearly?
Yes, you are. Now you are. Yes.
Okay. Thank you, and firstly, I thank the IPA for organizing a session on the contribution of communication in safeguarding public policy. This is a very, very, and it's heartening to see we are discussing this here. To start, let's first understand what is policy and the stages of its development. Public policy is a means by government maintains or addresses the needs of its citizens through set of and regulations. Moving further, what are the various stages of a public policy? Basically, first is, whatever is the problem, how the government is looking to address that. Then comes the draft policy. Government will always come up for stakeholder consultation, whereas all the relevant stakeholders are called, NGOs, public large is called, and given their ask their industry to give their personal views about the policy or policy now. Especially becomes very, very important when the external stakeholder takes place. In this, what happens basically, large industry, NGOs put forth their view.
Nikhil, I'm so sorry to interrupt. Is it okay for you to switch off your video, because I am getting this message that your bandwidth is low? So if you can switch off your video, we'll be able to hear you more properly. Sorry for interrupting your thoughts. Yeah, Nikhil, please carry on. Can you hear us? Yeah, we can see you, Nikhil. Now you can go back. Sorry for interrupting your thoughts.
Am I audible?
Yes, now you are. Yes, absolutely. Absolutely, you are. Please carry on.
Okay. So we were talking about the 4 stages of public policy, which we mentioned: agenda setting, the draft policy formation, the external stakeholder consultation, and policy rollout for its implementation. The most important
Nikhil, I'm sorry we lost you again. Am I audible, Nikhil?
You are audible to us.
Yeah, I think he's figuring it out on his bandwidth. Aman, can I rope you in for a similar set of question, which
Sure.
primarily is about, you've heard the question. It is primarily about what exactly you think is the role played by comms in the policy formation.
So I think, yeah, so I think let's just look at public policy per se. And as we said, public is the center to any policy making. So if we need to think about designing and delivering any policy ecosystem which can engage or it can sort of have an impact on the lives of the larger public, having the public as a part of the whole process is very important. And therefore the communication in this way is not a one-way communication where one stakeholder is talking to the other. It's a two-way communication where we are able to hear from the public to whom this policy will have an impact. What are their concerns? What are their thought process? So whether it is through a larger, submitting a first policy draft and seeking their concerns and their inputs, and therefore then moving to a larger consultation. So communication in this is the way how any policy can be defined and delivered, and even after delivery, when it starts to get implemented, to seek a regular feedback from different stakeholders on its implementation and its impact. So that's part one of it. But the second part also is when you decide which policies do I need to focus on, by understanding from the public at large, and depending upon who you are talking to, whether it is the larger, how do you say, masses, or you're looking at a state, or you're looking at a specific set of audience who you may be targeting, which could be an industry per se. How do you communicate with them, and the public in itself communicate with the policy makers that this is where the need is and what is the kind of an impact it can bring in. So that is what bridges the gap from the two sides. And we have seen that this is the way the larger policy ecosystem is evolved.
Right.
And communication across multiple channels is a very, very integral part of this.
Right. Thanks for that. Nikhil, can you hear me? Can I bring you back? Sorry, you got disconnected. Can I bring you back?
Yeah, Samir, am I audible?
Absolutely. Now you are audible.
Okay, lovely. So I think so the disruption, but yeah, we were talking about the various stages of public policy. Spoke about the agenda setting, the draft policy formation, the external stakeholder consultation, and then the final policy rollout for its implementation. Now here the communication becomes the most important part, especially stage, which is the external stakeholder consultation, where the public at large, the industry, the NGOs put forth their views to the government in various ways, using media as a channel directly to the government, and also through the industry associations. Now, industry associations be vital role, because what happens is any particular company speaking about their part, whether it is the entire industry, they put and take the recommendations from everyone, and then they are speaking about it, makes a much larger representation in the right manner. Again, also connect with all the think tanks who are the key opinion leaders for giving the views for various policies.
Right. Thank you. So, Subir, you've heard both your panelists, one talking about the 2-point agenda, the other, of course, speaking about the 4 steps that are needed and the role comms have. What are your views on this issue?
Yep. Thank you so much, Samir. And, I echo the thought of my fellow panelists. I'm just going to take this a step further and talk about how the role of communication in today's era. Many years back, policies were formed, they were communicated through traditional means. Today, that has kind of changed. You have a whole loads of formats in which communication can be delivered to the end audience, which is the larger public, in terms of what the policy is and what it can do for you. I think this is the big bridge that one needs to actually cross in understanding these formats, understanding the type of communication which will resonate with audiences, and kind of work towards seeing what is it that can come together from both serving the need of the public as well as serving the need of the government at large. So this is what we as communicators are essentially born and bred for. The idea of understanding the platforms, understanding the modes, and actually seeing what is it that can be communicated, the benefits of a public policy to the larger audience, and them actually having to understand it and use it. And a simple example is you come out with so many yojanas as part of a government's agenda. And what I observe is, when we look at CSR programs, one of the key things that even people who are implementing CSR agendas on ground are actually looking at easier formats of communication, so that people who are out there coming from different streams of public can understand and use these benefits and these policies that have been put in place. At the end of the day, a policy could be laid out there, but if it's not being used, it's as good as a book on the shelf. The idea is for people to get up and read it and to understand it, and then to see what is it that it can serve in terms of actually serving good, public good, and the benefits that one can avail from it. So it's very important, understanding what the policy is and how you get the formulation of the policy. The most important part for us, I believe, as communicators is actually getting it out there to reach that public, and they understand the benefit that they can derive from the policy that has been put in place.
Right. So, Aman, taking an analogy from what Suvir just mentioned, that if it is a book that is put on shelf, and now that book has to be converted into a Kindle format. So, what is the role of a technology that you have seen over the last few years which has disrupted or changed this entire thing? So, what role does technology play in this in the aid to the policymakers?
I think the technology, there are 2-3 things. So one is just from the channels which are now available to communicate for both the sides, from, as we say, earlier we had a traditional media, you will do out a gazette notification, and that's where people will get the information from. But nowadays there is a much more interactive conversation which happens. People are much more aware of it. Second is, the people can share their point of view in terms of where it is happening, but also you can mobilize communities to talk about the benefits which are there. So the whole taking it to the grassroots level, if you just look at from the Indian context, what's been happening really in the rural India, where people are much more understanding and adapting to the new policies. And that has happened because of the whole mobile revolution. I'm just not talking about the way the social media, but from the past when the mobile started to really penetrate the India per se, people were able to understand the certain policies, certain support system which governments are going, whether it is your, the minimum support program for the crop, or to providing of weather information, to anything which the government is doing, whether from a policy, from supporting, people had an access to that information, and therefore they were able to do. The other thing which has happened is that any policy, you need to have a sense of transparency, that it was done in a very transparent manner, and it was sort of an inclusive system through which it was done, and a trust that this policy is based on the benefit of a larger population. It may not be, there might be certain naysayers, but the point is that it is inclusive and it has a larger population in the thing. Therefore, communicating that by adapting that to the larger population, communication play a role. So therefore, having the champions, having the people who are your early adapters, who are then able to trickle down to the next level. This is where the communication in this case is not kind of a simple linear equation. It's almost like a journey where you are able to move from a layer to layer, that over a period of time, this policy therefore becomes a part of your life. And it is the way not just the policy, but your economic shifts happen. This is how behavioral shifts happen. This is how the country moves ahead.
Right. Yeah. Nikhil, if I can just bring you in, what are your views and the fact that you've spent so much time, how technology is now aiding policymakers in both drafting of the policy and communicating?
Sure, Samir. I think this is very, very critical, and we see in this dynamic age when technology is embedded in our daily lives, whether it is or professional, the data you use for making any policy is very, very important for analyzing how the things are. I'm happy to say that the government has started to utilize this tool to build comprehensive and effective policies and regulations rather than just using it as an administrative tool. I mean, if we move on to some of the, I think one of the key ones starts with the Ayushman Bharat Digital Mission. So we have seen in the healthcare, we have seen the recent focus under the Ayushman Bharat Digital Mission, which will create a digital ecosystem, aid in equitable access of quality healthcare telemedicines, creation of, say, health records for the citizens, interoperability between the hospitals. So, all this is only possible because of the way the digital work is happening right now. I mean, the way government started with Digital India. And apart from that, even if you look at from a government point of view, because we interact from a corporate of the government, they have created the Sugam portal. Now, Sugam portal has all the data which is submitted in the government sites. Telemedicines, we know how it has moved in. If you look at COVID-19 has taught us so much how we can use and analyze the data. I mean, even for as getting a bed for a patient, or using that information, data and analysis for whether it is policy, whether lockdowns should be done, whether not. X number of cases, then the lockdown starts. We have seen it going through various cities, states, and even in India, when the lockdowns were coming and running a little late. I think this has been outstanding, and it has evolved in the last 2 years very, very much more. And that's very, very useful for putting policies and the
Right. Thank you. Thank you for that. Suveer, what are your own experiences and your own thoughts on technology aiding policymakers, either which ways, drafting or communicating?
Yeah, so I did overhear one of my panelists talking about policy shaping being a two-way dialogue, right? The great thing about today and the age that we are living in is the fact that we have technology, and the fact that most people today have adopted technology as part of their daily lives. I don't know whether, COVID obviously has supercharged that process in terms of technology adoption, but there is so much that can be done from, at least from a technology perspective, and actually facilitating this two-way dialogue that we're talking about. A policy has been put in place. There is an ability from government to actually study and manage the data that they receive in terms of all the analytics that can be provided on any one policy that you could actually look at. In terms of the way the demographic shape-ups, the usage of how it is being used, its effectiveness, and how it's being effectively implemented on ground, especially in a nation as large as ours, where the scale and the numbers are astounding. I mean, we don't operate in small numbers, as we all know it. The ability to gather all this data and to start reading into it to say what is the insight that can actually further improve or decide upon what the next route or the next route of that particular policy shaping should be, is right at the forefront of what we are actually doing today as communicators. This is the exact thing what we are talking about, is where we talk about the science and art of engagement. The science is the data collection. If we are not reading through that, and I'm not talking about just presenting data back for the data's sake, the ability to read through it, manage large overloads of information, to come down to an absolute insight that can actually help shape public good, is exactly what the role of technology can play as far as policy shaping is going, and what policy makers should be looking at in order to drive better implementation on ground and effectiveness of policy that can reach out to more, as well as include more people into the fold of what we are trying to do as a nation or as the world at large.
Right. Thanks for that, Suveer. Aman, I'll bring you to the next set of questions. Like Suveer mentioned, there is a lot of data that is at play, but as you are aware, technology cuts both ways. If it is good, it's bad as well. And because of which we've seen, Government of India being kind of criticized by some of the naysayers on Aadhaar and the way technology or data was being used. That brings to the question of privacy, and how will policymakers manage this aspect of it, and what can communication do to manage the privacy part for data?
So I think Samir, in the previous answer, I sort of talked about transparency and trust as a two-part, and those are the two pillars without which no policy can really work. And in today's world, as people are getting more informed and they are getting much more concerned about their privacy, they're concerned more about the information and where this information is going to be used. It is important for the government to provide a certain system. So whether it is having an independent support system which is able to showcase the relevance of the policies, ensure that we have an inclusive process through which you are able to build, but also have what we call our credible voices who are able to engage with this, the different audiences in the public, to take their view in designing and delivering of that policy is very, very Yes, I think keeping in mind the larger role of technology and the data as it is getting collated, it is important that we put in all the checks and balances, that the data remains only for the place where it is to be used and is not really consumed out of that. And I think government, therefore, as the representative of the people, without any kind of political affiliation or any other biases, needs to ensure that they put this outside of them. It has to be almost like a fourth pillar of a democracy in India, which manages the data, which manages the cybersecurity, which ensures this is something which is completely the way we had our legal, we had our media. And I think there is a need for a fourth pillar in itself, which is just looking at the data and its privacy in its totality. And it's an arm's length from the government.
Yeah, Nikhil, your views on privacy and how communication can help in managing this aspect. Nikhil, am I audible? I think his network has again played up. Subir, if I can bring you in. Meanwhile, I think he'll figure out on his network.
Sure. I completely echo Aman's sentiments as far as what he talks about in terms of data management, data collection and data management. Data collection is going to be here to stay. The fact that we are all digital natives, it's here to stay. I think the key question that we are really answering over here is how is that data being managed? And to sum up what Aman was trying to say, there's a very interesting word that gets used a lot today, which is called data minimization. Data minimization actually goes around, and policy is being discussed around this, and we've seen examples of the UK and other nations that are coming through, and how India itself is looking at its own data privacy policy bill. Its whole objective is to ensure that the data that's being collected is used for the purpose that it's supposed to serve, right? And that's exactly what the challenges that we as people going forward into this information age are trying to answer. I really think that data collection is, an old world problem where we figure out that privacy of data is a big issue. I can tell you with confidence today that the young people who've been born into the age of the internet really don't care about privacy of their data. They know that data is being collected. I think what matters today is the management of that data and what it is being used for. And mismanagement of that data, most definitely by wrong hands, by the wrong people, which hampers policy development, is an absolute no-no. And there should be rules and regulations that get into play where people are actually looked upon and said, organizations are looked upon and put boundaries as to what they can and can't do with the data that they're collecting. That's the overall view and thought on data minimization. And I think that's the focus going forward.
Right, Nikhil, are you back? Sorry, I think we you logged out for a second, and that's why I pulled in Subir. The question is on data privacy. The question is on how technology can play, both sides of the role, and what is it that the communication can do or communicator can do to manage this aspect? Your views.
Yeah. So thanks, Samir. Now, one of the always, one is always curious. I'll put it. The idea is work in collaboration and not in silos. I agree to the points given by Aman and Subir. A two-way communication and a transparent communication is something which is very important. Another concern is data leakage. Need strengthened data security here. Open to feedback in addressing the loopholes. People should not be burdened with orders, giving platform to discuss openly about the requirements or expectations. Public, not mandatory for people to believe that they have control on their data. Gaps can be worked upon basis their feedback. Also, a stronger channel of communication, whether it's the digital transfer, the traditional one, used for spreading awareness. I think there's some examples can be like health, the digital health mission, the NDHM. So these are the ones where the privacy they took the data of actual unique health IDs were created to ensure the privacy can be kept.
Right. Thank you for that, Nikhil. Aman, coming back to you, we are just at the fag end of our discussion. Any point apart from these set of questions that I asked all three of you gentlemen, any point that you feel, given the vast experience that you bring to the table on this space, what are your last thoughts before we end the discussion?
Well, I think the last thought is, and I think that's something which should stick in the mind of everyone, is the communication is not an afterthought. It's not something which is at the periphery of any policy making, whether it is an industry thinking and providing their perspective to the government, whether it is any public or any a special interest group, or even the government. They need to understand that the communication is the starting point when you need to think policy making per se. It's not an afterthought. It's not something at the periphery which needs to be sort of brought in as an add-on. And I think the day that starts to happen, we will see a much more effective policy making and a much more effective implementation. I think our role as a communicator is only going to increase. It's only going to become much more central to the way the world is revolving. I think we are in a space, we are going to shape the future. I know Nikhil comes from the pharmaceutical industry. I'm operating in the healthcare, and in the last 2 years, we have seen during the COVID pandemic, the kind of communication and the behavioral change we have been able to bring within the people. We are at the center of making a world a better place. And if we need to make a world a better place, we need to ensure communication is playing its role in shaping it.
Right. Thanks for that. Nikhil, your final thoughts for today's discussion.
Yeah, thanks, Samir. I think I agree. It's time to reimagine policy making, and move on from the traditional way how we were doing earlier to now how, now the things are being framed. Things are getting more transparent communication with the masses, open for changes, feedback, criticism, or whether it uses or use analysis methods, encourage. I think the way things are happening now is so much. Forward is this, where the need coming and getting a platform there, taking their views and
Right. Yeah. Thanks for that, Nikhil. Subir, your final thought before I let Mr. Kakkar, take over the stage.
Yes. So my final thoughts on this entire conversation and debate that we've had are, as important as it is to frame the communication, equally important is it to frame the question. As communicators, we need to know the right questions to ask, and framing that is extremely important in order to get the right answers that need to get addressed at a ground level implementation stage or at a formulation stage. Extremely critical. I would always, kind of push with anybody that I've worked with is to understand the fact that A, what is required, and B, the ability to question. And question not for the sake of questioning, but question with validation in terms of even the choice of words, phrases that get you the answers that you so desire. So the ability to question right is as important as even the planning or the implementation stage in any policy formulation.
Right. So thank you, gentlemen, for being an esteemed panelist for this 12th edition. And thank you so much for discussing the contribution and function of communication in safeguarding the public policy. Over to you, Aditya. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you so much, gentlemen, for your valuable time and, of course, for sharing your experiences with us. Thank you.
Thank you.
And I'll just say hi to my ex-boss, Mr. Ajay Kakkar. How are you, sir?
So nice to see you, Samir. So nice.
Same here, sir. Same here.
Lovely. Some meet and greet happening as well. Thank you so much, gentlemen.
Right. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you, Samir.
Thank you, everyone.
What you just witnessed was on the contribution function of communication in safeguarding public policies. And from a panel discussion, we now move forward to a keynote session, which is going to be delivered by Mr. Ajay Kakkar, Chief Marketing Officer, Aditya Birla Capital. Welcome, sir. How are you?
Very well. Thank you, Aditya.
Sir, please.
So I'm delighted to have this opportunity to reach out and speak to the PR fraternity through this E4M platform. And as I was just reminded, today I'm a marketeer representing the client community. But the fact is that for half my working career, I've actually been on the other side, which is the agency side. So 50% of my time has been as a client, and 50% of my working career has been at the agency side. And I have, in fact, Samir was very kind enough to say, led a PR agency myself and a PR body, PRCI. So when I was asked to speak today, I thought what I will speak to you is I will speak to you about PR versus PR, and maybe through the talk you will understand what are these two PRs I'm referring to. And I'm going to talk to you as a practitioner in my past avatar, and also as a practitioner in my current avatar of a marketer. But my confession, if I look back at my 35 odd years of working career, is that as that famous song goes, those were the best days of my life. The days I spent as part of the PR fraternity, I'd like to believe, looking back, were the best days of my life. And let me tell you why. I started my advertising career at Ogilvy. And I must tell you, we advertising chaps had a chip on our shoulder. We were the guys, we had the clients, we had the budgets, and those functions, PR and direct marketing and digital, and all of them were, down the value chain. But as fate had it, in 2005, I was invited to lead a PR agency. And having moved from the advertising phase to the PR front, I actually realized, and I must tell you, it was a life-changing realization. And what I realized that there is a big difference between advertising and PR, and I'm not talking about the mega budgets. The fact is, as an ad agency, on your good day, you will meet a brand manager, and on your best day, you'll possibly meet the marketing director. But on the other hand, PR, I realized, was not that just PR, it was public relations. And it was the power of influencing the public positively, credibly, and through relationships. And because of that definition, I realized that the PR team, the PR fraternity, has direct access and the ears of CEOs and boardrooms. I was very fortunate in my early days itself to have that access to the entire management team of Cadbury's when they had a mega crisis in 2006. But the fact is that I could never forget that public relations, if you ask me, is way up in the Brahminical order of the communications fraternity, as against the chip on the shoulder of that I had and others had as advertising. The fact is also, Cadbury's proved to me that bure waqt mein Bhagwan yaad aate hain. And when a brand or a company is going through bad times, that's when they actually realize and remember the PR fraternity. However, on one hand, I'm saying is PR is way up on the Brahmanical order, and I have experienced it. I'd like to acknowledge that there is another reality of PR. And that has, I would say for decades, is today, and I fear regrettably will remain, press relations. Now, all of you may just brush me aside and saying, cannot be. We talk about digital, we talk about online. I'm fine. Just remember, I'm part of the same fraternity, and I'm only sharing with you my experiences and my learnings. The fact is that today our industry is more prominently known, remembered, and recognized for press relations. And I'm not sure we can deny that. The fact is we are more known for statements like, and I do exaggerate, I can get Business Standard to sit in front of you and meet you. The fact is also in this avatar, we are possibly remembered for the last article that appeared or did not appear. And is this something for which we want to be remembered? Is this something for which we want to be known? I believe not, having faced, experienced, and admired the public relations power that comes with the mandate. I wanted to share with you my belief on how to bridge this PR versus PR, how to bridge this public relations versus press relations, the perception versus reality. And I'm again repeating, these are all my experiences, these are my observations, these are my anecdotes. The first thing is in the foremost, and I know it sounds cliched, it sounds obvious, it sounds apparent. But true PR magic happens when you have a partnership between the client and agency. And it's easier said than done. So what does that mean? It means that you have to be partners in each other's good times, bad times, and more so in ugly times. The second point I'd like to share with you on how to bridge this perception versus reality is what in my industry, financial service industry, we call KYC, know your customer. How many of our people in this industry know how much about our customers, our clients? Have we visited their websites? Do we know what's their revenue? Do we know what's their profitability? More important, do we know what's their reason for being? And the most important, do we know what are the KRAs that my client has? If you do not know all these things, how are you going to be a partner? How are you going to partner in Dukh and Sukh a client? The third thing, according to me, is, and again, I promise you it sounds A for apple, is if this is who is my client, what is my strategy for this client? And I've rarely seen a strategy document, the way I see it, where other partners should rely on that strategy document that PR agencies put for a client, because the PR agency, like I told you, knows the client the best, has the power to know the clients the best. And from there comes what is obvious, we all know, is messaging. So what is the reason for being of a company? What is my strategy for that company? And what is the messaging which is going to bridge these two, perception versus reality? These are housekeeping matters, but very often I find these are lacunas in reality. And I'd like each of us to introspect within ourselves, whether we are client or we are agency, that is this a reality or is this a perception? The fact is, when we talk about PR, we talk about, I want to talk about your brand. I want to talk about your company. So my fifth point to you is that it's not only talking about me and mine. It's also talking about ours. If I can talk about our industry, I can talk about our customer. That also is a profiling which a client can benefit from. And it's not only about what is happening in your company. The sixth point I'd like to talk about is public relations. And if you break these two words, it implies that there are publics, plural, which again breaks this myth that it's all about media. So what about customers? What about employees? What about investors? What about a whole host of influencers, be they bankers, be they stock exchanges, be they investment bankers? What is the publics, plural, for your business, for your client? And once you put that together, I call it the test of 4. What do you know about the industry? What do you know about the customer? What do you know about the competition? And what do you know about why me? Why is my brand right in a competitive context and in an industry context for every customer? The 8th point I want to share with you is that when you talk about publics, there is a purchaser, there is a decision maker, and there is an influencer. And each of these are distinct. And what are our strategies and messaging for reaching out to each of them? Yes, of course, we talk about traditional media. So there's print and there's TV. Then we talk about new media and we talk about online. The point is, we should not start with medium, if you ask me. We should start with messaging and our customer. And once we know what's the message and who's the customer, then what is the best media to reach out to them? I don't want an online team and I don't want an offline team. We talk about omni-channel, right? Therefore, it's not only about which media, but if you ask me, it is press relations and more and much more. Today we talk about, in business world, we talk about omni-channel. Today we talk about, forget online, we talk about meta world. In this meta world, how am I going to influence people? The fact is, I believe between purchaser, decision maker, and influencer, The influencer is king. Very often I know who's the purchaser. I know who's the decision maker. But in today's world, most often we do not know who's the influencer. And I believe that influencer is king. Is he a journalist? Is he a citizen journalist? Today we talk about citizen journalists, right? That, oh, there are some conscious citizens who are playing the roles of journalists. I think in today's world, everyone is a journalist. Everyone is an influencer because everyone has access to social media. One opinion of a person can snowball into a movement for or against a brand. And therefore, if you ask me today, every person in this world, every person on social media carries that power which yesterday we used to attribute to people like media. And therefore, every day is a potential crisis. And these influencers are at times more powerful than the influencers you and I know of. We used to talk about if you ever needed a brand ambassador, let's get Amitabh Bachchan. He has so many followers on Twitter. Or you get Virat Kohli and he has so many followers on Twitter. These are the known influencers. But in today's world, there are names which you and I have never heard and who have a huge following, a huge community. Now, as a PR professional, how do I influence these people? And that brings me to my next point, is at the end of the day, who is listening? I must tell you the most important part of public relations, if you ask me, is first to hear what the public is talking about, then to decide what to tell which public and how to influence them. And whose role is the listening? Today, I know I have a PR agency. I know I have an online agency. I know an offline agency. I have an ORM agency. I have a listening agency. But I need everyone to listen. I need everyone to look at every medium. And I need everyone to realize that at the end of the day, how do I know that there is a crisis brewing in Jhumri Talaiya? Because one man has videotaped something or one man has said something which is snowballing while I was sleeping or I was busy doing my day-to-day work. And therefore, what I put before you, all of you veterans of this industry, is I do not believe in PR being public relations, or I believe in press relations. Going forward, I would like us to think of ourselves as reputation custodians. And the minute we think ourselves as reputation and custodians, we will suddenly start thinking about this portfolio very differently, and the world will think very differently of us. The fact is that we will then have people looking at us as those who are up the value chain, who help us build our reputation, who help us protect our reputation against the day-to-day and against the crisis. Why do I say this today? Because it's no longer about building reputation for people. Today, you and I have seen where people are brands, companies are brands, and brands themselves need reputation to be built or nurtured. But in the world today, movies become hits or flops based PR, the conventional way, or reputation custodians, what I call them. Wars, as we see them unfurling today, are being won on perception. There is a David and there is a Goliath, and there is a perception which is being created between the audiences of who wins the heart, who wins the mind. And therefore, the decision on the war has already taken place in the minds of people through reputation custodians, people who have built reputation for player A versus B. You and I know today elections, be it in India, be it in the US, is won on reputation. It's won on the basis of what people are talking about. Now, how do I reach? And that's the problem I want to park with you. How do I reach out to this man I don't know? I have never seen. But tomorrow he opens his mouth and the whole world is following him. So when it was press relations, it was very controlled. When it was customers, I knew whom to reach out to. When it was employees, I knew whom to reach out to. But when you say every citizen of this world, every citizen of social media is an influencer, and I'm about reputation, how do I protect reputations of companies, people, or brands in this world? The next point I want to talk about is something which all of you have heard, but over the years, I don't think we found a solution. How do I want the industry to measure my deliveries? How do I want the industry to measure my success? And that we call it metrics of success. There are people who talk about, this is the rupee value of editorial I have got. But the fact is, I told you, editorial is not the beginning or the end. It's just one of the weapons you use. But as public relations, as reputation custodians, how do we want as an industry to measure our delivery? And I think that's a point for not any one of us to discuss, but for all of us to discuss, and once and for all, not discuss, but come to a conclusion. If we are not about media, then what are we about? Because in media, we talked about quality versus quantity. We talk about column centimeters. We talk about rupee value of media. But in this world where it is far beyond media, I think we have to come to this conclusion of what will be the metrics of our success. And as a fallout of that, I have heard this decades back, and I know it's a reality today. As an industry, we believe we are getting paid peanuts. And I won't deny that. I told you I've come from the world of advertising, and I have come from the world of public relations. When you present an ad budget in crores, tens of crores, a client doesn't bat his eye. But when you present your PR budget in lakhs and millions, the client wants to sit and nitpick on each of them. And I think we need to be at a stage where we can, as they say, haq se mango. Ask with confidence, because you know what is it that you're delivering, and you can prove it that you have delivered up the value chain on the reputation of your client as a custodian of the brand. But the last question I have for all of us, I have talked to you about the power of public relations the way I see it. I have talked to you about the perception of press relations as possibly most of the world sees it. And I've talked to you about the desired perception as reputation custodians. Who is going to break this chain first? I can tell you as an agency partner that my client should value what I deliver. If he pays me appropriately, I will deliver appropriately. On the other hand, all clients, and I plead guilty, will start by saying is, you please deliver, and then I will pay. And this pehle aap conversation is never going to get over as an industry. Like I said, decades before and decades thereafter, we will be discussing the same thing again and again, till we define the metrics of how to measure the impact of reputation custodians. I believe the day we can do that, ye pehle aap conversation will be over. And I believe the world at large, the industry as a fraternity, I talked to you about how ad agencies look down upon, or clients will weigh this industry and its contribution in gold. The only question remains, do we as a fraternity, do we as practitioners have it in us to pick up this gauntlet and change our role as reputation custodians and put a metric to how we will measure our deliveries, then be it brands, people, companies, wars, movies, we will get the respect that we deserve. Because the fact is, and I leave that as my last line, as an industry, I've always believed, we do PR for our clients. We don't do PR for ourselves. And it's forums like this, when we come together, we realize the collective power of what we represent. And therefore, let us do our PR by our work, let our work speak for itself, and let us start tomorrow as a new day as reputation custodians. So that's it from me. Back to you, Aditya.
Thank you so much, Mr. Kakkar, for your address. It really means a lot for you to give us your valuable time. To take out time from your schedule. Thank you so much, sir.
Thank you.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, that was a keynote session being delivered by Mr. Ajay Kakkar, Chief Marketing Officer, Aditya Birla Capital. Thank you so much, sir. Thank you. And ladies and gentlemen, continuing with the trends of listening to veterans and stalwarts, here's our next keynote session of the IPR CCC. Joining us for the same, we have Mr. B. Thiagarajan, Managing Director, Blue Star. Good evening, sir. How are you?
I'm doing fine. Good evening.
All the very best, sir. Please.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. It gives me great pleasure to address you in the 12th edition of India PR and Corporate Communications Awards 2021. I would like to thank Dr. Batra and the entire team of Exchange for Media for inviting me to chair the jury. It was a wonderful experience for me, and I couldn't have asked for more. In the process, I also learned a lot. The jury was very diverse. There were many young minds. There were the experienced stalwarts in the industry, male, female, from every industry. They're starting from services to manufacturing to digital and innovation, so on and so forth. In fact, when the jury process started, we thought that it will be over within 6 hours. And in fact, it lasted, if I am not mistaken, for more than 4 days. They were really interested in every work that had been done by every interesting work and diverse professionals across the industries. We had more than 550 entries, and it was indeed a pleasure for me to note that every year this award is raising the bar and setting new standards. My speech is going to be from the perspective of a business leader, and most importantly, as a person who had handled PR and corporate communications for several years in my early days. First of all, I would like to compliment the participants and congratulate the winners. And it was indeed very difficult for us to judge who will win. And every work was very interesting. Now, as I reflect about this particular industry, I would like to share my perspectives that there amongst the PR agencies or PR consultants or individual professionals or the team nominations. Now, the complex nature of the business environment is changing. You're all aware of it. And this particular award is for the year when the work carried out by all of you were during the pandemic and the challenges the businesses faced. And that must be kept in mind that it was a very difficult period in the lives of ours, and in the context of the business environment, it was indeed a challenging year for one to communicate. For example, if it is a poor business performance or a business that has got derailed due to the pandemic, or certain product developments and launches that were delayed, in this context, to be communicating and keeping the stakeholders engaged was indeed challenging. That had to be kept in mind. But if you leave the pandemic, we have war at this time, and in the coming days, many more challenges will happen. In that context, actually, the task ahead for the PR corporate communication professionals is going to be huge. Now, the PR also has the fine line between the marketing and PR. So in quite a few organizations, it may be reporting to the chief executive. The function may report to the chief marketing officer. But the question is that there is a marketing function. They do carry out communication, And from corporate communication and PR, while it has to work in tandem, I also realize that there is a fine dividing line between these two roles. But my question is different. That I had felt this when I was a corporate communications professional, perhaps 4 decades ago. The recognition for PR, IR professionals, is it adequate enough in the country? And I would urge the CEOs to keep this in mind. The second part of it is with regard to the money that is being spent on marketing. It is measured as a percentage of the revenue. The investments that are going into PR and corporate communication, it is minuscule. And I think compared with many other countries, India spends much lesser in terms of, or Indian companies and enterprises spend much lower money in PR and corporate communication. This is one area we all should collectively work because that benefit is not understood, is my view. The next part of the challenge is connected with the interpretations and misinterpretations. Now, in communication, whether it is internal or external, it is with any stakeholder, whether it is with the investor, analysts, or public at large, while you intend to communicate in something, what is finally written is not in your hands, that you can control only to some extent. Even today, it can be misinterpreted because it is, after all, a publication receives so much of information overload, how it is going to be written and interpreted. Now, quite often, you all face this challenge within the company. Look, this is what has got published. This is what we intended. This is not uncommon. So this is something the professionals here go through on a daily basis. Now, interestingly, the other part is that the communication attempt that you do or the pursuit, quite often it may not get published as well. So internally, you do have this complaint, whether it is with the executive management or the employees. Look, why it is not covered, why it is not written there. Now, this particular part of it is something that you all go through on a daily basis. Now, in marketing, there will be crisis. I do understand, but the extent of crisis management load that you get in PR or corporate communication is extensive. That particular day, it becomes very important for you to rise to the occasion. And I know some of you who work around the clock, irrespective of whether it is a weekend or a holiday, and this crisis have to be managed, and it has to be managed. And you all deserve appreciation for that as well from the management. Now, the blame for something that is not written or that is wrongly written, you cannot pass on the accountability to the particular publication or a television channel, and you remain accountable. And that is something that is part of your job. This also must be appreciated. Now, all companies would like to be covered and like to be seen and visible. But at the same time, I often wondered that, when we refer to a person, it is not, you might have known this, that the people say he is a PR type. That PR type means that he is doing some publicity more than what he actually is. Now, I think we should bring this change also as a country when we grow in terms of size and economy, that PR is something which is to be treated with dignity. And I'm not saying it is not happening, but I'm saying this PR type taboo that should be removed. It should never be there in vogue. Now, the internal magazines or the internal communication also is something that you face challenges in terms of whether in collecting the contents, because you are not fully integrated with the business. There is coordination, but to be proactively be collecting and covering and reporting the internal information, I know what kind of challenges that are going on. And as I am a CEO, that I realize that the time the CEO spends with the PR corporate communication team and the head of that function is not adequate. I often feel guilty. The time that I will spend with manufacturing or a time that I will spend with the marketing team is much, much higher than the PR and IR team. This is one change that we should, and I am attempting to do that, whether this function is given adequate management time and attention. Now, going forward, I have the faith and hope that Indian economy will be on a fast track, and the next 5 years are going to be an excellent period for all businesses. And you are going to be also seeing several sectors coming up, be it startups or the large enterprises. You are seeing a host of activities and investments that are taking place. Complexity is also going to increase because the development is going to be across even tier 3, 4, 5 towns and cities. Now, the PR and corporate communication as a function is going to play an important role in the new India that is emerging. And I am certain that going by the entries, that these are world-class work that has been done by the team present here today. And many of you will be recognized this evening immediately after this. And I have no doubt that you will rise to the occasion, and I would like to recognize all of you as a nation builder, business builder, and you contribute a lot to this country. I wish you all the best. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, sir, for giving us your valuable time and for speaking with the audience members. It surely means a lot. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, that was the Managing Director of Blue Star, Mr. P. Thiagarajan. Thank you so much, sir. But also, I'm just seeing that have a next panel session members joined in or not. Okay, well, we are still waiting for a few more panel members to join in. Till then, may I please request my team to introduce to our audience members our partners for this conference.
We believe that every corporation and brand has a public, and today's public is more powerful than ever before. They have the power to topple CEOs, reshape strategy, influence government policy, kill products, and create unicorns. They demand truth, transparency, and the highest behavioral standards. We are embracing change, constantly innovating the way our clients and the public communicate, whatever the sector and whatever the challenge. Our client obsession means constantly evolving new products and services. We are innovating the future of public relations. Our belief is that brands with a clear, authentic purpose and performance strategies aligned to business objectives are most likely to succeed. We use strategy, creativity, and innovation, driven by data and analytics, to put your purpose and performance at the heart of all communications. Together, purpose and performance drive audience preference. We call this approach 3P Communications. Hill and Knowlton Strategies, always in beta.
Hey, find me an agency that's always thinking about what's next.
Searching. Here's what I found. See you next time. अर्ज किया है। तुम्हें देख ये बात जुबां पे आई। बनाने वाले ने क्या चीज बनाई? चीज
अर्ज किया है। ये सीन ऐसा हो क्लिक जैसे हर बंगाली।
अर्ज किया है। चिप्स है बहाना, तुम्हें है एक दूसरे को पटाना।
लेज, चीजी लव और हर्बी क्रश फ्लेवर्स, ये वाला याद रहेगा।
Are you planning and looking for a PR partner who can execute your PR campaigns from start to finish? Media Value Works is an award-winning global PR and media relations solution provider. Our highly experienced media content experts conceptualize, design, and execute effective brand campaigns across the globe. First, our Media Value Works methodology. Our unique twofold PR approach ensures we communicate with the media who matter. Our PR campaigns are not driven by generating only online news feeds. We go a step further to add value and pitch for our unique journalist-published quality stories. Second, our 1-2-3 campaign management steps. We offer PR campaign planning and development, bespoke media targeting, and ROI reports, which include a media campaign summary. Our media relations team are in touch with the editors of mainstream media, business and technology media, bloggers, and more. We network and communicate with member journalists across 100 countries in over 25 languages, pitching for your global stories. With affiliates and associations across Asia Pacific, Europe, North America, Middle East, and Africa, Media Value Works develops value-based PR campaigns to maximize ROI. Our services include global press release campaigns, press conferences and media meetings, media planning and analytics, research and thought leadership content, and consulting services. We also work with clients across the globe, and our varied global customers include large organizations, enterprises, SMEs, and startups across industry verticals. Talk with us today to know more about our attractive PR packages. Write to us at editor@mediavalueworks.com. Visit us online at www.mediavalueworks.com or contact us by calling the numbers on your screen.
in 1897 we started manufacturing locks, we weren't just making in India. We were envisioning a self-reliant India. When in 1920 we manufactured soap from vegetable oil, we weren't just making in India. We were showing the world a humane way to meet human needs. When in 1951 we built India's first ballot boxes, we weren't just making in India. We were partaking in India's journey towards becoming the world's largest democracy. When in 1955 we made Asia's first typewriters, we weren't just making in India. We were contributing to the nation's mission of propelling women into the workforce. When in 1958 we made refrigerators, we weren't just making in India. We were supporting the movement of freeing women from the kitchen. When in 1984 we introduced mosquito repellent mats, we weren't just making in India. We were contributing towards making India free from vector-borne diseases. When in 1991 we started making products that sustainably increased crop yields, we weren't just making in India. We were doing our bit to help farmers double their income. When in 2013 we made key components for India's first Mars mission, we weren't just making in India. We were participating in Free India's most glorious moment. For over 120 years during the journey of our nation's independence, we haven't just been making in India. We have been passionately doing our bit towards making India.
Today's business leaders, investors, influencers, and consumers are more agile than ever. They are not sitting idly by. Fortunately, Business Wire is ready to meet the information needs of the changing landscape. We are committed to embracing new technologies. We have a wealth of talent with innovative new ideas. We're leveraging a pioneering 60-year legacy of immediacy, consistency, relevancy, reach, and reliability to drive progress and ready the world with the information it needs to take action. Business is good, but business is changing. The media landscape is changing. The competition is real. But make no mistake, no one shapes and shares complex media messages like Business Wire. We are wired to outperform and out-inform, to be more consultative, tell more credible stories, and keep our clientele up to date, at the ready, around the world. We are wired to shape the next generation of the information age. It's simply part of our DNA. Business Wire, wired for what's next.
Okay, and those were our partner AVs. And now, ladies and gentlemen, for the next and the last panel discussion for the day. It's on power of communication in the social sector. And joining me are the panelists, Girish Balachandran, Managing Partner on Purpose, a lady whom I've had the pleasure to work with in the recent past, Shivalika Chadda Malik, Associate Director, Corporate Communications, PepsiCo India, Sonal Chaudhani, Chief Communication Officer, Aluminium and Power, Vedanta, Neeta Linz, DGM, Corporate Communications and CSR, LG, and the session will be moderated by Ruchika Jha, Exchange for Media. All the best, Ruchika. Please take it away.
Thank you so much, Aditya. Very good evening to all the panelists here. Look forward to having an insightful session with you all. So starting with my first question for the panelists is, over the past few years, and especially during the COVID-19 pandemic, how has social sector and communications industry have come together to make a difference? I would like to start with Mr. Balachandran.
Thank you for this panel, Ruchika, and thank you, Karan, for having us all. Hello, fellow panelists. Nice to be here with you. And hello to the familiar face, Shivalika. Good to see you. Right. So how has the social sector and communications industry come together? I think social sector has come first. I think they have really done the heavy lifting in terms of actually providing the kind of support that sometimes the government is not able to, sometimes private sector is not able to, really having sort of boots on the ground to understand where the pain points are, to really, be with the people. And then the communications industry has helped take their message to, whether it's, those who have the funds and can support within communities, to mobilize people, and then also sort of convey the right message to the government about what needs to be done. So I would say that while the social sector has really sort of been, at the front line, along with public health workers, I think the communications industry has had a huge role in taking their messages, whether it is of, a behavior change like mask up, as simple as that, and making that a reality for, all of the nation. Messages around public health in terms of, how to maintain social distancing, how to maintain COVID appropriate behaviors. And then also sort of, I guess, taking the voices to other stakeholders for them to be able to understand the reality on the ground and take some action.
Ms. Malik, what would you like to add something, or what is your take on coming together of the social sector and the communication industry?
Sure. Thank you, Ruchika. And first of all, very good afternoon, all panelists, and hi to all the familiar faces. And thank you for having us here. I think just to add to what Girish just mentioned, I think while the social sector and the communication sector has been working for the benefit, but I think COVID specifically, the entire last 2 years is the time when they've integrated really well together. And while I think, the social sector is doing a lot in terms of picking up causes and going the right way, but I think communication, what it brings is 3 key things. One, it's ensuring sustained attention to the prevalent issues right now that are at hand, and ensuring that there's a commitment of world leaders, commitment of corporates, commitment of political parties, all of them coming together, because there is a lot more amplification and much more messaging and noise around those issues right now. The second thing is, for any cause or any social issue to gain momentum, to make a change, I think mobilization of public participation is very, very important. And that alone could not happen with social sector doing what it was. Communication had a very integral role to play there. So because there's hard data and there's emotions and storytelling. And I think when it comes to the public, what appeals is and what resonates is emotions. And that's what communication has been able to do. And third, and not the last, but during COVID specifically, like you mentioned, there was a lot of information, like a plethora of information. There was misinformation, there was fake news, there was right information. And I think the social sector and communication coming together to ensure the right messaging, going to the right stakeholders, using the right platforms, that is what happened in the last 2 years, which is a very good thing, and a thing that went in the right direction right now.
Ms. Chaitani, I would like to hear your views on this as well.
Thank you, Ruchika. Thank you for having me here, and hello to all the panelists. So adding to what Girish and Shivani have said, a little bit about our business. So we produce aluminium, right? And we have mammoth plants, some of the largest plants on the face of the planet, in really remote locations of India. So even now I'm in Korba in Chhattisgarh, and we have plants in Kalahandi in Odisha, and the back of what we would consider beyond. During COVID, during even these times, communication has been integral in ensuring existence for our operations as well as for a community. So there were farmers producing produce, but they had no markets to sell it to. There were supply chain disruptions, and what we think of as noise and a lot of information really doesn't reach these grassroots level communities. So it was incumbent upon communications to tell them that, we are right next door, and, you could just sell our produce to our townships. Again, in remote areas, we have a huge population. We created apps to ensure that, there was a fork to farm chain that was created in the absence of, the regular mandis and marketplaces where they could sell produce. There was a lot of requirement for healthcare, and the hospitals were only admitting so many patients, and we created your ecosystems of communication to say that we'll be sending mobile vans to these villages catering to these communities, so please make your way there. Schools were closed, so we were communicating about the fact that, and some of these regions don't even have smartphone penetration, so social media consumption for them is a challenge. So using wherever possible WhatsApp in vernaculars, plus the IVRS system that we thought was seeing the end of its days. The when you call a bank and they say press 1 for information, press 2.
I think Ms. Chathani has some internet glitch. So I would like to come to Ms. Linz on the same, and would please, ma'am, share your thoughts. I think even Ms. Linz has a problem in connecting. So I would like to go to the next question then, by then they come. So my next question is that what are some of the social causes that the communication industry supports during trying times, be it COVID or beyond COVID, as we see the world? Ms. Malik, if you could answer this.
Sure, Ruchika. So I think, when we're talking about causes, I think there are a plethora of causes that one can actually pick up in a country like India. Having said that, I feel be it COVID or not COVID, corporates, companies, people, individuals as well, in that sense, are becoming more and more responsible about picking up a cause, being, socially responsible, so as to say. So again, I'll just give you 2 examples. Now, when it was COVID, PepsiCo India actually, with a lot of its NGO partners, ensured in the first phase that millions of meals were given the fact there was a lot of migration issue at that point in time. In the second phase, it was all about oxygen concentrators, masks, vaccination, awareness, etc. So that was on COVID. But irrespective, what I'm trying to tell you by this example is that without COVID as well, companies need to pick up causes. And I'll just give an example of our own company where malnourishment is a huge challenge in India, right? And especially with children. So very recently, in fact, there was an initiative called Bowl of Hope, which is all about creating awareness around malnutrition. It was all about creating awareness about a nutritious meal, and also ensuring that we not only just create awareness around nutritious meal to people who can afford it, but also ensure that we serve the underserved in that sense. And, just reaching out to school, reaching out to children, serving them meals, explaining them how it's done, and not just through, the company, but also through employee volunteerism. So again, now that is just one example that one could pick up, whether it was, COVID or no COVID. The other example I would like to talk about is how, again, you can pick up an issue irrespective, which could be an industry issue as well. Now in COVID, the restaurant industry was going through a very hard time, right? And Pepsi actually did this initiative called the Pepsi Seva Restaurants, where they reached out with an industry association and mobilized the consumers to participate and ensure that for every soft drink, and it could be any soft drink, not just PepsiCo, they buy, we will serve a meal to the marginalized restaurant workers who had lost their jobs, who were back in villages, etc. Now, this example, why I'm giving you is again to just pick up a point here that again, this was during COVID, but this could have been without COVID as well. So it's all about the cause that you pick, you should just be passionate about. And secondly, it should be in sync with your business, because then it's long term, otherwise it's not. So pick up the right cause and then go for it.
Mr. Balachandran, what would you like to say about the campaigns and the causes that the industry supports during and beyond the trying times? I mean, COVID-19, yeah.
So, typically the communications industry supports the causes that our clients champion. So there is no real limit to it. It really depends on, who the client is and what is the cause that they're championing. Having said that, my personal belief is that the communications industry has a huge responsibility towards championing a huge number of causes that are coming to the fore, especially in the next 10 years, as everybody's focus sort of aligns with the UN sustainable goals that, sort of end at 2030. There's going to be a huge need for brands, organizations, governments, to align, their narratives to mobilize people, to effect behavior change, to be able to meet these sustainable development goals. So I see a huge role for the communications industry. I think as an organization, our business is built around climate action, public health, education, and gender. And this is because these are the 4 areas in which we are seeing a huge demand from, whether it's think tanks, NGOs, even private sector companies wanting to sort of talk about their ESG credentials, whether it's, whether it's in air pollution, it's in electric mobility, it's renewable energy, energy efficiency, huge demand there. The next is in public health. I think this pandemic has told us that putting our health first is never going to go out of fashion. And there's always going to be a need for it because I think this pandemic is never really going to go away. I think it's always going to be there in some form. And I think now we'll just have to get, masking, washing hands, all the good things that we've not been doing so far, I think is now going to become hygiene, and that's a good thing. Again, education, the pandemic has completely disrupted it, children not being able to go to school, the rise of sort of online education and how to make that work. There's been like 2 years of loss in terms of children being able to go to classrooms, teachers being able to engage with them in physical environments, which is so important. I think we didn't realize the importance of all these things till it was taken away. And then finally, we do a lot of work in gender, and it's so important because we're still at least a century away from any kind of gender parity. And, just as human beings, we need to get this right, but there's also an economic side to it, which is we're never going to be able to meet our economic goals if we're not able to empower half our population with, equal pay, safe places to work, and so on.
Ms. Lenz is here. Ma'am, I would like to repeat question for you again. What are the social causes that the communications industry has supported during and beyond COVID?
Thanks. Good evening, everyone. It feels great to be part of this panel. So, of course, communication has been very, very important during pandemic, as my fellow panelists have also spoken about it. When it started, how to maintain COVID protocol, till the time it has become a fatigue to talk about COVID protocol. But still one could see, different ways in which people, NGOs, government were talking about it. A very simple example is that, washing hands. It was presented probably in 10 different ways on, how do you wash hand? And maybe, few years back, nobody would have imagined that there could be so much communication on washing hands or keeping your surrounding clean. This is so basic. I was reading an article that we all know that Kerala has the highest literacy, and they have used WhatsApp medium as such a successful tool to create awareness about this. They have created probably, millions of WhatsApp groups to share constant information. And these have been some very good examples on, how comms have really helped in coming out of this pandemic. And it is still going to be a hot topic where, communication industry is going to talk about it. Yeah, that's what I think. Even at LG Electronics, though we have done a lot of interventions in CSR areas, but still we have also, created a video where we highlighted that how does one maintain COVID protocol and don't still pull out your strings because still the pandemic environment is there. Yeah.
Ms. Chaithani, what are your thoughts on this?
Sorry, the Wi-Fi gods frowned there for a minute, but I'm back. So adding to what the others said, and the point I was making earlier is that we quickly moved out of COVID communication into climate resilience communication for our communities, and that's taking center stage for us. So in addition to business communication to the social sector and for other aspects of the business as well, ESG communication is becoming predominant now as we speak, and it will be important for us as communicators to be conversant with the language of ESG. because that's the foot you will put forward to the world. That's how you will communicate climate action to your communities, to your stakeholders, so on and so forth. So I see that as an interesting part of how communications for the social sector is shaping up. And an interesting spin, most of them have already touched on it, is also that we saw the emergence of compassionate communication during COVID, which was beyond, what we need to do to, we're there for you. And in transcending barriers of region, language, etc. So that was interesting to note. But we've, I think, quickly moved out of COVID communication into climate communication, and that's interesting.
So moving on to the next question, what are some of the expectations of brands from the PR agencies while building the social change campaigns? Mr. Balachandran, I would like to start with you.
Right. But I represent a PR consultancy. Do you want to ask a brand first what they expect?
Yeah, sure. Then Miss Linz, even you could start with this.
Thanks, Ruchika. So I believe that as per the management, or what as a brand we look for when PR agency is suggesting any social campaign, since I also wear a PR hat and I also manage the CSR initiatives. So somewhere it is in our mind that the CSR campaigns which are very well aligned with the brand philosophy and which creates noise. But we do believe that CSR campaigns, when the PR agency is also thinking about it, they should actually think that what difference does it make on the ground? And what is the viability, and is it really going to benefit the cause? Because something should not be, just a word of mouth or, create a hype, but on the ground, it is not helping it. In the past, I would not like to name, but certain campaigns were done, which created a lot of noise, but we don't know what happened on the ground. So that's something as a brand we would like to look for when we look for a CSR or a social campaign.
Okay, so Ms. Malik, would you like to add something, or please share your points?
Sure. So I think, again, what is very important when we're actually working, and I would not say expectations from a PR agency, because I think both the brand and the PR agency need to work as partners. Because if you really want to look at something which is very effective and impactful, you need to work like partners. But very, very important to figure out that the team on the other end and understands the lay of the land. They understand the business objective and the business drive as well, because like I said, if it's in sync, it is long term. So therefore you will ensure that this impact is created in the long term. Secondly, in terms of, especially when it is a disaster, or is it something, it was COVID, right? Where immediate campaigns and immediate help is required, then ease of implementation, that needs to be taken care of. While if you're taking a social cause which has a long-term impact, you can plan it accordingly. Third, stakeholder mapping. That's very, very important. And I think, again, we will need to work as partners here, that who do we want to reach out? How are we going to impact beneficiaries? And what is the real impact that we want to bring about on ground? And last but not the least, a passionate team. Because as long as you don't have that, and the team doesn't feel for the cause, you can't really have a very, very successful campaign. You really can't make a difference on ground. So to me, these are some of the things that we need to work as partners and make it possible.
Okay. So as Girisha said that he represents PR consultancy, I would like to hear your point of view on this, that what does brand expect from a PR agency while driving a campaign?
Thank you, Ruchika. So in my experience, we have typically two types of clients. One is, you have multilateral agencies or foundations and philanthropies who are funded to sort of drive long-term systemic generational change, behavior change, which can be only measured when you work in a sustained way over a period of time. And then you're able to sort of measure how people's lives have changed, etc. Those are one type of sort of briefs that we get. And when it comes to that, then typically, the way to approach is you start with sort of understanding who the audience is, doing an immersion process, and then you can sort of go to a design phase and an ideation and a prototype and execution. When it comes to brands, however, the big difference is the speed. The speed of sort of conceptualizing and execution is much faster. Timeframes are much shorter. and the emphasis on sort of measurement and also packaging is much higher in terms of, just being able to take what we've done and be able to showcase it in a way that stakeholders will be able to understand the impact of what was done and, be able to sort of understand what worked and what didn't.
Ms. Chaitani.
Yeah, I'd just like to add to what the others have said. So, few of things I think one would like to move from, a very output-based approach to an outcomes-based approach. What did the campaign finally move the needle on? At some point, as PR people, we will have to come up with some sort of metrics to determine whether campaigns were successful or not, or what could have moved, what didn't move, so on and so forth. And finally, I think it is incumbent upon both parties to really immerse themselves on what are they finally communicating about. Are they as close to the project, the brand, the initiative, the company, the purpose, as the people working in the company as well? So I think that is critical, and there are usually a lot of data and metrics available to study, because even the social sector does a lot of need assessment and then a beneficiary impact. So there is enough material in the social sector by way of analytics for us as communicators to use, analyze, and then craft a communication strategy rather than going into it completely cold. And finally, I think particularly for the social sector, the time is ripe to explore other means of innovative communication. So in areas like we operate, we use a lot of local folk theater to communicate with the communities, and PR agencies have to increasingly, while we on the other extreme, using immersive technologies, virtual reality, extended reality, so on and so forth at one end of the spectrum, which absolutely can be translated for consumption at grassroots level. There's no reason why immersive technologies can't, they should be used. Mere sapno ka gaon kaisa ho, for them to be participants in whatever social impact campaigns we are running. You can absolutely show them कि आपका गांव ऐसा दिख सकता है, if you work on water harvesting or climate resistant crops and so on and so forth. But even the local communication forms, which are perhaps dying, perhaps need to be revived, the local art and culture can absolutely be leveraged. Puppeteering in many states, puppeteering is a very, very common means of communication for communities. All of those can absolutely be explored innovatively, and that should be something that PR agencies and communicators alike should kind of leverage.
Ruchika, if I could just come in very quickly, I wanted to add to what Sonal is saying. I think a big trend that we've seen in the last 2 years, something new, is the importance of community radio. This is not something that we had really explored prior to the pandemic, but we've seen the micro level reach that community radios has been able to deliver is a significant difference to the way in which we're now sort of looking at communication strategies to really engage people on the ground.
Absolutely. So moving on, I have this question is quite important to me as well. So I would like to ask that, as everybody knows that media is the fourth pillar of our country, and social media is now one of the primary mediums to promote campaigns, to promote any initiative. So how influential have social media platforms been in casting a wider reach? And also, how does media contributes to such humanitarian endeavors? I would like to start with Ms. Malik.
Thanks, Ruchika. So I think, when we talk about social media particularly, I think what comes to my mind is speed and efficiency, and especially in trying times, So there are two situations: one when a disaster struck, and one when it is about to strike. So again, social media kind of helps in early warnings. You keep monitoring the sentiment, what's happening, you keep hearing, what's happening. So it just gives you a sense of what's about to come. And also, especially when from a disaster management perspective, definitely early warnings. In trying times specifically, two-way communication is super important. So help actually, reaches faster, according to me. So even we saw that in COVID, right? There were NGOs, there were individuals, there were communication that was happening on social media platform. There were Instagram posts, stories, individuals going. So help was actually reaching out faster and people were coming together to help, right? So again, I'm not talking about a social cause here, but I'm just trying to give you an example of just COVID last 2 years of how we've seen the strength that social media brings to the table, where people can come together, where people can talk and help each other. And when it comes to issues and causes per se, again, social media, because it is a two-way dialogue. You understand more, you have conversations, you understand the sentiment, you understand even at the micro level what is going on through communication, because it's a two-way communication tool. And more importantly, it also helps in efficiency, because like I said, it ensures that you give the right help where it is needed, not just go do a blanket a blanket campaign or a blanket messaging. You can also ensure that you can geo-target your message. You can ensure you reach out to your audience in the right way. So it is a very, very powerful and effective tool in my view, especially, when you're talking about causes, when you're talking about trying times per se.
Mr. Balachandran, how do you think that the media, the electronic media, digital media has contributed to the humanitarian endeavors?
I think there are enough publicly known advantages and benefits of what the media is doing, how social media has been used to good effect. I also wanted to sort of throw in a word of caution here, because social media has also contributed in large measures to a lot of misinformation. Just the speed and agility at which information flies, from people's phones to each other's networks, and it's coming through trusted peer networks. The danger of misinformation is very significant. On one hand, if I think some of the news channels have run sort of talkathons, where they've actually taken a cause and they've channeled a lot of messaging and human interest stories towards that cause, that has generated a lot of public attention and driven sort of not just attention but also funding towards that. I can say that's been a great use of media. I think, and I also wanted to say that I think when we talk about social media, we need to sort of get away from the elitist English language media and really sort of think about the share chats and the mods and their reach with people, which is far beyond, any of the sort of regular English social media that we sort of typically refer to. So I would say that, apart from what they're doing to support causes, social media and media, I think the issue of credibility is something that still needs a lot of attention, so that there is more trust in the sources of where news is coming from.
Absolutely. I'm afraid that we are running out of time. So I would just like Ms. Linz and Ms. Chaitani to just drop in one points each for the same, and like how does media contributing to these endeavors?
I think the other panelists have pretty much covered everything. All I think is that there is still opportunity, while media can be forced for good and bad, there's still opportunity to crowdsource effort and help and maybe speed to market in some of our remote areas where there are local handicrafts, local culture, etc., to bring them to the mainstream, and that speed can increase, and that's an opportunity which absolutely exists and should be explored.
Absolutely. I think Ms. Nita Linz has left the meeting, so it's okay. So we come to the end of the session. Thank you so much to the panelists for joining us and having such an insightful conversation. Thank you so much.
Thank you for having us here, and glad to be part of the panel here.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
Thank you. Thank you so much, everybody, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you for being a part of this panel discussion. Thank you, Ruchika,
thank you
for helping us with moderating the session. Thank you. Girish, your hand is up. You wish to say something before you leave? Not now. Okay. Thank you. And with that, ladies and gentlemen, after our last panel discussion for the day on power of communication in the social sector, we now proceed with a keynote session. This session, as many of you had asked, was supposed to happen before, but it is happening now. and it is going to be delivered by Mr. Vikram Chandra, founder, Editorji. Good evening, sir. How are you?
Fine, great to be here. My apologies for shifting the timing. There was a crucial meeting that had come up, and I didn't want to take the risk of being on the road when I should be speaking to all of you.
All the very best, sir. Better late than never. The screen is all yours.
Why don't you tell me what you would really like to hear me talking about, or should I just speak for a while and then throw it open to questions? What do you suggest, Aditya?
Well, sir, so we are not taking questions from the audience. The platform doesn't allow that. So this is a free medium, just like your platform.
Okay.
Everything
Great.
being shown in true light. So all the very best. I think we would request you to, of course, touch upon the relevant topics, because I think the entire sector or the entire day we had mentioned, or we had seen a lot of people talk about real news, fake news, and of course opinions dive into it. Everybody has their own opinion of what they see and learn. So I think something around that, but other than that, whatever, sir, anything from you is a bliss.
Thank you so much. Very kind to get that time. How much time do I have, Aditya, just out of curiosity before I start?
I will just check on that, sir, and just send
let
that
me
to you.
know. When you're done with me, just say, be quiet. And I promise to go silent almost immediately.
All the best.
Right. Thank you all so much. It's such a pleasure to be here. It's always great to be sharing thoughts. I came into that Zoom conversation just as I was hearing somebody talking about the need to do things like telethons and others to tell important messages and to get PR sessions. As somebody who did that in an earlier avatar, yes, the importance and the need for the media to be able to tell the correct stories, tell the right stories, to tell truthful stories, to not mix up news with views, to be unbiased. All of this is so important, isn't it? It's critical. And yet, I think if you're all to be honest with ourselves, I think there is a sense of disappointment that we feel, because that's not really the way the media is playing itself anymore. And I am going to spend a little bit of time talking about that, because quite often whenever I'm speaking to people, I'm asked one question, which is that, well, two questions which are linked to each other. A, why did you leave television news? And B, why has television news become so bad, and why has it become so awful, and why is it sliding? And the questions are linked to one another. But the first and the most important thing to look at, even before we start dissecting on what is wrong with the way things are being done right now, is to recognize one very important and eternal truth. Change is inevitable. Change will happen, and technology will drive that change. So whatever the problems are, whatever the issues are, we should recognize that we are living at a time of the most dramatic technological revolution. It's been lasting for a while, but the pace is accelerating. So we have to be prepared to accept that what has been happening till now, the way we have been doing things till now, is not necessarily the way things should work going forward. And sometimes the problems are coming because we are trying to retrofit the models of the past into the present, and that's not necessarily going to work. What will be the solutions? Are solutions that we have to find that are designed for 2022, not designed for 1960. I'm going to come to those solutions in a minute, but let me return to what I started by saying. Why is the quality of TV news started to slide? To be honest, it's going to keep happening. Linear television news channels, and as somebody who worked for 30 years, was it, in linear television and TV news in particular, it doesn't give me any pleasure to say this, but I think the slide is almost inevitable. I don't want to write the epitaph of anything, because many formats can exist with each other, but there are certain basic questions around linear television in general and TV news in particular. Linear television, as we know, is increasingly being replaced by OTT. How often is it that all of you are sitting and really thinking about a television soap or a movie or your evening entertainment, and you're saying, I have to watch that on linear television? Most of you are watching it on Amazon Prime or Hotstar, Disney Hotstar, or Z or Sony Live, or whatever it is. So you're getting entertainment and movies increasingly on streaming and on OTT. Then when it comes to sports, okay, that was one reason why you would have linear television. But sports is also now available on OTT. You're streaming your sports. You don't have to necessarily watch it on Star Sports. You can watch it on Disney Hotstars, right? So that's also moving. So what is the raison d'etre of linear television? Well, the raison of, I am trying to think of one. Some people will say that, okay, it's because that's the only place where you get video news. Really? Is that the only place where you get video news? Yes, right now, because no better solutions have come into place. No 2022 this year, those solutions have actually, they've come into place, thankfully, but they've not been widely accepted right now. That's the problem. So if you're watching linear television news and saying that's what the solution should be, it's not really a good reason to stay on in linear. And that's why I think that process will move on. Because when it comes to television news, there are additional problems, and there are major problems that do exist on TV news. And that's partly because of the model. I hear a lot of people blaming television news people or channels or anchors and saying, why are they doing X, Y, and Z? That's sometimes slightly unfair. It's also, these are things that people are being pushed to because of the way the model is structured. Television news channels in India don't get subscription money. They're paying carriage fees, which means they have to get all their money from advertising. If they're getting all their money from advertising, they have to go after TRPs. Now, whether we like it or not, because of the way the TRP system has been structured till today, 50,000 boxes in a country of 1.3 billion people, it means that most people at the end of the day, for some reason, TRPs seem to be coming from tabloid, from yelling and screaming, from shouting, from hysteria. Good, high quality programs. If you want to do social causes, you want to discuss FDI policy, there are channels which try it. They don't get as many TRPs as other channels sometimes get. So that's the problem with this entire model. So that's why I believe that in the long term, I'm not very sure whether this, unless there's a solution which is found to this, and no solution has been found for a while, I'm not sure that TV news is the answer. Digital video news today is not the answer either. And the reason it's not the answer is the form factor is not there. If you're going to have an ocean of information out there and say, become informed by swimming through the ocean and absorbing pieces of information. I mean, all of you are trying it. Is it really working? Not entirely. Today, swamped by information from hundreds of different sources, we sometimes feel more uninformed than we used to do earlier. How do you get a good comprehensive view of all the news and information that you really need, which is the big headlines of the day, sports news, entertainment, lifestyle, what's happening in the international world? How does all of that come to you in a comprehensive enough manner that you feel informed? Even if you're on digital formats, many people are trying to watch TV news, right? And watching live news channels there, which is coming back to the basic problem where you started from. Or you're saying, okay, people are sending me information on WhatsApp and on Facebook, and that is it. It's part of the solution, but if you're going to only get little information from your ideological echo circle, you will be swamped by one-sided news, and you have no authenticity. That news could be fake, that news could be false. What are you going to do about it? How are you going to be, how can you ensure the validity of that? So essentially, this is the reason why things aren't working. Solutions are going to be found here where we leverage the technology, we leverage data science, we leverage AI, we leverage new form factors, and we try and find it. Now, what, for example, I'm not saying that I'm the only person who has a solution or Editorji is the only possible answer to this. Of course not. There are hundreds of solutions and others will probably come up with even better solutions. But I just wanted to share with you one possible area in which, one possible path towards a solution. So what is it that we, for example, came up with many years ago? I left NDTV 2016, set up Editorji 2017, 2018. I basically sat and thought about all of these problems and said, what could the solution be? And a solution, at least to my mind, said, let's try and copy the music industry a little bit, because television news is like radio. You've got to listen to whatever they're telling you. Digital video news is like cassettes and CDs. You can find the right story, but you've got to go looking for it. And if you don't know something has happened, like if you don't know a good song exists, you wouldn't discover it. So like in music, you had, the answer came from Spotify and Ghana and Apple Music. We are trying to give that same sort of an answer by having a pool of good quality content, which is then strung together into playlists. And those playlists can then be disseminated through multiple formats. So we have at the core of Heritage is an AI-driven playlist that gives you both the news stories that we believe, humans believe, these are important stories that you should see, whatever your preferences are, and then some stories that will be shown to you because those are your preferences. A combination of the two is what the AI playlist is, then other playlists reside beneath that, and then there are other things that happen. So this is one possible path towards a solution, and let's see where that works. But I think it's very important, and this is really would be my message to all of you in the brand industry and in the PR industry in particular. You've got to realize and recognize that the era of the pipeline is going to be over in mass media, just as it is in every other business. What do I mean by pipeline? Earlier, it used to be, I am a hotel and you've got to come to me, and I have this hotel room and you've got to come to me. And then that was broken by platforms like Airbnb, which said, go anywhere and anybody can provide stuff to it. And that was basically the sort of a model. Today, the power of the big media houses comes because they say we are a pipeline. I have good content. This is my user. I have a pipeline between them. And because I'm having so many Maudao, because I'm having so many people on my website, because I have so many TRPs, I control this pipeline. And you as PR professionals or as brands or as somebody else have got to come to me because I control this pipeline, right? That's in a mota is what's happening right now, right? That's why people are chasing TRPs or chasing how many impressions you have and the rest of it. But this is 2010 and 2015 thinking. The way that most other businesses are starting to visualize things right now is, this is content, this is the information that I want to put out. How should I structure this in a correct manner that it has massive impact? How can I maximize the impact of whatever it is that I want to say? This is the message that I want to say. Then you have, this is the form factor in which this message can be put out and be disseminated, right? These are two parts of it. And a third is, how do you distribute it? Now that distribution today, you don't need that pipeline. You don't need to necessarily be distributing it on one media house or one TV channel or one website. The distribution can be on individual websites and on media channels or XYZ. It can be on social media. It can be on your own websites and your own WhatsApp groups and your own social media, or multiple other ways. I was hearing somebody talking about the share chats, the mods, the other ways of distributing it. There are hundreds of ways of distribution. Distribution does not need to control the pipeline anymore. Distribution does not need to control the pipeline because the era of the pipeline is gone. So what do you need? You need that content to be done with people who have credibility and people who know how to tell the correct stories in the right manner. And you need to figure out the form factor. How do you send that message out to people? If you can solve one and two, the third is not a problem in 2022. You don't need to rely on somebody to get that for you. It can be done very simply. That in a nutshell is where I think the eventual solutions are going to come from. And that's really what, according to this is just my opinion, right? Frankly, disclaimer. But this is what, in my personal opinion, is what the brands and the PR companies and others should be doing. Work with people who can help you solve one and two, and the third will sort itself out. Don't depend on pipelines anymore. Not now. I mean, I think that's essentially what I had to say. I've droned on for about 12, 13 minutes. So do let me know if there's anything else, Aditya, that you want me to say, or any thoughts that you have which you want me to talk about, or am I done?
Well, sir, 15 minutes of what we were supposed to have, and you precisely finished in that. But just to ask you, what
old training? It's old training to have a countdown ticker. So yeah.
Well, I myself am a journalism student, so I can completely understand the time limit. But what next for Editor G, sir?
So we've already, okay, I was trying not to talk too much about Editor G, but essentially Editor G began by looking at the second thing which I said, which is what is the form factor, what is the technology, and how do we enable that? So today we have already reached a stage where, and this will be fascinating for you to hear, we can enable any brand to create their own 24-hour news channel or infotainment channel. Anybody you want, we'll create a 24-hour channel for you on the fly within 2 days. Anybody who wants. right? So that's a technology that we have already built. It can be driven by AI, it can be driven by individuals in any brand, any other things. We will enable you to create whichever form factor you want and put it out, including a 24-hour news channel can be done right now at the click of a button, right? Pretty much. So there's the second part of it. When it came to the content part of it, we first said, okay, let's make it a completely open platform, which it still is. And then we said, but if you're relying entirely on other people's content, then we come across sounding and seeming like an aggregator. And we were then able to hire like 100 of the best content professionals in the country now work at Heritage. So then we said, with all of that talent there, we should say, okay, we will do the content also. So if you can picture Spotify, which also does its own music, that's pretty, so we have the basic core technology of Heritage is like Spotify, the playlists and other things. But then we've also said, we will do our own stories. So today Heritage is doing 150 stories a day. So anybody who wants us to create a channel for them, we will also give you 150 stories for free. Take it, have fun, distribute it whichever way you want to, right? That's pretty much the way we are doing it. So 150 stories a day. And then we can commission and do other content. We can take partners' content or we can commission our own. We can work on video. So most of our partners and clients these days come to us and say, will you design something for us? We just had a very successful partnership running with Microsoft where we did, future ready. Let's think of programming on how India is future ready and how industry should be future ready. And we have conceptualized it, we work it out, we work with them on it and we do it. So basic stories, other stories, and you do that. Once that is done, the rest of the problems are fine, right? We can publish it. You publish it on Heritage also if you want to download that, good fun to do. But the other ways also of doing it. So you do 1 and 2 correctly, everything else falls into place.
Wow, I think I should be contacting Heritage very soon now.
Please feel free. Next on the agenda, you asked. Next on the agenda is that we're right now opening this up to brands and to individual and to organizations. Within 6 months to a year, we already have the technology to allow anybody to create their own 24-hour news channel. Anybody, any member of the public, 24-hour news channel, you can create it.
Lovely. So you'd know now where you have to go if you want your own 24-hour news channel, everybody. But with that, thank you so much, Vikramji. It was a pleasure listening to you.
Thank
you. Better late than never. You came in the ending, but of course you came much more stronger. So thank you for that.
Thank you.
Pleasure listening to you, sir. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, that was Mr. Vikram Chandra, founder, Heritage, with his lots of knowledge and lots of experiences to put across. And of course, for what more is there for Heritage in the future to come. Thank you so much, sir. And with that, ladies and gentlemen, it's now time to move towards the valedictory session, and that will be conducted by Mr. Naval Ahuja, co-founder. Naval, are you here? There is.
Hi.
Well, I'll introduce you again,
Thank
sir.
you. I'm very good, Aditya. Thank you so much. Thank you for conducting the day's proceedings. I think the experts have all spoken and we are at the fag end of the day. Everybody is eagerly awaiting the award ceremony to know who are the winners tonight, to see some of the very good quality work that has been done, that has happened in the PR and corporate communications domain this year. I won't take much time, but just a couple of things, something that, won't be surprised to any of you. I think corporate communications and public relations has really come of age in the last 2-3 years, especially with the onset of pandemic. This is an area where, the CEOs, MDs, owners of the companies were always involved even before the pandemic. But I think the overall importance of corporate communications as part of the marketing mix has immensely gone up in the last 2 years, partly to do with the fact that a lot of companies have had lesser access to marketing budgets, and partly to do with the fact that more and more focus has now come into managing the image of companies, image of brands, image of the people who run it. We've seen so many examples over the last few years about how social media has driven narrative on brands, narrative for companies, and how it has impacted the image of the company. And PR and Corpcom has ended up playing very significant and important roles there. So all our colleagues are industry friends in the PR Corpcom domain. Fantastic work has been done over the last few years in your respective businesses. We look forward to celebrating that work tonight as we meet the winners. Karan Bhatia has done a fantastic job of running the show. I hope next year we are fully back on ground with the conference as well as the awards. In fact, the awards were on ground. This is one of the initiatives for us which has not missed a single on ground chapter despite the pandemic last 2 years. We've had the conference online, but the award show has been on ground. It happened just before the lockdown in 2020, and last year also, just between the first and the second wave, the on-ground initiative happened at Hyatt Regency, where it is taking place again today. So we look forward to seeing some of you industry colleagues at the event. Thank you, Karan, for putting up a wonderful show, and thank you, Aditya, for hosting this. Back to you.
Well, thank you so much, sir. Ladies and gentlemen, that was Mr. Naval Ahuja, co-founder and director, Exchange for Media Group. As Mr. Ahuja mentioned about Karan Bhatia, the one who's been putting all this together with his team, I would now take this moment to welcome on screen Mr. Karan Bhatia from Exchange for Media Group to deliver or to just thank all the audience members, all our speakers, our panelists for doing what they have done today. Without you, of course, that is Novi. So we really wish to thank you. Karan, are you here?
Yeah, I'm here. Hi.
Hi, good evening. How are you?
Good. Thank you to Dr. Batra. Thank you to Naval for making all this possible. It could have been done without them. I really want to thank you, Aditya, and rest of the team who, especially the panelists who, took out time to come and on screen and discuss about different facets of communication. And we are really grateful. This is our 12th edition. We look forward to host the people in the evening for our awards. Thank you, everyone. Thank you for your time.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, that was Mr. Karan Bhatia from Exchange for Media Group, thanking everybody. As Mr. Ahuja and Mr. Bhatia have mentioned, that the awards ceremony is going to be taking place in the physical space. It's more of like a private event, so that is going to happen now. So all the very best to all the participants, all the nominees. We wish them the best for the future. Once again, thank you so much to all audience members for being with us throughout the day. My name is Aditya Malik. It was a pleasure to be your host. And before we bid goodbye, we would like to thank all our partners who've been with us today. And I would request my team to please play the partners AV as a signing off gesture for this edition.
We believe that every corporation and brand has a public, and today's public is more powerful than ever before. They have the power to topple CEOs, reshape strategy, influence government policy, kill products, and create unicorns. They demand truth, transparency, and the highest behavioral standards. We are embracing change, constantly innovating the way our clients and the public communicate, whatever the sector and whatever the challenge. Our client obsession means constantly evolving new products and services. We are innovating the future of public relations. Our belief is that brands with a clear, authentic purpose and performance strategies aligned to business objectives are most likely to succeed. We use strategy, creativity, and innovation, driven by data and analytics, to put your purpose and performance at the heart of all communications. Together, purpose and performance drive audience preference. We call this approach 3P Communications. Hill and Knowlton Strategies, always in beta.
Hey, find me an agency that's always thinking about what's next.
Searching. Here's what I found. See you next time. अर्ज किया है। तुम्हें देख ये बात जुबां पे आई, बनाने वाले ने क्या चीज बनाई। चीज
अर्ज किया है, ये सीन ऐसा हो क्लिक जैसे हर बंगाली।
अर्ज किया है, चिप्स है बहाना, तुम्हें है एक दूसरे को पटाना।
लेस, चीजी लव और हर्बी क्रश फ्लेवर्स, ये वाला याद रहेगा।
Are you planning and looking for a PR partner who can execute your PR campaigns from start to finish? Media Value Works is an award-winning global PR and media relations solution provider. Our highly experienced media content experts conceptualize, design, and execute effective brand campaigns across the globe. First, our Media Value Works methodology. Our unique twofold PR approach ensures we communicate with the media who matter. Our PR campaigns are not driven by generating only online news feeds. We go a step further to add value and pitch for our unique journalist-published quality stories. Second, our 1-2-3 campaign management steps. We offer PR campaign planning and development, bespoke media targeting, and ROI reports, which include a media campaign summary. Our media relations team are in touch with the editors of mainstream media, business and technology media, bloggers, and more. We network and communicate with member journalists across 100 countries in over 25 languages, pitching for your global stories. With affiliates and associations across Asia Pacific, Europe, North America, Middle East, and Africa, Media Value Works develops value-based PR campaigns to maximize ROI. Our services include global press release campaigns, press conferences and media meetings, media planning and analytics, research and thought leadership content, and consulting services. We also work with clients across the globe, and our varied global customers include large organizations, enterprises, SMEs, and startups across industry verticals. Talk with us today to know more about our attractive PR packages. Write to us at editor@mediavalueworks.com. Visit us online at www.mediavalueworks.com or contact us by calling the numbers on your screen.
When in 1897 we started manufacturing locks, we weren't just making in India. We were envisioning a self-reliant India. When in 1920 we manufactured soap from vegetable oil, we weren't just making in India. We were showing the world a humane way to meet human needs. When in 1951 we built India's first ballot boxes, we weren't just making in India. We were partaking in India's journey towards becoming the world's largest democracy. When in 1955 we made Asia's first typewriters, we weren't just making in India. We were contributing to the nation's mission of propelling women into the workforce. When in 1958 we made refrigerators, we weren't just making in India. We were supporting the movement of freeing women from the kitchen. When in 1984 we introduced mosquito repellent mats, we weren't just making in India. We were contributing towards making India free from vector-borne diseases. When in 1991 we started making products that sustainably increased crop yields, we weren't just making in India. We were doing our bit to help farmers double their income. When in 2013 we made key components for India's first Mars mission, we weren't just making in India. We were participating in Free India's most glorious moment. For over 120 years during the journey of our nation's independence, we haven't just been making in India. We have been passionately doing our bit towards making India.
Today's business leaders, investors, influencers, and consumers are more agile than ever. They are not sitting idly by. Fortunately, Business Wire is ready to meet the information needs of the changing landscape. We are committed to embracing new technologies. We have a wealth of talent with innovative new ideas. We're leveraging a pioneering 60-year legacy of immediacy, consistency, relevancy, reach, and reliability to drive progress and ready the world it needs to take action. Business is good, but business is changing. The media landscape is changing. The competition is real. But make no mistake, no one shapes and shares complex media messages like Business Wire. We are wired to outperform and out-inform, to be more consultative, tell more credible stories, and keep our clientele up to date, at the ready, around the world. We are wired to shape the next generation of the information age. It's simply part of our DNA. Business Wire, wired for what's next.